our champion earns the golden ticket to represent the Philippines on the international stage. This is what it all comes down to, the inaugural Mobile Legends Bang Bang C Championship Tour, MCTC. Our MDL-PH champions will face off against the absolute best academy powerhouses from Indonesia and Malaysia, alongside top incubation teams across the Southeast Asia region. This isn't just about regional pride. MCTC is the ultimate gateway to the M8 World Championship. The M8 World Championship, the ultimate stage where the best teams on the Earth collide in the land of dawn. From grassroots dreamers to world champions, the pathway is clear and the challenge is set. Are you ready to break limits? Tune in to MDL-PH Season 8.
Divine judgment! Witness the power of pure lightning! All that lies below is under my vigil!
Kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng falcon. Ngayon. In 3, 2, 1. Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Good morning, class. Okay, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Yes, maraming salamat, Haji. Ikaw lang na naman ang umupo sa ating front row. And salamat din sa pag-attend ng classes sa ating mga boys in the back. Ayan. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back sa inyo mula sa inyong napakaikling bakasyon. Kumusta naman? Nag-enjoy ba kayo? Nag-enjoy ba?
Teacher!
Okay. Oh, good to know. Good to know. Alam nyo, sana nag-prepare kayo kasi ang alam ko, in-inform ko kayo na pagbalik nyo, meron kayong quiz agad. Question number 1. Nasa loob ang balat.
Sa loob ang balat.
Nasa labas ang laman. Ano yun? Yes, Marco.
Pako?
Marco, hindi. Yes, Ogwen.
Saging!
Hindi, nasa loob naman ang laman ng saging.
Balik ka na! Nasa labas ang laman.
Ano yun, Haji? Hindi!
Nasa loob pa yung balat.
Yung kinakain yung nasa labas. Yung nasa loob. Hindi siya
Butas?
kinakain. Or gulay. Yes, Bert.
Bayabas?
Hindi.
Nasa may balat pa rin ang bayabas sa labas ah.
Hindi siya kinakain. Ayan!
Pineapple? Hindi! Mais!
Next round tayo, mas mahirap to. Tongue twister naman, okay? Gayahin niyo ako. Kung ano yung sasabihin ko, repeat after me. Kailangan mabilis, kailangan malinaw. Okay? Tatawagin ko kayo isa-isa, ha? Pwede kayo mag-practice pero huwag kayo masyadong malakas ang boses. Okay? Okay. Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Babae sa buyungan, babae sa buhok.
Can you repeat?
I will repeat. Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok. Owen, go ahead.
Babae sa bubong?
Haji, dahil lang dyan ka. Okay, go.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubong sa buhok.
Ang galing! Sinong gustong sumunod?
Ako!
Flap, let's go!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok!
Kyle!
May babae sa bubungan, may babae sa buhok.
Mali! Pagbigyan na natin. First, Ogwen, Marco, sinong gusto sumunod?
May babae sa bubungan, may buhok.
Malapit na.
Ako naman.
Isa pa. Oh, sige, pagbigyan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Yun! Ganun lang. First, ikaw na, iwan mo na yung dalawa. Oh,
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
palakpakan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Ogwen!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok!
Okay, Marco, bilang ikaw ang pinakamabagal, kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng falcon. Ngayon, in 3, 2, 1.
Uy, ano daw bago city yung
Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Parang kwago yun. Pero sige, pagbigyan na natin siya. Matapit nang matapos ang quiz so far. Parang nag-aral kayo, ha? Gusto ko lang sabihin nyo.
Basic.
Ang galing nyo.
College lang, ma'am.
And feeling ko gusto kong tawagin ang inyong class president para dito. Mr. Ogwen, please stand up. Mr. Ogwen, sobrang lapit nyo nang mag-champion last season. Unting-unti na lang talaga. Ano ang babaguhin nyo? Ano ang kailangan nyo gawin this season para mag-champion na kayo?
Manalo! Tama!
Tama nga.
Ngayon, isa-isahin ko na rin kayo kasi lahat kayo ay papasok na ng season 18. Kung meron kayong isang salita na pwedeng gamitin para i-describe ito, ano yon? Haji! Kyle!
Grind.
Flap!
Champion!
Birds!
Laban.
Ogwen!
Palag!
Super Marco!
Pilipinas.
Haji! Work hard. Dalawa yun. Pero pagbigyan na natin. Okay, thank you so much, class. Pasado naman yata kayo. Class dismissed. Thank you so much.
Pitongpot. Pitong.
Kayo na naman. Okay, sige. Tara, magsimula na tayo.
Ma'am, may quiz ba tayo ngayon?
Oo. At may parusa pa sa mga bagsak.
Ay, tama na. Ma'am.
Ano kami dito?
Sige, ma'am. Dali mo.
Bugtong muna tayo. Okay, una.
Palag ka ba? Handa sa laban, sanda ka sa aking kamay. Watch me ma-click, make me fire in the eyes. Yeah, I walk with my head held high. Ano ba yung takot kung tore ang aking gabay? Diyan niya, listen niya, I hold down my way. Ako ang kapuan, and we bring our name to the game. Eyes on the prize, Pinas, 'cause it's our time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic na Pilipina. Break us when we steal the show. Automatic na Pilipina. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to, kami na ang batas. Pilipina. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to, automatic na Pilipina. Teka, wait. Remind you kung anong na-obtain. Palaging first place, lakayo sa PH. I know Superman. I'm here 'cause I got God. My team is super fan. Eyes on the prize, Pinas, 'cause it's our time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic na Pilipina. Break us when we steal the show. Automatic na Pilipina. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to, kami na ang batas. Pilipina. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to, automatic na Pilipina.
The 18th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official smartphone partner. Unleash your ultimate with the Infinix GT Verse. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. And Visa, the official payment partner of MPL Philippines. Be the gamer you want to be with Visa. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up and stay fresh daily with Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, China Airlines, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL PH action. Follow our official social media accounts and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Palag Na To. Catch MPL PH Season 18 action live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Panibagong araw, hapon ng MLBB action ang inyong masasaksihan dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 18. Isang magandang araw sa lahat ng ating mga manonood over at the Filipino desk. My name is Hans Galeria. Joining me here is Burrito and Joshi Cakes, and over at the English desk.
Hey, it's us! Also a version of the Weird Bear Bros, I guess. Redmar, Brigida, and Wolf. That's the official pose now for the Weird Bear Bros in this version.
Men, sobrang solid. Parang ang tagal ko kayong hindi nakita. Ngayon lang kasi ako umupo eh. So hindi ko alam. Bago lang ako ulit dito. Pero ang hindi na bago ay yung tournament natin that is being monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. From what we saw, especially in yesterday, nung nanonood lang ako sa bahay, nakahiga lang ako. Kagaya ng mga naglo-long weekend ngayong araw, pakiramdam ko sobrang dami na ng mga picks na hindi ko inasahan na lumalabas first week pa lang.
Ay, naku, nakakabaliw nga talaga eh. Tsaka nakaka-excite din, no? Yung mga players na kakabalik lamang dito sa Pilipinas, di ba?
Yep, and if you're looking at it, it was first off, APBR Stinging Twist to claim their first win in Season 18. It's somewhat similar to what has happened from last season.
Yeah, there were similar trends of surprising results, but I feel like for the MPL Philippines has been a top-heavy league for quite some time, and the teams that we expect to win are winning. But hey, good for AP Brand to finally get on the win column. And then you pointed out that fun nugget of info yesterday, Wolf, that is the first win of Lancy and Escalera together ever.
Yeah.
Ever. As a duo.
And,
As a duo.
And AP Brand as a whole whenever they go up against Twisted Minds to open up the season. So they've changed the script, they flipped the script, and it's well deserved for them. I mean, they also entered the yesterday's matches with surprises in the EXP lane. That's a die-off constantly that we saw in the EXP lane.
And one thing that we also liked when we saw TLPH stomp Omega so that they can break their losing streak because they have now won a series in a span of a month or so, or something
Yeah.
like, including our international tournaments. It will be nice for TLPH to finally break that losing skid, and they even out their record at 1-1.
And for Falcons, talagang hindi pa rin sila napipigilan sa kanilang pagiging agresibo at pagkuha ng mga panalo. They shut down TNC para kunin ang kanilang pang 2-0 ngayong season.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of things that have happened. Yung mga inasahan natin na mananalo or inasahan ng karamihan na mananalo ay nakuha yung kanilang mga victories over the course of the last 2 days. And you're looking at the standings right now, any sort of changes that you would want to see, or probably yung ilan sa mga nagulat kayo kahit na sobrang aga pa lang ng season so far?
Sa akin, Aurora Gaming, na marami nag-aabang talaga dito sa team na to dahil nga sa pagpasok ni Coil na napakaganda ng international appearances niya, no, dalawang sa magkasunod. And of course, Nats as well, na malaki yung shoes to fill. Pero kung titingnan mo in terms of paper, on paper, para bang kaya niyang tumapat pero hindi ganun yung naging resulta
Yeah, it would be nice to see Omega and Twisted Minds as well as TNC, those teams that have struggled in the previous season, to finally get into the standings, but they have only played one series so far, so we'll have to see them make bawi next week.
I like that. I like that word, ha? You're very conyo with that, ha? Ano ka, make bawi. At yan nga ang kailangan gawin, especially nung ating match number 2. Kasi yung match 1, it's ONIC PH going up against APBR. Both teams would want to stay undefeated sa pagtatapos ng week 1. Pero para dun sa pangalawa nating laban, these are two teams na naghihintay pa rin ng panalo. Wala pa silang match win, wala pa rin silang game win. So something should change from here.
For ONIC and APBR, they have to continue kung ano man yung nasimula nila all throughout this week 1. And for their week 1 ender, sila yung magtatapat. We saw a dominant win for ONIC Philippines against Aurora Philippines. Pero yung APBR naman, reverse sweep yung ginawa nila. So it's a different kind of domination dahil parang kinailangan pang mapainit yung gasolina bago sila umandar.
You know, I'm happy that you've mentioned those two teams since they are already the stars of the moment, or should I say the stars of the hour, because it's both King Kong and James Punks na sinasabi ng karamihan na ito na ang oras nila na magpasiklab. We've seen utility before, we've seen other shenanigans in the jungle before, pero what makes this a James Punks and a King Kong specialty, yung meta na to be specific?
Well, it's because the lineups now are encouraged to build around their jungler and making sure that the jungler can actually farm up very quickly, get their items, take control of the resources, and everyone else is just doing their part to make sure that the junglers are happy.
Yeah, and I think that's a keyword, quickly. And for AP Brent, who had to undergo a download game yesterday, I don't think that's something they can afford to do against ONIC because they're a very momentum-based team.
And we're looking at the momentum-based team from ONIC. What we saw from yesterday, King Kong is part of that big momentum shift for the entirety of ONIC. There are so many rumors about King Kong and how strong they were during the time of MSC, but they weren't competing in the MSC.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing the real strength of ONIC with King Kong at the helm versus Aurora. Look at his record, 1-0-4 the Nolan and 6-1-8 with very high GPMs on both occasions.
Bilis ng pagpa-farm, and I love what you mentioned, Renmar, about this meta na pinag-uusapan natin, and it really does not sabihin na natin napipigil sa isang tao lang. Meta doesn't really revolve around one person. It needs a better composition. It needs a good composition, and it starts with that. But for James Punks, we saw how good their chemistry was during their game against Twisted Minds. Nakita din natin yung binabanggit mo kanina na how they played well for their junglers.
You know, it's so fun when you said chemistry kasi I know you guys saw the mic checks, right?
Yeah.
I know you saw everything. It was loud, it was energetic, pero one thing is for sure, hindi sila nahihiya na magsalita. And I think for a team na bagong buo lang like APBR, you need something just like that. And I think we have to discuss a little bit more sa kung ano ba yung mga magaganda na nangyari for both APBR and for ONIC Philippines. But I think, to be specific, Joshua Cakes, you have to take the helm on this one, my guy.
Okay, let's try to break it down. Kung ano man yung nangyari doon sa mga specific matches ng ONIC and ng APBR. Let's start with ONIC Philippines looking at this play. This is the second turtle on their game number 2 against Aurora Gaming Philippines. Now, let's look at this. First off, they started with Kirk just surveying the turtle pit. As you can see, Kirk has already vision with these 3 members from Aurora Gaming.
Wow.
Thus, giving us an information that Super Yoshi just needs to enter that right mid bush to gain full control of the full turtle pit. And also, Super Prince will position himself here at the bottom of the turtle pit just to try and poke the members of Aurora Gaming. We've mentioned earlier, the meta now needs a better composition. You have a roleplay explainer and you have a high poke mage. And as we progress onto this play, not just because of the vision, not just because of the pokes, but because of the proper timing. Look at this. Super Yoshi just committed his ultimate just to try and take down Light, and they did so. And after that, after getting full control of the turtle pit, it's the time where the assassins shine on the meta right now. King Kong plays just like a Hirara. 2 invulnerability skills, thus getting the turtle and eventually getting players from Aurora Gaming. And not just that, and as we go on to AP Brent's play, this is very vital on this meta. Look at this. They have again the Barats for JM Pinkman and a high poke mid for Lancy. All they have to do is play what the hero needs to play. So, if we continue the play, they just fight Twisted Minds. This is a 4v5. And eventually, James Banks goes in from the flank side. And this is a free place for the junglers to shine. And that basically explains what the meta is right now. So, it's not just having good mechanics as a jungler, but having a good composition, a good team that can play for the junglers, not play with the junglers.
This actually goes along with something that we were saying a lot in the MSC English broadcast. It's like the meta now has been distilled to MLBB in its simplest form, where you press button, you get something good happening for you, you deal damage, you win.
Yeah.
It's like it's an express version of that now.
Yeah.
But I think the most important part of it, what Josh explained, is the positioning and where you put your pieces first.
Yeah.
Before you press your right buttons, you have to place yourself you have to plant yourself in a position where you can be actually good in a team fight.
Yeah, because imagine even them spreading out, but not too much, just to
Yeah.
make sure that the area, the important range, is covered enough before they engage in a team fight. That's a lot of the fundamentals really covered there by ONIC.
Sayang, Burrito, tatanungin sana kita kung meron Tagalog. Kasi kung ano yung moral of the story, there were so many things that they've instilled. Positioning, getting good things, and of course, making the most out of it, not losing your advantage. So, malalaman natin kung ano pa ba yung mga impormasyon na meron sila, because that's the English desk. For the Filipino desk, we're now gonna toss you over to our hosts.
It's day 3 of MPL Philippines and magsisimula na naman ang aksyon dito sa MPL Arena. Pero bago yan, nandito muna ako sa loob ng dugout ng AP Bren. At bago tayo pumunta sa bakbakan, nandito ako together with AP Bren's jungler James Banks. Ngayon, James Banks, meron ako sa iyong tanong, naniniwala ka ba sa destiny o sa fate?
Opo.
Opo. Kaya dahil dyan, nandito tayo ngayon para basahin ang iyong kapalaran with the charot reading with our charot cards ng MPL. Ngayon, meron ka bang katanungan? Bibigyan kita ng chance na magbigay ng isang tanong at makakabunot tayo ng kapalaran mo. Ngayon, anong tanong mo, James Banks?
Ang tanong ko ay, sino ang mananalo sa laban namin mamaya versus ONIC?
Sino ang mananalo sa laban nila versus ONIC? Ngayon, James Banks, pakiramdaman mo yung mga baraha? So, ayan. Ang sabi ng charot reading. Ang galing. Ano sa tingin mo ang makukuha nito? Game 1.
Tingin ko panalo kasi nakadila si
Panalo
Noboy.
nakadila.
Mm.
Pero syempre, game 1 pa lang yan. Hindi pwedeng masaya agad. Meron siyang hahadlang at James Banks, bumunot ka pa ng isa. Hindi natin maalaman. Naka-side-eye ba siya tumatawa dahil nanalo? O tumatawang naka-side-eye dahil natalo? Ano ba sa tingin mo ang sinasabi ni Carl dito sa barahan na to, James Banks?
Tingin ko panalo yan kasi hindi naman tatawa si Carl kung talo.
So meron na tayong nakadila, merong nakatawa ng naka-side-eye at ang huling baraha na magsasabi ng iyong kapalaran ay... Champion ba? Eto na, ang sasagot kung mananalo ba kayo versus sa ONIC today. Magdasal na lang tayo sa kalalabasan ng laban ng ONIC versus APBR. At doon, ang binabasa ngayon ng ating charot cards at malalaman natin kung totoo nga ba ang nabunot ni James Banks mamaya as we go into action. Casters, palag na to!
Sometimes you just gotta
Kaya
pray
maraming
and hope
salamat.
for the
Legit,
best
hindi kami handa
result.
doon eh. Hindi kami handa doon.
Come
Kumbaga, naririnig namin lahat ng mga angels, naririnig namin, nagdadasal sila sa lahat ng mga bagay. Para
I just gotta check. Can you guys hear us too? Oh wait, no, we're good now. All right, we're good. All right, all right. We're back. Okay, there was a moment that we could hear each other, but we're fine now.
We're fine now.
So let's talk about the matchup. It's ONIC versus APBR. Two teams that got wins in their first bouts of the season. ONIC, of course, very dominant. Josh put it well together. APBR, a different kind of dominant.
Yeah.
But it was like James Banks found his new suyo this season, and it's the Paquito. So maybe that's something that we'll see as one of the keys to victory. I'm not sure. Wolf can break it down even further.
Well, for ONIC Philippines, they have to start by continue dictating the early game, as we saw in their 2 games. And I think the meta dictates itself that you should control the early game. And if you come strong in the early game, you're going to be ending the game real quick. And for ONIC, for APBR, I mean, they have to weather ONIC's early game pressure. It's going to be difficult, but I think that they have some components in there. Like we see their mid lane duo with Lancia as well as Escalera commanding the river control. And if they do find their opening, they can actually stop ONIC Philippines from taking over the early game. And of course, the battle starts in the draft. I feel like for both teams, flex picks are so important, like the Paquito, for example, that can be played in 3 roles.
Yeah, and it's great that he put it that way because I assumed yesterday, could it be the Hirara? That's the new Suyo?
Yeah.
But apparently what we saw in yesterday's series was it was the Paquito all along. And I agree. Escalera, Lancy, they've been very bold in terms of their early game decisions, which I think will be very crucial if they really want to fight head-to-head against ONIC and their early game prowess.
Yeah, I think with the last point with the draft, we have to look at the Paquito. I think he's somewhat fallen out of the EXP because teams saw the value of him in terms of how fast he can actually impact the game if he can get farm real quick, whether in the jungle or in the gold. And last things that you want to say, Wolf?
I think there's a lot of importance when it comes to your poke mid laner, which is what Joshi said during the panel. You really have to nail your Eudora as well as your Novaria right now.
2 high-impact junglers in a meta built for them. It's ONIC versus APBR.
Repping the Sonics, leading them and leading the charge are your clear legends, Kirk, King Kong, and it's time for ONIC Philippines! Making quick work as well, looking to keep their momentum alive. They're being led by JM and the clear legend James Banks. Hive, come alive for APBR! And making sure that this will go into motion, that is Chico, our head marshal. The head coaches are few for ONIC PH and Coach Bitoy for APBR. Who will remain undefeated in this rumble in the jungle? MPL Superfans, Magingay!
Maybe some of you have already thought of how this might end, but we are in the meta of surprises, a meta that looks like it's built for ONIC PH.
And ONIC PH have found really good footing in terms of how they want to build their lineups. At least based on the first series that they played, they have such a stable XP laner in the form of a Barrett on Kirk's hands. And I wonder if that's something that AP Bren are actually ready to answer this time.
AP Bren, their off-season moves were very questionable. And I think that most of the fans out there when it comes to MLBB know this as well, because this is Lancey, Escalera, Shizu, as well as around James Banks. But it was very important for them to win in their first bout yesterday.
And I think it's important for us now to understand a little bit more of the mindset of these two teams. ONIC and AP Bren know that they're going to be at it with a very explosive game. So let's hear how they're feeling heading into the Smart 5G ping test.
Guys, sorry guys ah. Okay na, hindi na ako langaw. Isa na akong tunay na tao ngayon. At least mukhang tao. At least. Kahit hindi na tao, at least mukhang tao. Wow, motivated ka, Ton? You held me down, but I got up, Ton. Ton, I went from zero.
Jolly baby. Busing, walang kanin, busing. As you're angry. Oh, cause if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars.
I have to admit, I have missed hearing our players sing. Ever since we started doing these ping tests, these mic checks, they've gotten so much more confident.
Yep.
I wish we actually got to see them show off more of their pipes. Showing themselves off in the screen right now, of course, ONIC PH is still very trippy that I'm seeing Coach Few. But so far, his understanding of the meta, it seems like it's very player-led, because he himself was a player for such a long time.
I think that their decision-making, when it comes to their drafting, as you've mentioned, is player-led. And why do we say that that is the case? You are looking at players that want to kind of win in their laning stage, their laning matchups. It's very lane-centric here for ONIC. They want to pick up the strongest hero, for example, like the Barons with a priority, and then eventually you will look at your last pick gold laner. You want to win in that matchup, like a Brody versus Clint, that you get the Clint afterwards. I think that's the reason why I would agree with you, Renmar. They look like there really are choices by players themselves.
Yeah, I agree. Because it feels like a combination of their lane matchup understanding and how confident they are with the heroes that they eventually might bring out. Because I recall the Beatrix that Savero actually picked up, which we couldn't say for sure what the matchup would look like against the Melissa, because I feel like the Melissa would 90% of the time gain a slight upper hand. But again, positioning, all the micro decisions that came into play during the laning phase just showed us how Savero could really pull this off even despite that matchup.
In case you missed it, ONIC Philippines have decided to go on to the red side, continuing the trend of drafting off of the red side, especially up against Aurora PH. So far this season, we've only seen them draft in the red. Still up in the air to really see which side gets favored, but teams who choose to draft red usually understand a very complex trade early on. So let's see if AP Bren on the other side are going to end up giving ONIC some really great heroes to open it up, or will they have something prepared?
Yeah, I remember yesterday that the first game for AP Bren, and this goes with other teams as well, is that they're not properly trading when they're on the blue side. It's as if they're getting the sub-optimal hero in the first pick. I think the meta dictates that you have to pick the Barons, for example, if it's available, or the Paquito. Some teams would prefer the Paquito over the Barons, but I think that's more of a flavor that is unique to each team. But most importantly, at its core, you have to trade properly in the first stage of the draft.
Yeah, and their sequence, I feel, because they admitted in the interview after their game that they had to switch up the sequence. It was not working in their favor, and it was something that we observed, but it can still be flexed. It doesn't have to be strictly Escalera first pick. It can be different depending on what AP Bren is looking to build around.
Yeah, Paquito is hella flex. Barrett's, though, is a already given EXP lane hero. Oh, no, that's why. I was thinking about the Belleray. So Belleray can go into the roam or EXP depending on the team. You also have to watch out of the Uranus Barrett trade, the resurgence of Novaria, sometimes Selena in the mid and how that might affect things. And of course, the Rafaela. There's one very important trade and I think we would be keen on doubling down on that. Don't forget about the Uranus and the Barretts and its relationship and the draft importance.
Yeah, that's why teams, you're going to see like ONIC, for example, will ban out the Uranus But I guess since they are playing on the blue side, or the red side, I mean, they will have to think about that even more. Okay, well, never mind then. That's going to be the Barrett's pickup. I think this favors ONIC more because now they can second pick this Uranus in case. All they have to do now is probably ban the Varia, for example, for APBR, or a Paquito.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking if they're letting the Paquito through.
You know what? I think I might be okay with them letting the
Paquito
Paquito through. You could just end up picking something like the Belleric and then add in the Uranus over there on the other side. But actually, no. They banned out the Uranus themselves. Let's see. APBR, if they go ahead and pick up the Paquito, the Belleric, I wouldn't be surprised it gets picked up by ONIC right away.
So could it be the Paquito because it worked really well for them? The Hirara is open too, but records would show that they've been able to play around the Paquito much more. And considering Shizo's hero pool, which I'm not sure if we fully explored yet. And speaking of Shizo's hero pool, we add a new one.
Melissa is open. I think you want to pick up the Novaria as soon as possible if you are ONIC Philippines. You don't want to give both the Melissa as well as the Novaria on the side of APBR. And what else is left? You have the Hirara. But you still have a lot of answers to that. You can go for the Harley, in fact, for ONIC. So it answers both Hirara as well as the Melissa. That's why Belleric is going to be the choice. All right. So they still pick up the Hirara.
All right. So I have a lot of dive for ONIC. You mentioned the Novaria earlier. That might be coming in later, either Red 3 or Red 4. But for APBR, and I think you start hacking around the Melissa now, get some range, or you might even consider the Eudora. But the thing is, if you lean towards the Eudora as an answer to the Hirara, then you might be lacking in the range department.
That's right.
Yeah.
You do need a lot of tank ability here for APBR. At the same time, the Rafaela seems to be an option. Esmeralda is their choice, as well as the Mathilda. JM Pigman played this twice yesterday out of their 3 games. Eventually had to ban it out themselves. But now ONIC, I feel like you really have to take the Novaria this time.
Yeah, and it's not like they're expecting a Dairoth matchup anyway, I guess.
I don't think so.
For Kirk, I don't think he is going to be considering those kinds of heroes. And that would actually surprise me because it's not necessarily the Paquito that they're really prioritizing. So it's really the Melissa, it's Shizo that they're playing around this time?
Yeah.
For sure.
We've seen that Mathilda get played in a very aggressive manner, a la JP yesterday in their matchup. So if it's not part of the range, all right, so ONIC are going to be leaning towards their Key Kaja pickup, a very super Yoshi pick that went very successful to them, paired up with their Aurora.
Yeah, typically not a hero that you will use up against the Mathilda because the Mathilda can easily save people. But there was a time where people were saying that, okay, yeah, let's go Kaja, let's go hard suppress against the Mathilda because in that scenario, the Mathilda Guiding Wind will not be as effective. However, Kaja has been changed since then. And if you think about it, Mathilda wants to help his teammates or her teammates by being together. With the team. So they're clumping up together naturally. So maybe there is a world where if you're ONIC PH, you're thinking, oh, maybe the Kaja, the new Kaja ultimate can work now.
You know, with the thing about Guiding Wind and then now with the ultimate of the new Kaja, it feels like we might end up seeing a literal tug of war. Kaja wanting to pull the team the other way, the Melissa wanting to Guiding Wind away from the Kaja.
Yeah, but it also feels like a less stressful way of dealing with the Melissa, especially considering that you don't necessarily have to come as close. Just to make sure that you lock her down or prevent her from moving in a position which she would actually favor.
And speaking of, you are now looking for chain stuns in that regard if you are ONIC. I know that the Novaria will be good, and I've mentioned that many times earlier, but I think that ONIC might be looking towards the likelihood of a Vexana. Of course, the Aurora is no longer available, but imagine the Vexana, which is almost like the ultimate of the Aurora, but faster, but at the same time deals more ramp damage because of the Eternal Guardian. That will be a very good combo here coming out from ONIC. Imagine having the Vexana in this Belleric plus Kaja combo.
Oh. What? So there's a lot of combos that you could already imagine, right? It's the Divine Binding, the Wrath of Dryad. Plus, you just let the Eternal Guardian just do whatever he wants.
Part of me is surprised that they banned out this Eudora. I mean, thinking about it, it's not like the Mathilda regains health. It just adds a shield. It makes sense. But then the Vexana is a bigger problem. hero that has a little bit more range is a much bigger problem right now for AP Bren.
But there are two ways for ONIC to go about it. They can go sustain now if they're already okay with their setups with the Beleric as well as the Kaja. If they're satisfied with that, they can go sustain with the Rafaela that has good synergy with the Hirara as we've seen before. But I feel like, knowing ONIC, they want to go damage here. They want to go Vexana on Novaria.
There's Novaria in the long range, and I wouldn't be surprised if ONIC just ends up closing it out with a Beatrix as their pick. I know there's a Mathilda on the other side, but it just goes so well with the rest of the lineup.
Yeah. I believe that Mr. Saveras has his own global ban set for himself.
Yeah.
I think he hasn't played the same hero twice yet. Well, they played the 2-0, so... I do like the Beatrix though. That's a Novaria Beatrix combo. The Novatrix.
Novatrix.
Oh right, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like someone on the Filipino desk likes to play that combo.
Oh yeah.
But there's no Paquito Nolan anymore. If it's a Harley, that's too much magic. Oh!
Lucas.
Mathilda Lucas.
Ooh.
Oh wait, Mathilda mid. Ooh.
Mathilda mid, get that Kacha for Escalera. So they're going double sustain for the Melissa.
Yeah.
Understandable. This is for Protect One. This is no longer a James Banks kind of team. This is a Shizo team now for AP Brand.
No, but theoretically, if they don't get a good early game for James Banks, doesn't that also harm the Melissa?
100%, yes. So they now ONIC can just go back to looking at the early game, which now the idea of a Brody seems to be really good for ONIC, or a Clint actually.
Ah, yeah.
Which is what ONIC Indonesia used against Eman's Melissa, if I remember that correctly. No, it was Falcons actually. I think the Clint.
It's a Brody.
It's a Brody,
I mean,
yeah.
Clint Brody, those that can really kite.
Safera already played the Clint, so he probably said, okay, now, coach, I've already played the Clint. Let me play the Brody.
He wants to beat his record of unique heroes
That's
used in a season.
Oh, all right. Interesting choices here, especially on the side of AP Bren. Playing around the Lucas, we did point out, it needs to have a good early game. It doesn't need to dominate. It just needs to smoothen out the curve for the eventual spike of the Melissa on the side of AP Bren. Meanwhile, for ONIC, pretty much they can play that old ONIC style, just go fast, go hard, but they still have to respect the fact that the Matilda might just be the X factor here against that with the Lucas, excuse me.
Yeah, I don't remember, even with my time with Lancy, him playing the Matilda. Three purifies.
Three purifies.
Very defensive here. AP Bren really wants to take care of the Melissa, and you're right, Renmar, if James Fox's game in the early stages is not as good, then normally the Melissa would also suffer. Now, if you're going to be looking at the Lucas, it's generally good against assassins. With the help of a good catch as well as the Matilda, you add more depth to the aggression that they can have in the early stages. I'm just really scared when ONIC can go for the counter engage through the Novaria as well as this Kaja.
Yeah.
But at least for the first turtle, AP Bren does have the advantage.
Welcome to game number 1, folks. AP Bren and ONIC. Slancy with a support emblem set. Inspire. Going for Wilderness Blessing. Not wanting to pack what has been the usual pickup now for mid laners, just to pull yourself together.
And speaking of pull yourself together, that is Savero's choice. I think this is the first time that I'll see it in a Marksman.
Yeah.
Particularly the gold lane, Savero. Yesterday the trend was Bargain Hunter, but now Savero's like, okay, pull yourself together. That's very interesting. I think he wants to really be aggressive and active in the early stages.
Yeah, I can imagine just him wanting to secure the laning phase at least for ONIC, and because I feel like eventually the team fights based on these two teams and their lineups would really favor AP Bren if it just gets so extended.
Yeah.
So maybe they'd want to have a bit more reliable source of repositioning and whatnot for Savero, since later on he'd be very crucial to last long in the fights.
We also have to watch out for the eventual spike in aggression coming in from ONIC once Savero has that Sky Piercer and he starts getting stacks for that Brody. Not a lot of action just yet, a big team fighting action, but JM Pigman has done a great job of stopping Kirk in the lane, has a huge advantage over him, and is going to hit level 4 first.
Unbreakable, not landing onto anyone. King Kong brings Escalera down very low though, and that's a few seconds before the first objective actually spawns.
Oh, it's actually staying in here. They want to make sure that the Beleric will get his level 4. And that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Okay.
Helping Kirk a little bit. And that should be enough for Kirk to get the Wrath of the Dryad. Super Prince has his own ultimate. And what this configuration means for ONIC is that if they do secure this turtle, maybe get another kill, they will get Super Yoshi's ultimate.
That's a circling
Fancy.
eagle already.
Might have been a little bit too early, but Kirky is already level 4, as we pointed out. Be a big setup here for ONIC to get this turtle number 1.
And they know that the circling eagle is not going to be available. Escalera isn't level 4 just yet. They're gonna go for King Kong. King Kong is already out of range, but does AP Brent still get enough time to secure this objective? 4 members of ONIC still trying to go, but they're gonna focus on the fight! James Pax picks up first blood! Kirk uses the Revitalize, but is it enough to sustain the damage coming through for AP Brent? They're gonna transition. They no longer want to go for the commit, and they might have spent a bit too much time!
Oh, overcooking AP Bren. But I do like the idea coming up from Jace Pax to jump onto Super Prince. Once he saw that Super Prince already used the second skill to shatter, and but that meant that ONIC were able to turn it around because Kirk survived. And I like how Kirk is playing. He is surprisingly masterful with this Beleric.
Whoa! Okay! I did not expect Gatot Kacha Matilda to actually pull that off, but it seemed like Super Yoshi was already kind of low, but Super Prince! He gets to find a trade for ONIC.
So that confirms it. Getting hit by a meteor to the face actually hurts.
Yup. Almost point blank in there. Very hard for Escalera to get out of there, but all things considered, AP Bren taking out Super Yoshi first. James Max is level 7 at this point. It's already has his first kill. I think this is really decent for AP Bren. They should not panic. I think that they have a lot of ways. But King Kong, overextension.
KOG will not connect, but they still get to reach King Kong, and that's gonna be enough to pull out the damage. Wrath of Dryad from Kirk. He's just gonna try and run away, but he still forced the chase. They're not. Super Yoshi 2 within range, and that's gonna be it for AP Bren. They might get a chance at least reducing some HP of this turret, but they're not gonna go for the turret! It's still the kill that AP Bren wants!
Gotta give it to AP Brent. They know exactly what they need to do, and they are pushing the pedal to the metal by playing full aggro. 3 kills for James Banks.
You know, the butterfly effect of that aggression coming out from King Kong when he tried to go for that steal on the Crammer, was able to do so. But AP Brent have already gathered themselves, was like 4 members in there, taking out King Kong, then eventually poking Kirk, forcing the Wrath of the Dryad, that when now the fat wave of minions in the bottom lane that should have been for Kirk to farm, he wasn't able to get when he tried to desperately get the farm and defend the turret. What happened was he got killed. He did not have the Wrath of the Dryad. All that stemmed to the fact that King Kong overstepped and tried to steal that Crammer.
This is like the first time I'm seeing a Hirara being chased down so often.
Yep.
It's not common to see the Hirara not being able to escape.
Yeah, usually she's the one doing the chasing down. Let's see who's going to be getting this turtle. AP Brent still looks good for them. They've gotten to take their condition for the early game. Now can they smoothen it out? Shizo's not going to be here yet, while ONIC have now sent Severo here. It's 5 versus 4.
Okay, Divine! Binding already used! Super Yoshi doesn't catch anyone! But are AP Brent in position? Lassie already using the Circling Eagle, but it's still King Kong who secures the objective! Escalera with the Revitalize, they're just trying to run away! There's no Divine Binding, but all members of ONIC are trying to go for the chase! Escalera finally falls, doesn't even get to use the AOG! And that's 1 member down for AP Brent!
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Shizo has pushed. It was Kirk with a great use of the Wrath of Dryad to stop James Banks. He got taunted by the Beleric.
Yeah, all things considered, only losing Escalera, the turtle, but them gaining farm on the Melissa and the push up top. I think that's actually good for AP Brent.
It's another re-engage from AP Brent, and with James Banks at the front, they get to reach Severo! One of the best targets that you could find! And they're still gonna go for it! They want more, but it's just JM Pinkman now! They're not gonna force the fight!
Now it's absolutely a win for AP Brent. The turtle and a kill went in favor of ONIC. But overall, the map is turning AP Brent because of that trade. They took out Severo. They pushed the top lane. Shizo is farming quietly 4.1 thousand gold at this point, catching up to what Severo was able to achieve. And James Banks already ramping up 4.6k, getting the War Axe very near his second item. This means that the third turtle, AP Brand, will have a very strong contention in that.
Wow. This is just such an efficient trio mid-rotation from AP Brand.
Yep.
You don't even get to pay attention to Shizu anymore just because of their movements across the map. ONIC can't keep up.
Mid Mathilda works. It does deal a lot of damage, but you need to have a roamer with it that can clear waves fast. percussive blast, and even without it, the Gatot Kacha has some damn good wave clear.
James Max is level 11 at this point, and they're already going to the jungle of ONIC.
Again, it's King Kong. Who do you want to go for? Unbreakable still charging. Chizo using to go away. Now King Kong can actually somewhat try to escape, but he's still trapped. He's in the middle of 3 members, now making it 4. 4 members of AP Bread with the immobilized. Can it be enough? Not with the circling eagle present for Lancy.
He doesn't get away, but if you need any proof that Hirara is busted, that's it right there.
That's it right there. It takes 5, but they do take on the turtle. They will lose their bottom lane turret, but they will gain more ground when it comes to controlling the jungle. James Max already working on the orange buff that should belong to King Kong. They will not be able to push mid, but at least they are applying the pressure in the side of the jungle of ONIC.
Heading into today, 9 out of 10 games, the team that got the first turtle won it. ONIC got the first 2, AP Bren got the third, but it's AP Bren in the lead. And I feel like it's because it looks like they saw. Whoa, JN!
Oh no.
He got the last hit!
Oh, Mr. 50-50. Looks like he is on the better side of that 50-50 right now.
Yeah.
Actually, almost, on the same level as King Kong right now. And it will take a lot of work for the Hirara to come back from this game. 1,000 lead for AP Brand. They don't have the purple buff on King Kong when the time that the Lord will be up. So ONIC needs to make a play happen maybe around 30 seconds before the Lord spawns so that they will at least regain their momentum.
Yeah, okay. Making a play happen even before AP Bren decide to make a play of their own, because so far it's always been AP Bren deciding when to fight, and ONIC has had to just respond every single time. So we're taking a quick pause before resuming the action. But so far it's really looking good for AP Bren, and I must say this is doubling down on the line that they mentioned. This is the new AP Bren.
Yeah, and that goes alongside what I wanted to say earlier before JM's Pinkman rudely interrupted me with a great purple buff steal on King Kong, is that it's like they looked at MSC and really held that to heart. MSC teams excelled the way they did because they weren't afraid to make those 50-50 plays.
Yeah.
Those moments that you don't think, for us Filipinos, oh, they're not going to go for it. They want to set up. No, screw that setup. Let's just go for it.
I don't know if this is just a theory, but because of Matilda and Gatot Kacha with the Revitalize, you are somehow incentivized to go for those 50-50 plays because end of the day, you're just healing yourself. You're just committing some of your HP in exchange for pressure or a chance at winning a team fight, which they eventually do.
I agree. More than a Eudora flicker for Lancy.
Yeah, for sure.
This feels like a more 50-50 hero or mid-duo composition.
So that's something that now we can lash on with the return of healers such as Rafaela and Matilda, and of course, revitalizing some key heroes. Life is a resource, and it's a resource that you can spend as long as you have a way of gaining it back.
Yeah. And it seems like Dancy as well as Escolar are taking advantage of both of those. I mean, not only with the Revitalize, that Gatot Kacha is natural hero that you want to really dive into and use that HP to force some rotations from your opponents. And you can really easily take it back with the Revitalize, but also the passive coming out from the Gatot Kacha allows you to return back some of the HP that you've lost.
Yeah, because I think it was always pointed out, even in the discussion on the panel earlier on, the amount of poke heroes that you really see nowadays. And since ONIC still decided to go for the Novaria, the fact that the Matilda's in mid and just so aggressive. It's not like they're the ones going for the poke first. It's like, before you even get to throw out the Star Shutter, you're already being chased down, or King Kong's already being chased down.
Yeah, if AP Brent played this game differently and decided to slow things down, go for a setup, and not go for the pounce right away when they could, then they'd start feeling more pain from the setup that a Novaria would like to get with the Star Scatter, slow reading of your rotations. But AP Brand have made themselves very surprising and overwhelming for ONIC to handle. Still, ONIC now have gotten on the board even more with their towers. It's even. They've been able to play the macro. AP Brand has had to sacrifice a little bit of that to get the wins that they've had. It's very close in gold. You can still turn things around if this is ONIC. Severo has a Sky Piercer. AP Brent, as this game goes on, needs to be more and more careful.
Yeah.
Once stack starts rolling in, it's not going to be good.
I think the response coming up from ONIC, they have just mirrored what AP Brent was doing, letting them push, not giving away any kills afterwards, and then just, lick their wounds and get the scraps that they can. And quietly out there, Severo is leading versus Shizo. And you also have Hirana coming out from Kiko with 6,300 gold. Not too far behind James Banks. Even all things considered, I think ONIC found a way and contest this first Lord.
So Lord number 1. Calera and Kirk both have to revitalize. Here comes an entry.
There you go. What? That's another attempt from Lancey, but they all get revealed by that Astral Echo. There goes the Star Shutter, but it's enough time. James Pounds just goes for the objective, and they might still consider a bit of a skirmish, but they won't. They gotta keep it safe. They already have the Lord on their side.
Oh, great Lord Dance. Lancey leading that charge literally with the Circling Eagle, calling out James Banks. And the thing with the Lucas is that if you pop your ultimate, you're immune to crowd control, so he easily got back to the turtle, the Lord, while Shizo was working on that Lord, and he was just there to collect and drive by to get that retribution off. What a great Lord that's coming out from AB Brent. It was very smooth.
Very easy looking zone out. Circling Eagle, get that Sacred Beast out, and then now ONIC is wondering, oh wait, are we gonna fight? And they didn't even need to bring the Sacred Beast out. It was just a threat. It's a threat of them doing something that stopped ONIC from fighting.
Yeah, you already forced out a reaction with just that. But ONIC, have already used the Divine Binding even before the Lord gets close.
I feel like that's the second one that we've seen miss in this game.
For sure. Oh. AP Brent are getting into the heads of ONIC, specifically for Super Yoshi. Right now, fleeting time as well as the immortality. We're not seeing the potential just yet.
See, whenever he goes in for the dash, you gotta expect that Circling Eagle. Escalera, though, with a follow-up AOG, gets caught by the taunt with the Wrath of the Dryad, but it's going to be okay. AP Brent take the base turret in exchange of Escalera. They gotta disengage, though. They could not push any further.
Wow, there is a discipline where you sacrifice some of your HP again to force some reactions from your opponents.
Oh, the Purify was a bit too early. I think we got to see that.
Oh,
But the response from James Banks, who together with Lancey, they're fighting this even if it's just the two of them, and it's gonna be a shutdown for Severo! He picks up a double kill. Purify forced out on Lancey, and Super Prince gets to take him too!
We were just talking about discipline, but for a moment, AP Brent slipped.
Oh, I was about to say, in the bottom lane siege that AP Brent did, they sacrificed some of their HP to get a siege, to get a push. And it doesn't look disciplined because you're aggressive, but it is. But now, in the middle, when you see JM Pinkman sacrificing himself, ONIC just got three kills.
Oh, that hurt. It's looking like a very expensive decision from AP Brent now. They lost the base turret too, when in fact they could have just kept the pressure going.
He could sense that James Banks decided to go in for that just so that they could balance things out. They saw a good clear line towards the Brody, but it's a Brody that had the Belleric around it. Kirk didn't have the Wrath of Dryad, but that revitalized, kept him alive.
And also the Wind of Nature that was available there for Severo.
You're right.
That was one of the good plays that he was able to do against James Banks. James Banks felt very confident diving into Severo because he knows that the Sky Piercer alone will not be enough, but Yoshi overstayed, and now Escalera.
Yeah, he's not gonna get out of this. He does go down before the fight even breaks out, but Super Yoshi, do they still want to re-engage? The Lord is up, and that's already one member from AP Brent who will not be able to participate.
Fleeting time, by the way, for Super Yoshi. So look at the timers go so quick for Super Yoshi. Find that red pie chart. It will now be available in just a few seconds.
Severo has stacks on that Piercer, and we've seen many times in the past few months how quickly that can chain together. Looks great for ONIC. AP Brenner down one.
Falling Star Moon doesn't connect. Lancey goes straight for the backlines. It's Severo that James Banks actually wants to go for, but the Winter Crown timing wasn't enough. Severo picks up a mega kill, and it's ONIC going for the cleanup. Another Winter Crown for Shizo, but it's just gonna be a double King Kong. JF Pinkman, he's all alone. It's a triple. King Kong and the rest of ONIC have only left Escalera to defend.
perfect wind of nature by Savero to keep himself alive. Escalada cannot get close. That's it for game 1.
Imagine being in control for the entirety of the game. AP Bren fumbled. They had a great siege down the bottom lane, and just a few seconds thereafter, they made a mistake. Diving Savero, not minding their own side of the map. They weren't playing together in that last minute, and they were duly punished by ONIC Philippines.
That's the other side of the equation of that chaos meta of being aggressive and you getting rewarded for it. There are still some conditions you really have to respect before you dive. In the previous one, Wind of Nature kept him alive. This one, Wind of Nature again kept him alive. Great formation for ONIC, playing around their Brody, and a huge slip up by AP Bren.
Oh, this is wrong. I mean, I think it's understandable that JM Pinkman dies here. It's okay. Don't dive anymore. I think they're trying to go for the play, but unfortunately, because of the chain stuns coming out from ONIC, as well as the Wind of Nature that you saw from Savero, Savero landed maybe 2 to 3 hits, which meant 2 to 3 stacks of the passive, which also meant that you will be bursted down, James Banks. Had it been that he landed one more hit, Savero would have died probably after the Circling Eagle and the Guiding Wind was used by Lancy. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case. King Kong, with the fans of the Hirara, able to win it for the team.
I didn't even put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, so that was what he was doing.
Yeah. So this is Hirara cosplay. Gotcha. 100% kill participation. King Kong was there for every single one of major movements by ONIC PH. Of course, they understood that they needed to play around their formation. And this is where you see a little bit of the problems for teams that want to be aggressive and get kills. When they're playing around the gold laner such as Melissa, and they forget about the Melissa.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the replay right now. A lot of good plays from King Kong for sure. 100% kill participation. That's natural for ONIC to just gravitate around this Hirara, but it wasn't the easiest game for him. Super Yoshi as well struggled in the early stages, missing all of his ultimates in the early stages of the game. Even this one, but King Kong making sure that he gets the turtle this time. I gotta say though, AP Bren really made it so difficult for ONIC to play, but this one specifically, you can look at it again. Savero was low, stuns James Banks, and then everybody from ONIC just chain stuns James Banks in there. There was that Guiding Wind, and James Banks could have reached Savero, but in the end, Savero was there for the shutdown. So ONIC just regained their momentum, and even Savero making sure that he pops the ultimate, gets out of there, actually gets back to full life because of that, and then turns it around for ONIC.
Yeah.
Revitalized, man. Too good.
It's so important for AP Bren to remind themselves as the game progresses, because I feel like all of the risky plays were already very rewarding during the moments wherein they clearly had an advantage against ONIC and their lineup. They maximized it to its fullest potential, but it came to a point where ONIC could already fight back, and they fought back by not directly fighting back, just by the macro plays that they did. And in moments like that, I think they gotta what's the term I could use? They gotta relax a bit. They gotta remind them, pull it back a bit and tone it down.
Tone it down, yeah.
Because I feel like they were just so...
They were lost in their own sauce.
Yeah.
As the kids would say it. I don't know if it's the kids or the owners who say that now. But you can
kids.
tell at some point that's just what happens. So the carry brought to us by Visa, of course, King Kong, our MVP of the game. And it's unfortunate, really, that you could pinpoint the exact moment
12 minutes
where AP Bren lost this game.
Oh, very unfortunate, because I think that AP Bren were so into this kind of school of thought where they have to keep the pressure up. And to be fair, they do have to do it. It's just that there are some moments where if you lose one of your heroes, it's fine. You already pushed down the bottom lane. They were able to get the inhibitor turret out there. If JM Pinkman in the mid lane was the casualty, cut your loss.
Yeah.
Let it be just JM Pinkman and not a shutdown on James.
Yeah, because it's all good. It's your EXP laner. It's one of your frontliners. you forced out the divine binding, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
You don't need to jump on it right away. And if you're gonna go for that, I don't know if at that moment I wish Shizo said something, but well, maybe we'll find out later on. By the way, Aurora's choice is still unleashed here. The GT50 Pro brings hydro flow, liquid cooling, and all-day 144 FPS to every match, keeping your gameplay smooth and lag-free.
It's now better than ever with the GT Watch 5 Pro and GT Buds 5. Collect the full GT set and unlock the ultimate gaming experience today. It's a watch enough.
I miss my GT50 Pro. I do still have the GT30 Pro though, so that's all good. But I do miss a GT50 Pro. Get yours today and get the full gaming experience. Like it all goes well together. The systems, the everything.
The hardware.
What's the word? The ecosystem there. Thank you. The ecosystem is great. If you want to add to that ecosystem, get yourself the Infinix XPad 30 Pro. This is it right here, featuring a big eye care display, perfect for binge watching, late night reviewing, and smooth casual gaming that's fun and hassle-free.
Packed in a slim, lightweight build made to go wherever you go. Whether on stage or on the go, be a game winner and a deadline killer with the Infinix XPad 30 Pro. What's that supposed to be?
A deadline killer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So deadlines. It's things that, let's say, you're given a certain time to do it.
Oh.
Yes.
Then you're gonna.
And when you cross it, you're dead.
Yeah, that got pretty dark. So be the gamer you want to be with Visa's fan-exclusive deals, rewards, and VIP experiences. Order your GCash Visa card today and get 250 MLBB diamonds plus a chance to win an exclusive MLBB skin. And let's give a chance for Wolf to read the second part here.
Level up and flex those skins in style. Head over to GCash app and check out the promo page for more information. Power your game with GCash Visa.
I've never heard a more aggressive readout for an ad spiel.
I felt very aggressive because I am powered up by the Visa.
Now I want to do it. Now I want to get that GCash Visa card. I'm sorry, Wilford. No, I'm sorry. But you know, yesterday we had a very was that yesterday or 2 days ago? A very legendary moment.
Oh yeah.
2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago. Because strong play starts with confidence. Clear Man, a proud partner of today's MPL action, is the shampoo made for men. That's a hell of a glow up.
I agree. And you gotta stay cool, stay fresh, and lock in a clear win.
Bar up and stay fresh daily with the Clear Man, the shampoo made for men. And how about that glorious beard this guy's rocking?
Yeah. I wonder if he's gonna grow and go in fully grow a full Gettysburg.
Oh yeah.
You know, go 80s up on us.
Congratulations.
Big full beard. You know, sometimes I wonder how Brigida would look like with a full beard.
There are filters you can use.
Have you used it?
Yes.
What does it look like? What's your
Because there's a trend, right? There's a trend where you gotta check how you look like with it and gotta lower your standards if you wouldn't date
Lower what?
your version, the male version of yourself.
Oh, that one. All right. Oh yeah, there's also one produced where you could see how you would look like as a woman. Me as a woman is not great.
I think it's cute.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Me as a man, it's cool.
Yeah, it is. It is. Very cool looking dude.
Yeah.
How do you think you would look like?
With a beard? A woman but a beard? That's...
Yeah, I guess that's what we're going for.
If you wanna.
Sure, why not?
Maybe we should try it. Maybe we should try that app.
Let's try it out.
But in case you guys are seeing this, I hope you don't try it on this.
Oh, they will.
Yo!
You already opened up the idea. They will do it.
It has begun. This entire conversation was begun by Brigida and not by me. Let's talk about what's happening in regional MLBB with our host report.
Thank you so much, casters. This is Denise reporting on the sidelines. Naging mainit nga agad ang ipinakita ng ONIC kontra APBR. But yes, pag-usapan muna natin ang latest updates on our regional news. Dito muna tayo sa MPL Malaysia. Nanatiling undefeated ang Selangor Red Giants ni Coach Arcadia, Innocent at Cram matapos patumbahin ang Bigatron MY by Vitality noong Biyernes. Dikdikan ang naging bakbakan ng noong parehong undefeated teams. Unang nakapuntos ang Red Robots ng Pinoy EXP laner na si James, ngunit nag-init ang SRG sa Games 2 at 3 para pihitin ang reverse sweep. Pipilitin nilang panatilihin ng SRG ang kanilang perfect record sa harap ng isa pang Pinoy EXP laner na si 3mar at ng Team Flash mamaya sa kanilang huling laban ng Week 2. Samantala, nagawa namang makares back ni na James at ng Bigatron na winalis ang RRQ Kaito kahapon. Tatangkain nilang ipagpatuloy ang momentum laban sa Team Ray at Vamos sa susunod na linggo. Abangan natin yan. At dumako naman tayo sa MPL Indonesia. Kahapon, naganap na nga ang kauna-unahang Royal Derby para sa MDLID Season 18. Hindi na pinaporma ng ONIC Esports na Kyrie at Kelra ang RRQ Hoshi ni Demon Kite na mabilis nilang winalis para makalawit ang ikalawa nilang tagumpay this season. Susubukan ng Sky Kings na panatilihin ang kanilang perfect record sa Grand Finals rematch kontra Bigatron by Vitality. At samantala, patuloy ang pag-arangkada ng Navi na Coach Wynot at ng jungler na si Andoryu. Kasalukuyan nilang hawak ang 3-1 record sa pagtatapos ng Week 2 ng MPLID. Winalis nila ang TLID noong Biyernes bago lusutan ng Geek Fam ID 2-1 kahapon. Yan muna ang latest sa happenings outside MPL. Stay updated on all things MPL Philippines and connect with the most passionate community in esports. Join the MPL Philippines official Facebook group, the Superfan channel, and the MLBB official Discord and get all your access pass to exclusive content, the latest news, and community discussions. Be part of the MPL Philippines family. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join the conversation. See you there. But for the meantime, balik muna tayo sa MPL Casters. Casters, Palag Na To.
ONIC leads against APBR after the unfortunate events at APBR. They didn't fall into it. It was off of their own decisions.
Yeah.
100%.
But let's look at it on the other side. They did great before all of that happened.
That's a really good way to look at it if you're AP brand. That they just have to remind themselves that that was a good draft that we played. That was a good draft that we had. Great idea to execute in the early stages, and we did execute up until the point where we just did it. And the good thing about it is that you can pinpoint exactly when it was. So all you have to do now is to just not do that, right?
Yeah.
When you go to Dr. Obvious and Dr. Obvious will say, "Hey, just don't do that."
Yeah.
Hey, maybe don't.
Just don't.
Maybe don't.
It's a hard and tough loss to recover from, but I'm sure they can. Their vibes feel lighter. Their leadership, it's a bit more clear now. You could see it, and Escalera's gotta take charge for all of that, considering what happened. And it's Escalera and Lancy who has to take charge of a lot of things, I feel.
Yeah.
Gotta remind their teammates of things. So
And it's funny, that happened when Escalera was down.
it's down.
Yeah.
And I am now reminded also of something that James Banks mentioned about KLVJ last season, where he was actually the guy to sort of balance out the aggression that James Banks wants to do. So maybe it's on JM Pigman or someone else on April Bren to maybe tell James Banks, hey, maybe not now.
So it's really James Banks constantly or oftentimes tending to do that.
Control your emotions, James Banks.
James Banks.
In Indonesian, santai, bro. Santai.
It's just a minor reminder, and
Yeah.
hopefully they get to
Yeah, and the good thing is in the big picture of it all, yes, it led to a loss, but it was a minor mistake.
Yep.
It's literally a moment where you can just go, hey, just don't do this.
Yes, you can definitely do that. That's what I always like when you execute properly in the early stages, because you know that your foundations are good, and all you have to do is to make sure that every step of the way you're making the better decisions one after the other. You can easily remind yourself after that hey, let's not go over the top this time, next time, and next time tell me this so that I can do this. It's more like, hey, next time this is what we're gonna do, and I think there's a natural growth in that. But the fact of the matter is that you have to make sure that your fundamentals are okay.
Yeah.
If that game didn't go in the favor of AP Bread in the early stages as perfectly as it should be with the lineup that they had, then you have to panic. But because of the result of the early stages for AP Bread, I think that they shouldn't. I think that they just go back and just tell themselves, okay, let's just not do that.
So for this game number 2, AP Brand has decided to not flip the script, but just have some minor revisions. They still decide to stick in the blue side.
Yep. Okay.
And they've made some adjustments. They've
Wait
banned
a
Marcel
second.
Solina again, but this time they're the ones who ban out the Atlas with
Okay.
Barrett's open.
That's right. Barrett's as well as the Melissa. What do you first pick now for AP Bread? I think that this might be the game that you first pick the Melissa. I know that the Brass is available, but at the same time, yep, you are looking at both the Barretts and the Belleric. It's unlikely that ONIC picks both, so at least you get one of those tanky dudes that you always surround the Melissa with.
Yeah.
So it's the Barretts, probably Hirara. There you go. So you have to pick the Belleric here if you're AP Bren. And then probably the Matilda. You have to take it away from ONIC. Matilda has good synergy with Melissa anyways. So if I were to guess, yes, this should be Belleric and Matilda.
So very minor adjustments too. Overall, in terms of the draft, it's still going to be a play around Shizo type of comp, but ONIC have already experienced it in game 1.
Hey.
What are the chances that they don't let that same Lucas Matilda through because they prioritize a Esmeralda Belleric, which I guess is no longer a flex.
This is not a flex. Belleric will be now in the hands of Escalera, which is good. I really don't like this Esmeralda. It's way too passive. But at the same time, maybe JM Pinkman has his MMR to work with. So it's natural for Kaja to be picked up here by ONIC.
Yeah. Seems like that's their pick now. And maybe that might be one of the picks that really has popped up as one of the potential answers to the formation around the Melissa, but we haven't really seen a lot of it.
Not yet.
It's just been mainly initiators. Still, it's great. You get some good combos, very disruptive for the start of a team fight for the opposing team once you're getting pulled, and then at the same time you get eaten up by the Barretts. They can decide who goes first. So in the second phase, with James Banks still not showing a jungler, they might consider banning out the Nolan later on. But instead of picking up the Matilda for themselves at red 4, they ban it out. Interesting choice.
Okay.
I wonder what the odds are that they might be considering a a Rafaela in mid. But I feel like they might be lacking in the damage department. They might just be keen on allowing the Barretts to play slow and then having damage for Super Friends.
Yeah.
Like the Varia, for example, the Vexana that we talked about in the previous game. There are 4 heroes now that could be picked up by Super Friends. The Eudora, the Novaria, the Vexana, the Aurora. And whenever you do the math in the second bans and you see like there are already 4 good heroes, sometimes it's not even worth it to even ban out one of them. But at the same time, though, you don't want to give up the Aurora because you saw that it was a very potent combo that ONIC played with from before. So there's the Nolan. You mentioned there, Redmar. I believe that for AP Bren, because of the result of the previous game, they might be magnetized towards banning out the Novaria. I feel like is what they're going to do here.
Yeah, it would be good. It just makes it so much easier to make their combos happen.
Okay.
But they ban out the Eudora. I think AP Brent might be looking towards a Harley for James Banks.
That's right.
Oh, and at least it's a bit different now. It's not a Matilda in mid, so maybe the damage is just going to be spread out a bit more.
The Varia is very tempting here for ONIC. Like I said, the Vexana might be the second option here, but the Novaria Super Friends have played from the previous game. It's so easy to be a captain when you're playing the Novaria because of the extra view that you get, the field of view. And of course, you have really good synergy with the Barretts as well because when you pop the ultimate, the Daytona's welcome, there's no way Super Friends will miss, right?
And that's going to make it so difficult for the other captain.
Right. So
but they're going Vexana.
That's right. It's almost the same. Yep. This time, though, they felt like they have to put more effort in the early game. And this Kaja with the Vexana in the mid lane, that's a scary combination. So if you're AP Brenu, what is left with you? Do you want to take the Novaria for yourself or do you just want to go Rafaela here for Lancy?
I feel like a little bit of healing might help them
Yeah,
out.
same, but the damage.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're going to be lacking it. And then they're going to have to put damage on James Banks, but then might be really dangerous. Yeah, it's
They go Rafaela.
Then Harley, as we mentioned, maybe.
Harley, or do they want to go Hanzo?
Oh!
Is that a thing for James Banks?
He's thinking about it too, dude.
That's real.
Oh, it's back!
I mean,
he's back into it.
He said he told his coaching staff, hey, how come Jim Pinkman picks his Esmeralda all the time? How about my signature hero?
Yeah.
All right, let's play the Suyo. And ONIC are going to be looking for their gold lane, which happens to be the Bips again.
Wow.
Savero with his own global ban imposed on himself. It's a tour. I want to remember what was the proper term for this because, you know, Dojin, our former marshal,
Yeah.
he has this thing where he goes from one character to another. Then he makes sure that every character is played by him.
That's true.
So this is like what literally Savero's doing.
Yeah.
4 different heroes in 4 games.
So,
Oh,
So
he's
it's-
rotating or...
it's like a roulette.
Oh, roulette.
Maybe a roulette, yeah.
Yeah.
Or not. Or
A cavalcade. No, that's too much.
a carousel?
Oh, I like that. A
okay.
carousel.
So,
Yeah.
so we're in the Savero carousel right now?
Yeah. So
Nice.
someone now is gonna edit Savero riding a carousel
Yeah.
of his own hero pool.
Unbelievable.
Another different one here. Although we did get to see Beatrix, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we saw it
Yes.
against Aurora. We saw Melissa from Savero. We saw
That's
the
right.
Brody. So, yeah.
I wonder why Savero decided to go for the Beatrix this time and not give us the Nova Trix combination from the previous game. And this time they went for the Vexana with the Beatrix.
Yeah, you're right.
But all things considered, this is a good lineup. I feel like this is way better. This is my suggestion from the previous game, Vexana plus the Kaja. And this is very strong. You can see how quickly they finished that mid lane wave. However, the sustain coming out from the Beleric as well as the Rafaela means that they're not even bothered by the strength of this duo from ONIC.
Yeah, Rafaela just makes Beleric even more annoying. If you just joined us, we are in game number 2. And we did point out a lot how the Aurora and Vexana are somewhat similar in filling the same role if it's through the Kaja in the roam. And the last time we saw Kaja Aurora, it was Beatrix played by Savero.
Yep. Oh.
The Sigma pattern, the Sigma.
Stolen.
Oh my god.
They don't know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're gonna find out. Oh my god.
Where's my orange buff?
Yo, King Kong. We're seeing it again after so long.
Fast clear purple, straight into the orange, no answer.
Yep.
And this is gonna be hell for AP Brand.
Super Yoshi is already working on the orange buff. Gonna be delivering it to King Kong. Oh, I think he just went for the reset so that there won't be any kind of invasion. As James Max will now just settle for a Crammer, but between a Crammer and an orange buff, I'll definitely choose the orange buff.
It's been reset too. It's taking so long. Super
Okay.
Yoshi just pulled it away from AP
Super
Brand.
Yoshi?
That was so smart.
Whoa!
I think they knew that they needed to do that because James Banks went for the full clear purple side before going down to orange in a way as if James Banks sort of read or knew that maybe that would happen, and that Crammer not getting taken away by AP Brand and defended by ONIC delayed it even just for a little bit.
Oh.
But now James Banks, King Kong, both level 4, JM Pinkman might get caught out.
Yep. James Pan's also level 4 too. That already forces out the Purify from JM
okay.
Pinkman! Kirk doesn't land on his own as welcome though. Super Yoshi's here, but he's not level 4. Kirk has to run away. JM Pinkman instead falls at his first blood. Just as we thought that it would have been Kirk.
Way too tanky, the Barretts. Way too big. And now, AP Brand are going to be left to just getting their purple slowly. They're still thinking about contesting ONIC for Turtle 1, but they give it up.
Oh, how about that movement coming out from ONIC? The footwork from all of their members and the fact that they look like they look like they're rallying each other in a racket game, you know? Like they're helping each other. Kirk going in, and then when he is compromised, he moves out, but the rest of ONIC made sure that his retreat will be covered.
Yeah.
And that's also true. That's also the same thing when they did peel for Super Yoshi. ONIC are just playing like a solid unit. There was even a threat of Savero dipping into the fight by going for a double lane setup. We did not see him participate in team fights because AP Brand, the moment they saw that Savero was in the middle, they just retreated. And now ONIC has gotten themselves a sustainable lead in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Both roamers at level 4. Here comes a Rapid Dryad!
It's a pick off on Super Yoshi, so at least they hand over a bit more of gold. And James Panks is finally able to catch up. They're both level 6 now, him and King Kong. Because earlier there was a lead. It was a clear lead in the hands of King Kong.
They needed to get something, and they did. It's a roamer. And AP Brand are not going to be able to fully capitalize it, but they do get a kill for James Banks. Not going to be able to push out any further anywhere, so it just sort of levels out. And Escalera will have his Rapid Dryad back. If my memory serves me right, that should be at around 15 seconds now. Anything we should look out for the items is both roamers rack the Rapid Boots.
Oh. This is gonna be a BOD first item too for Savero. It's
Oh my.
Yeah, that's the usual now for Beatrix.
Yeah, he did that before.
Yeah, BOD and then he'll build attack speed.
and this emblem combination says a lot about how he really wants to go in full damage.
Yeah, that's why I spam attack speed when I play Beatrix. Except my version is I just go boom boom with Bennett. It's more fun that way.
I'm waiting for a shotgun play
Sounds
from
good
Savero.
too. Boom boom with Bennett.
Yeah.
Yep.
Triple B.
Will be.
Another version of it. I know Big Brain Below already takes the cake there.
Yep. So that's the BOD at 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow.
Really, really quick.
The Super Friends was able to get his first item. Yeah, actually, compared to with Super Friends getting Glowing Wand at almost the same time, and the Savero gets BOD at like what, 3,100 gold or 3,200 in price. That's crazy fast.
It's a double lane. It's just overall winning the matchup, and oh!
That's the combo.
It's a new combo brought to you by ONIC. It's not the Aurora, it's the Vexana this time. They eventually get a pick off, but at least because of the passive, Lancy will be able to bring Escalera back. JM Pinkman though, trying to survive. He's being zoned out really, really well, and AP Bren are not gonna contest.
Just like in the previous game, Shizo, his reaction was to just push the opposite lane of the turtle. Concentrate for ONIC.
Oh,
He's gonna go down.
a little bit of a miscom there.
Okay, flicker for Kirk. And JM Pinkman just trying to serve as the front, but ONIC are already going for the retreat. Lancy's still here. There's no Daytona's welcome. I don't think ONIC 2 would fight. Okay, it's gonna be a disengage.
I think it works out well for AP Brand that this seems to be like their default play where they're willing to not fully win early as long as they're getting some towers. So King Kong.
Okay, that's a go away too by Shizo. King Kong's just trying to escape though, but he gets trapped. It's James Panks and Shizo trying to go for the chase. This is a Hirara though.
Yeah. You can't chase down a hero that was built to chase things down.
Yes, sir.
Not gonna be the easiest in the world.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, that little bit of a go away from King Kong actually pushed King Kong away from the blades of James Panks.
Yeah.
A funny little moment.
The continuous deaths of Super Yoshi and the fact that AP Bren are clearing out the minion wave and pushing some of the lanes for themselves, it meant that AP Bren actually cut the lead down, and this is a more manageable game for AP Bren. Despite all the early stages shenanigans that ONIC was able to achieve, James Panks have caught up. 1-0-1 at 4,000 gold, just 500 behind King Kong.
Oh!
Okay.
Catch two!
Oh!
Plus the Bennett's Rage! It's a different combo and Escalera still survives! Savero is on the Bennett, or the shotgun. Super Yoshi gets caught here. James passes the next casualty. It's not looking good.
Bang.
More shields for JM, but the flicker from Savero finishes him off.
Clean start by Yoshi, countered by Escalera, but Savero stayed alive with a shotgun, and he is changing guns quicker than you can blink.
Oh my goodness, the mastery coming out from Savero. The adjustment from AP Bren is another push as the turtle will now be for ONIC. Great start coming up from Super Yoshi. Great answer from AP Bren, but James Panks, because he jumped into ONIC, you saw how Kirk was able to snag him with the Daytona's welcome. ONIC were patient, even when they started with a kill on with a jump coming up from Super Yoshi, followed up by the Bennett's Rage as well as the Eternal Guardian that did not get the kill onto Escalera. They made sure that they reserved one of their ultimates, which was the Daytona's welcome, that was designated to take out James Panks.
Great progress on this tower top side. Kirk will be forced to respond. It's not 8 minutes yet. ONIC are going to be waiting. They're sandwiching AP Bren.
If Lancy's here though, he can see them, but King Kong, he gets easy access to them instead, and the Bennett's Rage. But look at what Shizo has been able to do. He's been able to shut down Savero, but Super Friend still finds a triple kill.
They were all clumped up together. Great for the passive of the Vexana. It was a great Wrath of Drive by Escalera. They got their target, but it's Super Friends with a 3K to keep it on ONIC's side.
That was also again because of King Kong being a sneaky assassin against AP Bren, able to flank and destroy the formation of AP Bren, forcing them to come together. Surely they were able to get the kill to Savero, but the damage was too much coming out from ONIC.
They're able to hold on to their tower in mid. ONIC has a lead as we go back and look at the instant replay. AP Bren, they were ready for this. They knew the members of ONIC were coming, but they just couldn't expect that this is the response that ONIC would deliver.
Did you see that Eternal Guardian comboed up with the Savero ultimate that deleted James Panks almost immediately? But that meant that Savero had to go closer unable to pop the flicker to get out of there. Shizo gets a good shutdown, but was traded off in the end. ONIC are now leading by 2,000 after taking the turret in the middle afterwards.
He was too close. And I feel like the time where AP Bren should have been more clumped up was during that moment before the fight really broke out, because they spread out just as ONIC were able to already get close to where they were, and that's where they shouldn't have been that close, because you saw Super Prince just take advantage of the entire scenario, whereas them being spread out, that's more likely for King Kong to find the right targets, and that's why Lancey falling too was a huge minus on their side.
Uh-oh.
Another divine binding. Okay.
Not the start that they'd want to have. More expected for James Banks. Has his core item. Has a piercer to boot. AP Brand now, they're a little bit more confident.
JM Pinkman doesn't have the Purify still. It'll come back in a bit, but there you go. Falling Star Moon onto 2. But it's still King Kong! Escalera from the back line, still not using the Wrath of Dryad. James Pax finally gets to find Kirk though. King Kong running away. This is a Hirata! He's still going to survive! But can he? Purify from JM Pinkman, and they make sure King Kong goes down.
Escalera was waiting for a moment but could not find it. Did not use the Wrath of Dryad. Still, AP Brand got a kill. Let's see if ONIC can capitalize. It doesn't look like it as AP Brand are pushing the envelope.
Although the Lord was in favor of ONIC, I believe that the fight was way better for AP Brand because they took out 2 of the members of ONIC. The push will be there, Shizo. Has to be careful. That snipe coming out from Savero defended the turret, which would have been really good for AP Brand to collect, but Savero just making sure that he's clutch.
Savero? Is this his new favorite hero or something? Because
he's so on point with it.
The Weskers, the Renners, I think the only thing we haven't seen him use is the Nimiru. I think that's the most common.
Right?
Yeah. He's juggled the sniper, the grenade launcher, and the shotgun.
He made sure that that he won't use the easiest one to use.
I know, yeah.
He's like, I want full difficulty, new game plus. Delete safe game is going down. I mean, he has been taken out already, but as expected, the BOD and then going for the full attack speed items is a similar build that he went for last season. Although last season, slightly different priorities. He would go for the Malefic Gun first and then build the other items. But now with BOD getting locked in right away, that's how you're getting instantaneous burst paired up with the Vexana perfectly.
Yeah. Anything can be paired up with the Divine Binding now, but hopefully the Divine Binding actually connects. Because when it doesn't, it hurts ONIC so much
for sure
in the preceding team fight.
See, when they missed the misses it again. But yeah, the time when they missed Divine Binding, they had to sacrifice King Kong's positioning and force King Kong to get into the front. Which meant that he was taken out afterwards, but it's a good thing that he was able to get the Lord for the team. However, ONIC, although they were leading right now, it's still true. If they cannot land the Divine Binding properly, they essentially have it's essentially a -1. It's -1 on themselves.
Yeah, but
it's like there is no other use for Super Yoshi.
Because even Kirk, I feel, is having a hard time landing these Daytona's welcomes already. There's a 3-man Purify on AP Brent's side, but wait.
AP Brent needs to go to Escalera right now!
Oh, the Conceal was burned too! ONIC are going for him right now, and that's a Divine Binding that's eventually gonna land. Oh, the tankiest member of AP Brent! A -1 at that! 5 seconds before the Lord!
King Kong showed up at the right time to stop the members of AP Brent from helping out Escalera. But of course, the passive of the Rafaela brings Escalera back, and they still have their roamer for this fight. Super Friends used the EG. Yoshi will be able to get his Divine Binding back in time.
Yeah, EG needs a little bit more time though. That's an important ultimate for ONIC to have. Escalera was patient, did not pop the Wrath of the Dryad nor a flicker.
Oh, that is welcome burned.
He used it defensively though. JM Pinkman trying to split up the fight. The Lord's already very low, but the Wrath of Dryad catches ONIC in place! And it's James Pants who secures the objective with the knockups from the EG boy! And now it's Super Yoshi! Finally finding some targets and a cleanup potentially from ONIC! Oh no, JM Pinkman, he's so tanky! He's buying a lot of time! ONIC, they're putting in so much attention to this man! And he's actually gonna go for outplays if it isn't for the Deathly Grasp!
He bought more than enough time knew they wouldn't be able to get much out of it. The Lord will be able to march, but ONIC will be able to delay the charge of the Lord. It evens out in the long run.
Two good plays from the two teams that we have. AP Bren not actually panicking in that team fight, making sure that they will still utilize Escalera for that Lord take, as it was a Wrath of the Dryad in combination with the knockup coming out from the Lord that Escalera timed so well. James was able to get the retribution off of that, but ONIC, Yoshi was patient. He was able to pop the Divine Binding on multiple members of AP Bren, including James Max, in the fight thereafter. So ONIC was able to win the Lord team fight. But JM Pinkman survived for far too long that ONIC could not get a push afterwards. Heroics from both ends meant that this game will be prolonged. ONIC on top when it comes to the gold, but I feel like this is an even game right now.
In case you missed it, Season 17, Week 2. That was the last time we got to see James Banks use his Suyo. It was banned 27 times.
Oh my god.
After that performance.
Yeah, things are different now, so you gotta let it through. And AP Bren's one of the few teams to still actually consider picking it up. And somehow, based on what we're seeing, James Pax, he still got it.
Still looking really good. He has Piercer stacks with him. It might have been reset softly, so it's not a lot that ONIC needs to worry. But they themselves do not have a Piercer holder. It's a Piercerless Hirara. It's Hirara that goes for a little bit more sustainability and has a lot of damage. Because they know they have finishers. If it's not going to be the Hirara or the Beatrix, we've seen it, even the Vexana can be a finisher for this squad.
Yeah, and it's a surprise that Vexana hasn't been taken out at all.
Yeah. Technically 2 heroes in 1. Eternal Guard has died more times than Super Friends.
For sure. What I do like about this build is that he prioritized the Lantern, which is so impactful against Escalera, as you saw in the previous clash. And then when they were chasing down JM Pigman, you'd think that it will be King Kong to deal the damage onto JM and Pigman, but it was actually just the spams coming out of Super Friends that was able to seal the deal against JM Pigman. You really have to respect this Vexana right now if you're AP Bren. It's Super Friends, he packs up a punch.
Only lacking one item, honestly. And when that comes in, whatever that is, because I don't think he was able to pick up any component just yet. It's gonna make things a lot more trickier, be it defensive item or just to go all out on damage.
50% on the Lord. Can AP Bren play better around their Shizo Melissa that has been built up to this point?
Muddles has already been placed. Super Yoshi still not using the Divine Binding, but it's the Eternal Guard! JM Pinkman! How was he the one to actually take the Lord?
It was a 50-50, and he's Mr. 50-50 for a reason!
And King Kong barely surviving. ONIC haven't found any trades.
Oh my goodness.
Just as AP Bren decided to blitz that Lord.
Oh, both teams decided to overthink the situation. And Kirk going in for the forward flicker instead of the flicker to his teammates. King Kong, unfortunately, wasn't able to get the retribution off. And it's because of the threat of Escalera. But everybody was just really overthinking in specific scenarios. In the end, it will be JM Pigman to get that Lord for the team. The best thing about this for AP Bren is that nobody died. And nobody had to pop the battle spells as well. You can see all of their spells are still available. And this could be a good siege for AP Bren because of that.
At least it's not an evolved Lord, but it's still approaching 18 minutes.
It's a significant Lord for sure. Is Escalera going to force this to try and break the tower down bot?
Oh no, the zoning from Muddles. It already has so much potential right now and they're able to isolate Super Yoshi. Fortunately, dashes back to regroup with ONIC. And they get to defend that base turret down bot.
Imagine all of the scenarios playing in your head for these athletes, thinking, what do I need to do? I do this, I get that. So we get the Lord. And it's an Esmeralda on JM Pigman, sambaing and chachoing in front of you to get it for himself.
Imagine what's the highest damage dealing spell or ability of an Esmeralda?
Is it the ult? Is it
the ult probably, but he did not ult there.
No, he was dancing.
So he
literally was dancing, and of course the normal attacks. You can't even snatch the shields away from the Lord. So it's just what? A Stardust dance?
Yep.
That's pretty much it.
Oh my god.
Right place, right time, I guess.
It's like the character that you don't expect to get the last hit on the final boss.
That's right.
I would expect that more from an Rafaela rather than an Esmeralda.
Yeah, this is where you're suddenly gonna get like a 5-episode miniseries on the character that everyone forgot. It's like, oh, this is why. Oh, okay, so it was set up really well.
Yeah, they still weren't able to fully capitalize on it in a sense that they got a base turret though. No base turrets are down at all.
From both ends.
Yeah, and it's AP Brand who has more towers than ONIC. Well, ONIC has more kills, more gold. It will all boil down to one big moment.
That's right.
And maybe we'll look towards, oh, Yoshi gets a pull.
Is this the big moment? It's a big target though, but it's enough. They have the damage to deal with Escalera, even despite them burning multiple resources.
Wow. But a quick one at that.
Yeah, look how easy it was for ONIC to just get a -1.
But that's Revive that so far they're not using.
Yeah, they couldn't. It happened at a time where the minion waves weren't at a good spot for them to start pushing out with. And now here comes Escalera, who's back.
He's back.
He's back.
Oh, Midnight, what have you done?
But the good thing about this, which I really appreciate for APBR, is Escalera's not panicking. He's not popping an ultimate or popping a flicker just to get out. So they do still have everybody here, but the blitz coming out from ONIC.
Falling Star Moon, they find King Kong, but that's King Kong, that's Hirara. ONIC have already returned safely near their base.
Wow.
I feel like the setup there for APBR to try and read was way too slow. ONIC knew they had the lead, they pushed it, and now they have the Lord. APBR will aggressively clear out minion waves to increase their chances of being able to stop ONIC from making it to their base with the Lord.
That push play from both teams.
Yeah, like they read each other perfectly here.
Kirk!
At least it's Kirk! Might he survive this? With a Winter Crown, he might just. He does! He will not go down! But does the fight still continue? Because King Kong is gonna come in from the back lines! Super Yoshi 2 trying to provide the information! And they're still gonna go! But it's just Jame and Pinkman within reach! And the APBR, they just wanna escape!
Severo early with the Bennett's Rage. Was trying to time it with Detonus Welcome. Escalera!
Oh! King Kong falling down's massive for APBR. They can really defend if they want. They still have Shizo. They still have James Panks. There's a Renner's Apathy from Severo, but it doesn't connect onto anyone.
Lord gets the charge though, but still no towers broken down, but significant progress made by ONIC.
A minute without King Kong. A costly mistake coming out from ONIC, but you understand why he was going for that. It's a min-maxing coming out from the Hirara of King Kong, going in for the high-risk, high-reward plays to force APBR with panic reactions. But with all things considered, APBR has remained stoic. The resolve really good. And the way that they're reacting to ONIC is not an overreaction at all. Even after the blitz coming out from ONIC, they did not make any mistake. When they were backing down from ONIC, they moved as a unit, not leaving each other on that retreat. And that meant that King Kong was not able to fish for any mistake from APBR. Instead, it was him who was taken out. That meant that ONIC will not be able to get any inhibitor turrets.
Undeniable that Escalera loves stoicism. He's been holding on to Wrath of Dryad and making the most out of every single one. I'm pretty sure even King Kong wasn't thinking that he'll have it then, but the moment he showed up in front of the base, in front of APBR, he gets taunted by Escalera.
I agree. He really does not panic at all.
No panic.
You can catch Escalera off guard, but he still will be very cautious of his timings in using the Wrath of Dryad, but ONIC have already showed up. They use the Divine Binding again. It's going to be Escalera as the target, and they finally take him down. Will the Resurrection be available? We see that for later, because they shift their attention to JM Pinkman, who is slowly starting to feel the damage as well. The Lord is below half HP. Does ONIC find a chance? But it's almost welcome. It lands on James Banks! Of all people! And ONIC have won out on this objective battle. They're slowly cleaning up. APBR, they lose one more. Shizu's within reach. Gets caught by the Divine Binding! And it's Savannah with the Bennett's Rage trying to finish him off, but he survives!
Oh, the shotgun!
And that's it! Kirk literally found the perfect bite onto James Banks. It took the long way around, but now ONIC will take this.
23 minutes of back and forth, but a single perfectly timed catch! And ONIC have taken the sweep against
AP Bren were patient. AP Bren were doing well. But ONIC, with their aggression and the fact that they forced another team fight, King Kong being aggressive, with Savero being so reliable. At the same time, Kirk, the game-winning play, together with Yoshi. They have survived the AP Bren and have taken 4 games this weekend without losing any.
An exciting start for the Super Fam. An exciting series. Pretty sure none of us expected it to go the way it did. AP Bren might just be way more competitive than we give them credit for. 2 games where they made ONIC struggle. They still get swept, but it's a bow where they can hold their heads up high.
Hey, that last play from Shizo, I really felt like he could have survived that. There was so much going on. There were so much instances where it really felt, especially in the latter portions, that AP Bren have discovered and learned how to be a lot more disciplined, have learned not to panic, have adjusted so much from what we saw lacking from them in game number 1. But in the end, it's just that game-winning play from ONIC.
So good by ONIC. So good by AP Bren. But a difference maker. A young man from Indonesia imported to a country where he didn't even know the language.
Oh my goodness.
Adopted to a different family.
Yep.
Yet super all the same.
And eventually is the best gold later so far here in the Philippines. Savero is just making wonders happen here in this region.
On the stage, he's there alongside King Kong with Denise and Thea.
Sonics, it's your time! Palakpakan naman natin ang ONIC Philippines for getting another...
Let's give it up for ONIC Philippines for getting another match this season.
That was the longest match.
That was the longest match of this week.
1 minutes makapigil. Hininga naman talaga.
More than 20 minutes of breath-stopping action. And now we're talking to the jungler, King Kong, and the match MVP, Savero. Thea, I'm gonna start. King Kong, I want to go straight to the point. A lot of people are saying that the meta revolves around the junglers right now, and our casters are saying that it's perfect for you. What can you say about that? We still believe that it's not literally King Kong meta. It's more my thoughts about it are that I'm just more excited this season because I'm known as an assassin user, and we're happy. We're happy that we also feel like it favors us. The meta favors us. Yes, the meta clearly, based on that, favors ONIC. Yes, Hirara clearly is a hero that you should be wary of in the current meta. And now, guys, let's go back to this current moment in Game 1. Because in Game 1, AP Bren got the early game against you, but in this moment, you had an opportunity to turn it around. Can you explain what happened in the comms? What were you talking about and the decisions that you were making during this particular clash?
Yes.
What happened here? Game 1.
So in this moment, so how did you come back from this game 1? Early, AP Bren was winning most of the clashes, but then onwards, James fans entered the clash, and then you were able to turn it around.
For my POV, I just call to wait my item.
So wait for the item, wait for the perfect opportunity.
Savero just asked them to wait for his items and the right timing. How about you, King Kong? What are your thoughts on this? We just maximized that one error made by AP Bren where the Gatot was found a bit too deep and we punished him. So eventually when the Lord came out, it became a 4v5 and we maximized it. So you all just waited for who would make the mistake first, and that was the opportunity to turn it around. Since they were the ones who had the lead, we had no other choice but to wait for the right timing to maximize their errors if ever they do make an error. King Kong Analyst Era.
And King Kong, speaking of, outplaying in this matchup, pag-usapan naman
Speaking of outplaying in this matchup, let's also talk about AP Bren bringing out a Lucas pick. You smiled because of that? Were you surprised by this pick?
Yung reaction namin,
Our reaction earlier was
hindi kami
we weren't super surprised because in our practices we already encounter teams who try the Lucas alongside the Matilda. So sometimes we were familiar with how to fight against that duo.
Going forward, most of the teams will be preparing for you guys because you now are leading the standings.
Now you're leading the standings. A lot of teams will be preparing for you.
The leaderboards moving forward.
How are you going to carry over this momentum?
Just be more consistent and disciplined on in-game.
Just be more consistent and disciplined in-game.
We'll be going back to the moments and the highlights of the game as we throw this back to our casters.
From Severo and King Kong, and of course Severo is the MVP of the game. Or no, as Wolf put it, his global ban picks.
Yep. The carousel.
The carousel of Severo.
We
Please,
gotta
someone edit that.
Yeah.
I want to see Severo.
Is it actually in your head right now?
Yes. I just imagine like
the image.
Them superimposing his very serious reaction to someone clearly enjoying a carousel.
No, because imagine this, but while riding a carousel.
Yeah, and then you have the faces of the horses as the heroes.
Exactly.
I'm giving you guys free real estate. Come on, someone execute.
All right. Ready, do your thing. ONIC are really good when it comes to their team fighting. And you can also say that with the AP Bren. And there was one time when King Kong said that they capitalized on the mistake of AP Bren where they exposed Escalera. But at the same time, I feel like it was necessary for AP Bren. Somebody has to really show up literally in front of ONIC so that ONIC will go and commit their ultimates. And that happens to be Escalera all the time. I understand that kind of approach coming up from AP Bren because they still have the Rafaela ult passive anyways with the resurrection. However, ONIC had just adjusted accordingly, and it took a lot of good heroics coming out from Kirk to eventually get that winning play. So if you're going to be looking at the ONIC composition, you would default to thinking that Super Yoshi will be the one to get the miracle set. But eventually, all of that was just a farce. Super Yoshi will just be the one to force AP Bren to get the -1, and then Kirk will be the one to go for the flicker play to take out James Banks in the end and allow ONIC to not only get the Lord, but win the fight in the succeeding fight.
That was such a great play by ONIC in the sense that once they realized that, okay, we got the target that we wanted, we got this bite, you saw how everything just broke off into them man-marking really well. Though it almost was turned around there, of course, by Shizo and heroics by him. At the end of the day, it's the carry brought to us by Visa, Severo, being very untouchable. Difficult for AP Brent to get.
It was the opposite for Escalera, sadly, during the last few moments.
He was touched multiple times.
The only guy to get caught in the Divine Binding.
But at the same time, if you are the only one getting caught and you're forcing some mistakes from the opposing team, which was ONIC unfortunately didn't do, unfortunately for AP Bren, I mean, I think you will understand why Escalera plays that way. It's just that it looks bad when it comes to the optics of you dying so many times in a game. But if you are the sacrifice so that JM Pinkman can eventually deal the damage as well as Shizo, and I think that's fine. However, ONIC were just smarter in the last few moments.
Yep. And also for Escalera, he did know that he had the Rafaela passive with him, so every time he went down, he's like, I'm back, guys.
I'm back.
You used your Divine Binding on a dude who just came back in.
That's right. And the thing about Escalera is that he's not popping the flicker, which I feel like is much respected. He knows that in just a short while he will be revived. But ONIC were just faster when it comes to reaction, where the resurrection didn't matter anyways because they were faster when it comes to their movements.
Yeah, that one time he was revived, they took their time bursting the objective before they even got to the objective.
We talked a lot about ONIC, so let's hear how they talk things out on the Infinix mic check.
Connect ulti S mo ganun ano bale ha. Yeah, possible. Bele ulti. May trapa. Wala si Harry kaya to press. Stop ako. Seconds ulti ko. SP. 3, 2, 2. Manager pa. Wala nature. Nice boy. Nice time, Kirk.
I like how it was acknowledged by the team right there at the end. Like, nice one, Kirk.
It seems like they made sure that they finished the clash first before they commended each other, because it was a pretty hectic fight for ONIC to be in. I do like how they communicated their spells. Like they kept on saying that it's 5-4, 3-1. My ultimate will be up.
Yeah,
and I think that's important in long-term team fights.
Really good timing. And you know what else is important? Tickets. Because the clock is ticking and the seats are filling up. Don't miss your chance to witness AP Brand versus TLPH right here at the Victoria Sports Tower. Head on to ph-mpl.com and get your tickets now. Remember, last season, AP Brand was one of the few teams who consistently got to take games away from Liquid. Both matches last season between these two ended with a 2-1 win for Team Liquid. Think you have what it takes to run the show with the Project Esports for Everyone? We're giving you the power to bring MPL energy to your own local community.
That's right. Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, free in-game items, and even diamonds. Just head on over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
It's time to turn that passion into action. Visit our website for more information.
We still have one more series to close out today, and this was a pleasant one to catch. Again, a lot of us expected it'll just be ONIC steamrolling through AP Brand.
That's right.
But AP Brand, and we were talking about it with the Filipino casters during the interview on stage, they look competitive.
I know.
100% there's a world where AP Brand finishes game 1 in their favor.
Yeah.
And even game number 2, there were many times where you think that AP Brand will win, actually.
Yeah, they're a team that's really exciting to watch now. I know comments would say otherwise pre-season.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the people on the internet are just saying different things about AP Brand, but they made a statement in their first series, and we're looking forward to see the improvements.
And I'm looking forward to seeing our second series of the day in TNC versus RORA. Renmar, Brigida, and Wolf will be back after a long one. Don't go anywhere.
Power your next side quest with Smart Power All.
Kalalaking tao naka-tote bag.
Kalalaking tao mo, sir. Ito shampoo mo. Bago ka na, sir. Hindi mo ba alam? Iba ang scalp ng mga lalaki. 1.5 times na oilier at mas pausin. 5 times na mas may chance magka-dandruff. Dito ka na sa Clearmen.
Got scammed buying MLBB diamonds? Don't worry, Joytify is here, top-up partner of MPL, trusted by millions of gamers. My money-back guarantee ka pa, kaya gamers say, recharge on Joytify now. Wait, we have another surprise for you.
Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legends skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations?
We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
We continuously enhance our services and steadily expand our destinations. China Airlines believes we can and should do better with an international standard. We safeguard your every flight and look to a sustainable method moving towards an era of green aviation. Together with China Airlines, blossoming in the sky.
From local barangay tournaments and neighborhood lineups to the biggest stages in the world, your pathway to glory starts right here. Welcome to MPL PH Season 8, where legends are forged and we are officially breaking limits. It all begins at the grassroots level. Hundreds of aspiring teams enter the open qualifiers in a ruthless single elimination bracket. Every game is a best of one. One misstep and you're out. Win and you keep the dream alive. Next up, qualifier finals. Here, the top open qualifier contenders meet the relegated independent teams from MDLPH Season 7 and our invited female powerhouse rosters. Divided into groups, they battle in a single round robin. Only the top 6 teams will earn their ticket to join the waiting MPL affiliated teams in the main league. Welcome to the main stage, the MDLPH Season 8 regular season. 12 teams clash across a multi-phase gauntlet through the group stage, last chance qualifiers, and play-ins, pushing everyone to break their limits. And here's the game changer. The global ban rule is officially gone. We're reverting to standard draft formats to ensure our PH contenders are fully armed and ready for international combat. The top 6 teams lock in for the playoffs in a high-stakes, single elimination bracket, with the top 2 regular season teams waiting in the semifinals. With no global ban, teams will bring their absolute strongest comfort picks in BO5 battles, leading to a blockbuster BO7 grand final. The crown isn't all that's at stake. Our champion earns the golden ticket to represent the Philippines on the international stage. This is what it all comes down to, the inaugural Mobile Legends Bang Bang C Championship Tour, MCTC. Our MDLPH champions will face off against the absolute best academy powerhouses from Indonesia and Malaysia, alongside top incubation teams across the Southeast Asia region. This isn't just about regional pride. MCTC is the ultimate gateway to the M8 World Championship. The M8 World Championship, the ultimate stage where the best teams on the Earth collide in the land of dawn. From grassroots dreamers to world champions, the pathway is clear and the challenge is set. Are you ready to break limits? Tune in to MDLPH Season 8.
my judgment! Witness the power of pure lightning! All that lies below is under my vigil.
Kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng falcon. Ngayon. In 3, 2, 1. Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Good morning, class. Okay, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Yes, maraming salamat, Haji. Ikaw lang na naman ang umupo sa ating front row. And salamat din sa pag-attend ng classes sa ating mga boys in the back. Ayan. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back sa inyo mula sa inyong napakaikling bakasyon. Kumusta naman? Nag-enjoy ba kayo? Nag-enjoy ba? Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Alam nyo, sana nag-prepare kayo kasi ang alam ko, in-inform ko kayo na pagbalik nyo, mayroon kayong quiz agad. Question number 1. Nasa loob ang balat.
Sa loob ang balat.
Nasa labas ang laman. Ano yun? Yes, Marco.
Pako.
Marco, hindi.
Sa loob ang laman.
Yes, Ogwen.
Saging!
Hindi, nasa loob naman ang laman ng saging.
Balik ka na! Nasa labas ang laman.
Ano yun, Haji? Hindi!
Nasa loob ang balat.
Yung kinakain yung nasa labas. Yung nasa loob. Hindi siya kinakain. Or gulay. Yes, Bert.
Bayabas?
Hindi.
Nasa may balat pa rin ang bayabas sa labas ah.
Nandito siya na. Ayan!
Pineapple? Hindi! Mais!
Next round tayo, mas mahirap to. Tongue twister naman, okay? Gayahin niyo ako. Kung ano yung sasabihin ko, repeat after me. Kailangan mabilis, kailangan malinaw. Okay? Tatawagin ko kayo isa-isa, ha? Pwede kayo mag-practice pero huwag kayo masyadong malakas ang boses. Okay? Okay? Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Babae sa buyungan, babae sa buhok? Can you repeat?
I will repeat. Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok. Owen, go ahead.
Babae sa bubong?
Haji, dahil lang dyan ka. Okay, go.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Ang galing! Sinong gustong sumunod?
Ako!
Flap, let's go!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok!
Kyle!
May babae sa bubungan, may babae sa buhok!
Mali! Pagbigyan na natin. First, Ogwen, Marco, sinong gusto sumunod?
May babae sa bubungan, may buhok.
Malapit na. Isa pa. Oh, sige, pagbigyan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Yun! Ganun lang. Ferds, ikaw na, iwan mo na yung dalawa. Oh.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Palakpakan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Ogwen!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Okay, Marco, bilang ikaw ang pinakamabagal, kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng falcon. Ngayon, in 3, 2, 1. Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Parang kwago yun, pero sige, pagbigyan na natin siya. Matapit nang matapos ang quiz so far, parang nag-aral kayo ha. Gusto ko lang sabihin.
Basic.
Ang galing nyo.
College lang, ma'am.
And feeling ko gusto kong tawagin ang inyong class president para rito. Mr. Ogwen, please stand up.
Alam ko na.
Mr. Ogwen, sobrang lapit nyo nang mag-champion last season. Unting-unti na lang talaga. Ano ang babaguhin nyo? Ano ang kailangan nyo gawin this season para mag-champion na kayo?
Manalo!
Tama nga! Ngayon, isa-isahin ko na rin kayo kasi lahat kayo ay papasok na ng season 18. Kung meron kayong isang salita na pwedeng gamitin para i-describe ito, ano yon? Haji! Kyle!
Grind.
Flap!
Champion.
Birds!
Laban.
Ogwen!
Palag.
Super Marco!
Pilipinas.
Haji!
Work hard.
Work hard. Dalawa yun. Pero pagbigyan na natin. Okay, thank you so much, class. Pasado naman yata kayo. Class dismissed. Thank you so much.
Pitongpot. Pitong...
Kayo na naman. Okay, sige. Tara, magsimula na tayo.
Ma'am, may quiz ba tayo ngayon?
Oo. At may parusa pa sa mga bagsak.
Ay, tara na. Ma'am.
Ano kami dito?
Sige, ma'am. Dalay mo.
Bugtong muna tayo, okay? Una, laging tumatakbo pero walang paa. What? Hindi, bubuksan mo lang ang generator pag walang kuryente. Yes, Savero.
Car.
First letter in Tagalog. O.
Oras.
Oras! Wow! Grabe! Super okay. Okay, very good, very good. Alright, next round tayo. Isa-isa kayo rito, ha? Kailangan nyo sabihin ng mabilis at malinaw at pagalingan kayo. Ito lang ang sasabihin nyo. 77 puting tupa. Hands, go!
77 puting tupa.
Wow! Savero wants to go next. Okay.
Pitongpot, tipong... Pitongpot, puting... Pitong puting tupa.
Yeah! Okay. King Kong.
77 puting tupa.
Wow! Wow!
77 puting tupa. Clear. 77 puting tupa.
Class, quiet. Si Super Prince na.
77 puting tupa.
Yes! Dad!
Ay, dan.
Ako na. 77 puting tupa.
Wow! Super Yoshi! Super Yoshi!
Pitongpot puting...
Ano?
Pitong puting tupa.
Oy! Brusko!
Pitongpot. Pitong puting tupa.
Wow! Okay, Kurt.
Pitong puting tupa.
Yay! Okay, pero medyo seryoso tayo ngayon, class. Dati, tinatawag kayong super fam at kailangan nyo yun bawiin ngayong season 18. Tama?
Hindi naman siguro nawala, ma'am. Andyan lang yan. Kailangan lang namin ipakita ulit.
Oh, confident. Gusto ko yan. Narinig nyo ba yun, class? Oh, siya. That's it. Class dismissed. Okay, pero bago kayo umalis, sinong cleaners for today?
Susi ni Kuya Simon Susi Sing-Sing.
Okay, start na tayo. Sit down, sit down. Alam niyo na dapat yung drill, mabilis lang. Yes.
Maria Mailing, ma'am.
Opo.
Section po.
Opo.
Wala akong barong, ma'am eh. Pero,
Okay lang po.
thank you, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Kagurong mo.
Okay, wala nang hahabol. Kompleto na tayo? Goods na? Alam niyo na dapat yung drill, mabilis lang.
Ang dami na namin ginawang ganyan. Alam na namin lahat.
Ah, Okay, sigurado ka? Sige, subukan natin. Bugtong-bugtong, maliit na bahay, puno ng tao. Ano yun?
Bubo.
Okay, tama. Mabilis pa rin pala. Eto, next round tayo. Tatawag akong dalawa. Carl, JP, pabilisan kayo rito. Sabihin nyo ah. Sabihin nyo ah.
Okay.
Sige. Susi ni Kuya Simon, sinusi sa singsing. Sino mauna? Oh, ikaw.
Sushi ni Kuya Simon sinisig.
Wala. Carl, ikaw.
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinususi sing-sing. Pinaktis mo, boy! Pinaktis mo eh! Okay naman ah!
Isa pa! Bibigyan kita ng second chance. Carl, ikaw.
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinusi sing-sing.
At dahil talo ka, alam mo na yung parusa. Kailangan mo sabihin ko ano yung goal ng team mo this season. Isang hinga lang. Okay? Go!
Ipalalang talagang korpi tayo.
Q&A naman tayo. Bilang defending champions and back-to-back champions, ano ang pinakamalaking pressure sa inyo ngayong season 18? Sino gusto sumagot?
Siguro yung expectations po, ma'am, na every season may kailangan kaming improve.
Kahit champions kayo, need nyo pa rin mag-aral. Tama?
Pwede guys, sorry guys ah. Okay na, hindi na ako langaw. Isa na akong tunay na tao ngayon. At least mukhang tao. At least. Kahit hindi na tao, at least mukhang tao. Wow, motivated ka, Ton? You held me down, but I got up, Ton. Ton, I went from zero.
Jolly baby. Busing, walang kanin, busing. As you're angry. Oh, cause if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars.
Power your next side quest with Smart Power All!
Kalalaking tao, naka-tote bag.
Kalalaking tao mo, sir. Ito shampoo mo. Bago ka na, sir. Hindi mo ba alam? Iba ang scalp ng mga lalaki. 1.5 times na oilier at mas pausin. 5 times na mas may chance magka-dandruff. Dito ka na sa Clear Men.
Got scammed buying MLBB diamonds? Don't worry, Joytify is here, top-up partner of MPL, trusted by millions of gamers. My money-back guarantee ka pa, kaya gamers say, recharge on Joytify now.
Wait, we have another surprise for you.
Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legends skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
continuously enhance our services and steadily expand our destinations. China Airlines believes we can and should do better with an international standard. We safeguard your every flight and look to a sustainable method moving towards an era of green aviation. Together with China Airlines, blossoming in the sky.
From local barangay tournaments and neighborhood lineups to the biggest stages in the world, your pathway to glory starts right here. Welcome to MPL PH Season 8, where legends are forged and we are officially breaking limits. It all begins at the grassroots level. Hundreds of aspiring teams enter the open qualifiers in a ruthless single elimination bracket. Every game is a best of one. One misstep and you're out. Win and you keep the dream alive. Next up, qualifier finals. Here, the top open qualifier contenders meet the relegated independent teams from MPL PH Season 7 and our invited female powerhouse rosters. Divided into groups, they battle in a single round robin. Only the top 6 teams will earn their ticket to join the waiting MPL affiliated teams in the main league. Welcome to the main stage, the MPL PH Season 8 regular season. 12 teams clash across a multi-phase gauntlet through the group stage, last chance qualifiers, and play-ins, pushing everyone to break their limits. And here's the game changer. The global ban rule is officially gone. We're reverting to standard draft formats to ensure our PH contenders are fully armed and ready for international combat. The top 6 teams lock in for the playoffs in a high-stakes, single elimination bracket, with the top 2 regular season teams waiting in the semifinals. With no global ban, teams will bring their absolute strongest comfort picks in BO5 battles, leading to a blockbuster BO7 grand final. The crown isn't all that's at stake. Our champion earns the golden ticket to represent the Philippines on the international stage. This is what it all comes down to, the inaugural Mobile Legends Bang Bang C Championship Tour, MCTC. Our MPL PH champions will face off against the absolute best academy powerhouses from Indonesia and Malaysia, alongside top incubation teams across the Southeast Asia region. This isn't just about regional pride. MCTC is the ultimate gateway to the M8 World Championship. The M8 World Championship, the ultimate stage where the best teams on the Earth collide in the land of dawn. From grassroots dreamers to world champions, the pathway is clear and the challenge is set. Are you ready to break limits? Tune in to MPL PH Season 8.
judgment! Witness the power of pure lightning!
Ito naman. Okay, sige. Tara, magsimula na tayo.
Ma'am, may quiz ba tayo ngayon?
Oo. At may parusa pa sa mga bagsak.
Ay, tama na! Ma'am.
Oh! Ano ba dito? Close mo!
Sige, ma'am. Dali mo.
Bugtong muna tayo, okay? Una, laging tumatakbo pero walang paa.
Generator!
What? Hindi, bubuksan mo lang ang generator pag walang kuryente. Yes, Savero.
Car!
First letter in Tagalog. O.
Oras!
Oras! Wow! Grabe! Super okay. Okay, very good, very good. Alright, next round tayo. Isa-isa kayo rito, ha? Kailangan nyo sabihin ng mabilis at malinaw at pagalingan kayo. Ito lang ang sasabihin nyo. 77 puting tupa. Hands, go!
77 puting tupa.
Wow! Savero wants to go next. Okay.
Pitumput, tipong. Pitumput, puting. Pitong puting tupa.
Okay. King Kong.
77 puting tupa.
Wow! Oh!
77 puting tupa. Clear. 77 puting tupa.
Class, quiet. Si Super Prince na.
77 puting tupa.
Yan! Dad!
Ay, dan.
Ako na. 77 puting tupa.
Wow! Super Yoshi! Super Yoshi!
70 puting...
Okay.
Ano?
77 puting tupa.
Oy! Brusko! Brusko! Brusko!
70. Pitong... 77 puting tupa.
Wow! Okay, Kurt.
77 puting tupa.
Yay! Okay, pero medyo seryoso tayo ngayon, class. Dati, tinatawag kayong super fam at kailangan nyo yun bawiin ngayong season 18. Tama?
Hindi naman siguro nawala, ma'am. Andyan lang yan. Kailangan lang namin ipakita ulit.
Oh, confident. Gusto ko yan. Narinig nyo ba yun, class?
Okay.
O siya. That's it. Class dismissed. Okay, pero bago kayo umalis, sinong cleaners for today?
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinususi sing-sing.
Okay, start na tayo. Sit down, sit down. Alam nyo na dapat yung drill. Mabilis lang. Yes.
Maria Mailing, ma'am.
Opo.
Section po.
Opo.
Wala akong barong, ma'am eh. Pero,
Okay lang po.
thank you, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Kung barong mo.
Okay, wala nang hahabol. Kompleto na tayo? Goods na? Alam nyo na dapat yung drill. Mabilis lang.
Ang dami na namin ginawang ganyan. Alam na namin lahat.
Okay. Sigurado ka? Sige, subukan natin. Bugtong-bugtong, maliit na bahay, puno ng tao. Ano yun?
Bubo.
Okay, tama. Mabilis pa rin pala. Eto, next round tayo. Tatawag akong dalawa. Carl, JP, pabilisan kayo rito. Sabihin nyo ah. Sabihin nyo ah.
Okay.
Sige. Susi ni Kuya Simon, sinusi sa singsing. Sino mauna? Oh, ikaw.
Sushi ni Kuya Simon sinisig.
Wala. Carl, ikaw.
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinususi sing-sing. Pinaktis mo, boy! Pinaktis mo eh! Okay naman ah!
Isa pa! Bibigyan kita second chance. Carl, ikaw.
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinusi sing-sing.
At dahil talo ka, alam mo na yung parusa. Kailangan mo sabihin ko ano yung goal ng team mo this season. Isang hinga lang. Okay? Go!
Ipalalang talagang korpi tayo.
Q&A naman tayo. Bilang defending champions and back-to-back champions, ano ang pinakamalaking pressure sa inyo ngayong season 18? Sino gusto sumagot?
Siguro yung expectations po, ma'am, na every season may kailangan kaming improve.
Kahit champions kayo, need nyo pa rin mag-aral. Tama?
Pwede guys, sorry guys ha. Okay na, hindi na ako langaw. Isa na akong tunay na tao ngayon. At least mukhang tao. At least. Kahit hindi na tao, at least mukhang tao. Wow, motivated ka, Ton? You held me down, but I got up, Ton. Ton, I went from zero.
Jolly baby. Busing, walang kanin, busing. As you're angry. Oh, cause if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars.
Power your next side quest with Smart Power All.
Kalalaking tao naka-tote bag.
Kalalaking tao mo, sir. Ito shampoo mo. Bago ka na, sir. Hindi mo ba alam? Iba ang scalp ng mga lalaki. 1.5 times na oilier at mas pausin. 5 times na mas may chance magka-dandruff. Dito ka na sa Clear Men.
Got scammed buying MLBB diamonds? Don't worry, Joytify's here, top-up partner of MPL, trusted by millions of gamers. My money-back guarantee ka pa, kaya gamers say, recharge on Joytify now.
Wait, we have another surprise for you.
Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legends skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
We continuously enhance our services and steadily expand our destinations. China Airlines believes we can and should do better with an international standard. We safeguard your every flight and look to a sustainable method moving towards an era of green aviation. Together with China Airlines, blossoming in the sky.
From local barangay tournaments and neighborhood lineups to the biggest stages in the world, your pathway to glory starts right here. Welcome to MDL PH Season 8, where legends are forged and we are officially breaking limits. It all begins at the grassroots level. Hundreds of aspiring teams enter the open qualifiers in a ruthless single elimination bracket. Every game is a best of one. One misstep and you're out. Win and you keep the dream alive. Next up, qualifier finals. Here, the top open qualifier contenders meet the relegated independent teams from MDL PH Season 7 and our invited female powerhouse rosters. Divided into groups, they battle in a single round robin. Only the top 6 teams will earn their ticket to join the waiting MPL affiliated teams in the main league. Welcome to the main stage, the MDL PH Season 8 regular season. 12 teams clash across a multi-phase gauntlet through the group stage, last chance qualifiers, and play-ins, pushing everyone to break their limits. And here's the game changer. The global ban rule is officially gone. We're reverting to standard draft formats to ensure our PH contenders are fully armed and ready for international combat.
Palag ka ba? Handa sa laban, sandata sa aking kamay. Watching my click, maybe fire in the eyes. Yeah, I walk with my head held high. Ano ba yung takot kung tere ang aking gabay?
Hey, welcome back to MPL Philippines, Season 18. It's us, Brenmar, Brigida, Wolf. It's so weird saying that differently. But yeah, we're here. Welcome back to the English broadcast, and we're now down to our final and second series of the day in TNC vs Aurora. In case you missed it, APBR got swept earlier by ONIC PH, but kept it competitive. Now I see the RORAs behind us because they want to shake off that bitter loss they were served at the start of the season against ONIC.
They gotta, and they brought a lot of props. I think a lot is an understatement, just to support their team, because I don't even know if you could see the stage anymore. Just look at the amount of cardboards that are right behind us.
I don't even know if you can hear us because we cannot hear ourselves.
Yes.
But I like what you mentioned about their loss. It was a bitter loss, and I guess it is because of the fact that this is a rebuilding process for Aurora. But that's also true for TNC. Now, it now begs another question. Is it Zyda or is it going to be Coil? Before, it was TNC that actually deployed Zyda and Coil, but I think Coil only played 1 or 2 out of the 14 matches that they played.
If I remember, it was 2 matches. It was one match where he looked really good, and then they played him in the next one.
That's right.
Yeah. So we are trying to answer an old question back from when they were teammates. Now we're going to try to answer it when they were competitors. So it wasn't just 2, it was actually 3 matches that Coil played.
Okay.
And then a glowing record of course, Zyda in Season 15 was played way more compared to Coil.
Yeah, and they were in a way similar in terms of heroes that you typically expect them to use. I believe it was even the Fanny that Coil was also able to show us previously, alongside the likes of, I think at the time, they were still playing the Joy.
Yeah.
Like, Joy was still meta during this time.
Actually, looking at their match, it's 5 and 10. Oh, because it includes the playoff match, of course, that Zyda played in. That's why. Okay, so what I remember from that season, from Season 15 to TNC, is that it was Zyda and the gang just barely hanging on, making it to the playoffs. But Coil was electric. I think that between Zyda and Coil, they're really good at assassins, and the real problem there was, how do we even decide who is better, who should play? Because both of them are really good.
At least now we get to see it in a matchup where they're against each other. Instead of trying to answer it within them being together in the same team, we actually get to see them fight it out. Of course, Zyda, huge breakout season for him back in Season 16 when there was a little bit of a Cinderella run going on for TNC Pro Team in the Cuneta Astrodome. Meanwhile, for Coil, we know that because of his recent performances, of course, becoming a champion in MPL Cambodia Season 10, and of course, his star-making and breakout performance in MSC back in Paris.
Oh, yeah. Everybody was so impressed by Coil and his performance, but I think that he followed it up with the Games of the Great Future performance as well, and everybody's hyped that he's now back in the Philippines.
Yeah, so now we're going to be able to understand a little bit more of where the members of TNC and Aurora?
Once again, we're going back to the action, and it's going to be an interesting match between TNC and Aurora. But right now, I'm here inside the dugout of TNC together with Coach Edomax and their jungler, Zyda. Guys, are you ready for the match later? Kamusta?
Ready na po.
Ready. Coach, matanong ko lang, kahapon, your last game, it was a push and pull. Pero yun nga lang, disappointing na hindi nakuha yung win. Sa tingin mo, if you're gonna point out anything, ano yung naging pagkakamali dun sa match na yun?
Siguro yun sa game 2, may way kami para ma-end ng mas maaga yung game. So, yun yung na-discuss namin. Kasi yung hero nila medyo late game reliance eh. So, may way kami na matapos siya ng mas maga, hindi lang namin nagawa. Tapos, nung medyo nag-late game, hindi lang namin na-meet yung mga conditions na kailangan namin gawin. Pero, yung early naman and mid-game, may kailangan, kahit nakalamang kami, marami pa rin pwedeng linisin. So, hindi pa yun yung full potential ng team.
At full potential yung kailangan lumabas ngayon. But Zyda, for you, ano naman yung mga lesson na parang i-a-apply mo na today and moving forward the season na nakuha mo kahapon?
Siguro po yung sa tingin ko yung sa kahapon namin na nagkulang kami sa pagka-connect sa isa't isa, tas yung decision making namin as a team. Yan po yung ma-apply ko sa ngayong laban.
And Coach, you spoke about potential na mas marami pang pwedeng linisin. Ngayon ba meron kang namamata na kailangan pang mag-step up more from your team?
Siguro kung specific baka kay Curem. Kasi alam ko yung nalaro niya kahapon, hindi talaga yun yung best ng laro niya eh. Sobrang taas ng ceiling niya. And hoping na malaro niya yung best game niya ngayong araw.
At syempre naririnig yan niya ngayon, so parang nakaka-pressure ba? But let's go back, Zaida, on the other side of the room. Makakaharap mo ang iyong former teammate at former kapalitan sa lineup. Ngayon matanong ko lang, what was your reaction nung malaman mo na babalik na sa MPL si Coil?
Sa akin, masaya po ako kasi madadagdagan yung mga palong junglers dito sa Pinas. At yun, dati ko siyang kampe. Excited ako makalaban siya.
Pero meron ka bang expectations ngayon na maghaharap kayo na ina-expect mo ba na mas kabisado mo yung magiging galaw ng bawat isa? Or are you expecting to be surprised?
Para sa akin po, ganun pa rin po na katulad dati. Hindi ko naman po parang pinipredict yung gagawin niya or ano. Basta gagawin ko lang yung best ko para matalo siya.
At gagawin yung best na yan. And I'm sure naririnig tayo sa kabila nila, Denise. Denise, anong masasabi dyan ni Coil? Going to you guys.
Thank you so much, Thea. Rinig na rinig namin ang mensahe ni Zaida para kay Coil. At katabi ko nga ngayon, dito sa kanilang dugout, we have Coach Master the Basics and Coil. Coil, babalikan natin mamaya yung sinabi ni Zaida. Uunahin ko muna dito si Coach. Coach, kanina we witnessed na napakagaling na ipinakitang match-up ng ONIC. Pero balikan natin yung naging laban nyo sa kanila. Anong thoughts mo dito sa naging laban na to?
Pwede, wag natin balikan.
Ayun
lang. Joke lang. Bali, sobrang devastating sa amin kasi nga one-sided sobra yung laban. So marami kaming ni-review and marami kaming i-adjust from draft to execution.
Ayun na. I'm pretty sure i-apply nyo dito sa...
Hopefully, ma-apply na namin.
Yes. Ikaw naman, Coil. Ito, Coil. Mukhang ayaw balikan ni Coach pero wala tayong choice. If you're gonna rate your performance from 1 to 10 dun sa ONIC, anong rating mo?
1.
Okay lang bang i-explain kung bakit 1?
Kasi natalo kami.
Aray mo. Pero makakarinig ba kami? Ano bang aasahan namin dapat ngayon sa laban na to?
Hindi ko alam.
Hindi natin alam. At malalaman natin mamaya. Coach, hindi pa sure si Coil sa mangyayari. Pero ikaw, sino sa tingin mo yung dapat na mag-step up ngayon sa laban nyo against TNC?
I think buong team namin kailangan talaga mag-step up. Hindi lang yung players, pati kaming coaches. Kasi talaga to, kailangan namin maglaro as iisa talaga. As in, kailangan magkasundo kaming lahat. And masunod kung ano man yung mga pre-practice namin.
I love it. Naririnig yan ng buong dugout ngayon, Coach. They're gonna play as one. And Coil, kanina, narinig natin mula sa kabilang side ang mensahe ni Zaida sa'yo. At dati kayong magka-team ngayon, magiging magkalaban na kayo. Gaanong ka-excited ka na makakalaban or makakaharap mo si Zaida?
Rate ko ba? Rate ko ba?
Pwede. Sige. Anong rating mo sa magiging laban nyo?
10.
10.
Ang message ko kay Zaida ay good luck sa atin and bigyan natin yung fans ng magandang laban.
Napakagandang sagot nun, Coil. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Coach Master Basics. We also have Coil. And you guys, marami tayong aabangan sa match-up na to. At meron din tayong watch party para sa Aurora. Roras, support Aurora Gaming Philippines as they take on TNC Pro Team. Join their watch parties dyan sa Pasay. We also have sa Malate, Manila, sa Silang, Cavite, Iligan City, at sa Davao City. Kaya, makisigaw lang kayo ng lights within, seas within. Back to you, casters.
Will we actually get a 10 out of 10 matchup between the two junglers who used to be together in the same team, now facing off each other as competitors? Coil and Zaida for Aurora and TNC respectively. I do hope it is going to be a good one. Again, I feel like we didn't get to see anything about Aurora this season after what happened to them against ONIC, but for TNC, they were impressive. Let's look at the Infinix keys to victory.
Yep, we're going to be focusing on TNC first. You have to execute calculated aggression when leading. And it's interesting because Coach Etomax himself also mentioned something similar to this, that they weren't able to capitalize in the late game because their lineup was designed to get into the late game. So this is what they have to do right now, look back at that game and adjust accordingly. Now, for Aurora, the opposite is true. They have to dictate the early game tempo now. I think that Aurora can leverage the fact that Coil can play aggressively and they can use this so that they can control the early game. And lastly, take charge and seize momentum. it's the same for both teams. For TNC, it might be a little bit slower because that's how they want to approach the game. But Aurora, for sure, they want to play this aggressively.
Yeah, it's very understandable why Aurora would rather not recall what happened in their first series because it was very devastating. And it's exactly why we would want to see them really perform early on. Because even if, especially, let's say, looking at Nats, like we were also excited for Nats and his return, but it's very understandable the meta's different. You're forced to maybe shift a little bit in terms of your priority when you're playing EXP lane, but even then, you don't really see them complementing each other.
Yeah, Coach Master of the Basics and Aurora said the entire team needs to step up. Not just the players themselves, but even the coaches. A lot of discussions online, and I even heard some onside about the drafting choices. All for Aurora, taking some certain trades, Barrett and Uranus being key. Meanwhile, for the side of TNC Pro Team, there was a name mentioned by Coach Max Curem. That was the former IGN of Zen, who is now in the roam role for TNC. And imagine how tough it is. Going from a long-time MDL player in Zen, and even for mid laner Vin, now suddenly you're leading a team of mostly veterans in TNC Pro Team.
I think it's mostly a matter of Etomax knowing what potential there is that you can see from Curem and him not realizing it yesterday. Maybe it's the jitters though. It's his first MPL match anyways.
Yeah.
The pressure builds up and they are playing up against a good opponent too.
They're going to be making their way to the stage. Phoenix Army for TNC, the lights for Aurora. Who is going to take this series?
They showed glimmers of what they can do. It's time to show that they can pull through. Phoenix Army, set ablaze for your TNC Pro Team.
What do we do?
Looking to shake off the rust, they are the team that you can always trust. Spotlight is on Aurora Gaming Philippines. To ensure the integrity of the game, we welcome our Marshal, Chico. Head coaches coming up the stage, Coach Etomax for TNC Pro Team and Coach Master of the Basics for Aurora. Ito na ang uling laban sa unang linggo ng MPL PH Season 18. Super fans, make some noise!
They will close out the first week of MPL Philippines Season 18. We start with TNC.
I know you could really say and tell that there might have been a bit more jitters, especially with Vin and Zen being the ones to take charge, being the ones leading, and them only debuting now in MPL. But through their gameplay, especially game number 2, the Badang and the likes of those really good combos in the mid duo are something to look out for.
A fair share of adjustments will be needed for Aurora, but we already know that Nats as well as Light have already established their chemistry. It's just now up to Aurora how they can integrate Coil into the mix. Because between Light, Yue, and Nats, Coil is so important in the early game dominance that Aurora wanted to have.
Integration. How are they going to integrate their newer players, newer ideas into the landscape that we find ourselves now? Those are the biggest questions for TNC Pro Team and for Aurora in answering the question of Zyda and Coil. Before anything else, let's go to the Smart 5G ping test to listen what they're feeling.
Dito na ako, guys. Let's go. Hindi pa nakasunod ng headset yung dalawa natin eh. Oh. Mga nag-exam pa. Hello, mic check par. Kamusta kayo mga par? Sharingan desu ka? Bay, okay ka lang, bay? Sasabihin sa'yo. Hindi ko magsusot ng headset, boy. Guys, nagpapakilala nga pala. Ervin Praco lang naman. TNC kalaban natin, Koily. Ano nasabi mo? Delikado kaaway yan, yeah. Di mauubos yun. Lalabanan kong lahat para sa... mga Aurora. Hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. Sa mga fans na sumusupport sa amin, thank you for always believing in us and we will promise na gagawin namin always yung best namin till the end.
So we're not being asked any questions by our hosts, Odin, Thea, and Denise. The default for our players is to just sing. That was the Smart 5G ping test.
Oh, so that is their version of the autopilot, I feel like?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess.
Why is it so common?
I guess
Filipino.
That's how you measure the because it's awkward to like just shout, right?
Yeah.
Because when you're singing, you get the low lows of the mic and also maybe the high highs when, maybe when you get to the chorus.
Yeah, it's a comprehensive mic test. That's
A
why.
comprehensive mic test.
Rather than just spamming mic check. Mic
Yeah.
check,
Yeah.
mic check.
And plus, when you hear someone singing to themselves, especially if it's good, you're like, hey, that's cool. If you hear someone shouting to themselves, you
Right.
run away.
Yeah. I see.
I'm not saying that's what you should do, but I think common sense says just run away.
Yeah.
So, no one's running away from the blue side, though, especially TNC Pro Team, as they decide to pick blue. I believe, if I recall correctly, we are going to be starting things off with Rivers. So there's a lot of discussion online, especially about, of course, the importance of getting Turtle 1. Again, heading into today, 9 out of 10 times, the team that got Turtle 1 won the game. Now, though, it seems like people are looking at the river and that current making everything go faster being one of the reasons as to why, especially in this landscape that we find ourselves in with a lot of the snowball and assassin, it seems like that river is like the main source for that snowball. And in expanding rivers, things will go faster. Makes a lot of sense for Aurora to ban out Freya if that's the case.
Yeah, exactly what both of them need, especially for TNC. I feel like game 1 aside, they've already proven how they could actually play the early game in game number 2, because again, it was post, it was the late game that was sort of the problem for them eventually on. But let's see if this time, because they're on blue, and now that it's Coil and Zyda, there's just so much more you have to consider, especially in the jungle.
Yeah. So it's going to be absolutely a banger when it comes to the exchanges, because the Fanny is viable for both of them. They really like to play that. They will absolutely get the Hirara eventually, now that it's not being considered here. So Uranus as well as the Barrets. So considerations now for Aurora. I feel like TNC, they already showed us that they can play the Barrets. They are willing to play the Barrett, so I believe that that could be an option for them. Ryota just has to play it more consistently, because yesterday we did not see him get a good ultimate off with the Barretts. But maybe this time it's going to be different. It's the Fanny ban. Okay, so Barretts as well as the Paquito open. I feel like the better option will definitely be the Barretts, but the only reason why you would pick the Paquito now is if you want to flex it.
Yeah. Lynching towards that idea. It's always good to just decide to play it safely, of course. Barretts is a great pick for a reason, but the Uranus is on the other side.
Yeah.
One thing you have to really take into consideration if you're TNC Pro Team, and because of that, they go ahead and pick up the Paquito so that they have that flex option.
Okay, TNC are not going to go in with their Barretts just yet.
Barretts Hirara is naturally the case here. No Fanny for you to be afraid of. There is also a world where they go Barretts with the Beleric, I feel like. But I think that if you're Aurora, don't steer away from what the metagame dictates. Just go standard, go Hirara with the Barretts, or maybe Rafaela in the mix in exchange for the Hirara if you're not scared about that matchup, because you know that you're playing Coil, and Coil can play a lot of good.
I hope to see that. I hope they really consider a winning matchup in lane for Nats here.
Oh yeah.
For Aurora. But so it seems they will lock in the Uranus instead of the Barretts.
All right. I think Aurora decided to go for this round. At least if ever TNC pick up the Barretts, there's going to be no more surprises.
Yep.
And you have the rest of the draft to be able to adjust to the Paquito jungle.
And I guess for TNC now, if you do pick up the Barretts, you are incentivized to pick up Rafaela or Matilda, either or, because you take it away from the Hirara, especially when we were talking about the Rafaela, and it has good synergy with the Barretts and of course the Paquito. The Paquito is a flex, so you don't want to necessarily go for an assassin here. I guess the outlier for TNC, if they want to, is to pick up the Novaria early on, but I feel like what makes total sense here is the Barretts plus the Rafa or Matilda.
Go ahead and lock that combination. It's Rafa. Will it be Barrett? Or will they veer differently?
Oh.
They still lean towards the Beleric. So we're going to be seeing Light playing a different roamer here, as Beleric was the only heroes that he played in their first series against ONIC Philippines at the start of the season.
Yeah, I don't like this, but the Beleric makes sense in general. I feel like they did not pick up the Barretts because they know that the Uranus was picked up by Aurora anyways.
Yeah.
So they're not really pressured to pick that up, so they just secured this Beleric. But also, you reveal something here. Well, kind of. This is still a lot of flex coming out from
Still,
TNC.
yeah. It reminds me of like Falcons and their first phase
That's right.
picks yesterday.
Later, suddenly, I think TNC Pro Team are lynching on the fact that they have two really good options in the EXP available for them. If that Paquito goes to the jungle, you still have Esmeralda and Alice as you can play into the EXP. Then if Aurora forget one of those two heroes, they might just end up with a winning matchup favoring Ryota.
Yeah. So Aurora decided to pick up the Kaja in here because they know that their Uranus, their Explainer, is not a hard catch hero. Definitely, it's a zero catch hero, actually.
Yeah.
And so you are looking for the Kaja so that at least you have a setter for light. However, it's going to be up against both the Beleric as well as the Rafaela. We saw in the previous game that the Kaja eventually won against both the Rafaela and the Beleric. But you can see the strength of this composition here. If someone gets snagged by the Divine Binding, you still have that Resurrection coming out from the Rafaela.
Yeah, so I guess TNC would really want to take out some of the combos too. Like what in mid you could just really pair with the Kaja, which is again the Vexana. We already saw this earlier. Not entirely sure if Yue considers the likes of even an Aurora, but...
I mean, okay, if you're going to be playing for Aurora and you can't play Aurora, then why even? I'm sure he has that available for him in the hero pool there.
It's in their name too?
Yeah, it's in their name, exactly. Like, come on. You're Aurora.
Yeah.
Not Vexana, not Selena, you're Aurora.
Yeah. I wonder what else is left for Ryota. Granted, though, they can put this Beleric in the XP lane.
Oh yeah, that is still a possibility.
Still a possibility.
I wonder if TNC are considering that they'll maybe show up with a Glue Roam for Zen. We get the Glue Rafaela combo in the Roam mid alongside the Paquito jungle, then they put the Beleric in EXP.
Yeah.
That's a possibility, but we did say Esmeralda, Alice are options.
Yeah.
They banned off Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just Alice now. If they go Alice though, I hope it's really not the double scaling side lane setup anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
Wonder. Okay, so yeah, they do ban the Aurora. So you're left with the Novaria if you are Aurora. I think you're more incentivized to pick up your mid laner here for Yue.
Yeah.
And the reason why that is because you can adjust your gold lane for doming depending on how TNC wants to pivot this Paquito. So I feel like the safest pick here is the Novaria. Maybe a burst hero from the mage role. Maybe a Farsa could be an alternative, but I think that's scrape. Oh!
Finally! Oh, I really wanted to say this because yes, I've been asking for this since day one. Sicilian gets brought out. It's the mix of burst and continuous damage you want against healers.
That's right.
Novaria's too bursty, Farsa's too bursty, but what about a mage that can give you both?
It's the poke meta game. Sicilian is going to be the choice. There is a world. No, there's no world where you pick up this the Carmilla last, right? Speaking of Carmilla, that could be
unless
an
it was
option.
Sicilian gold. But only I do that.
but there's a Uranus already, so...
There's already a Uranus, yeah.
Well, that's why I said Sicilian gold.
Gold.
Okay.
It's crazy.
So they go Claude here.
Okay.
Edith.
Okay.
Theoretically, this should make them a very annoying team fight.
It's a long drawn team fight for TNC.
Yeah.
They're gonna be looking for the ramp damage, for damage over time. Now, if you're Aurora, you might want to consider an early game gold laner like the Brody that can burst heroes down with the Kaja ultimate. There's also the world where they pick up the Beatrix.
Yeah.
Coming, you know.
Bea Kaja.
They have the Kaja Beatrix combination to go with that. I feel like the Brody though makes a lot of sense here because you want upfront damage that will be able to take out the Edith, the Claude eventually.
Here's the proof.
That is indeed going to be the Brody. A lot of synergy here between the composition of Aurora. They want to go burst. TNC wants to go for a long team fight. It's a battle of two opposing disciplines and schools of thought. And it's going to be a great clash for sure.
Usually this means that the game will have to get stretched out until we see action. But what if, because of how Aurora have drafted this, there's the possibility that the Paquito snowballs that we might just get this fast and we might just get hella action. TNC in the lineup rating is trumping Aurora big time.
Yep, it just really lies in the latter portions of the game, though, that we might potentially see the struggles come in for TNC and Aurora finally shining and getting online. This is what you expect to see whenever there's a Sicilian in your lineup. Their capability to defend. Even having a Brody on their side, I feel like they could just keep prolonging the game if ever they do not give that big of an advantage over to TNC.
Conditionally, both teams have capabilities to snowball early or hold out for a late game spike.
Yep.
They will be closing out our first week of MPL Philippines Season 18. It's TNC and Aurora Gaming PH.
Already, there is this revelation that the Master Assassin is picked up by Dominic. So you do expect a lot of burst, a lot of activation for the Brody in the early stages. And then eventually, Yue will be the one to pick it up in the latter portions of the game, if ever that is going to be the choice for Aurora, because I think that they do have an option where, or a mode where they can go for a very fast gameplay.
It's a solid lineup that they have. They have two backline components that want to stick together in the Sicilian and Brody. This puts a lot of pressure on the Uranus, though, as being the main front aligner and holding. And he needs to hold on long enough, again, against a lineup that wants a long, drawn-out team fight with an Edith that is packing Festive full of blood, interestingly enough.
Yeah, at least there's really no direct burst whatsoever for TNC to just suddenly deal with the Uranus or any front line in general for Aurora. But
yeah, it's like the Paquito can bring it down low, but then it's like, what's next?
Yeah, I think at this point it's just an identity now for TNC that they wanted to go for a long drawn game. They're sticking with it as the fighter emblem was indeed picked up by Ryota. Well, not really the fighter emblem, but the Festival of Blood.
oh, Light was forced to flicker at that moment, and that's a couple seconds just before the first turtle spawns.
What a very tame early game, all things considered here for both teams. Nothing too fancy. Zaida will get to his level 4 as you will expect for Coil to have as well. Ryota will get his own level 4. Interestingly, they don't have Vin's ultimate yet.
Just yet.
Now they do
TNC
have
has
it.
started it off. Nats already getting there for Light. No level 4 yet. Coil and Yue close by.
Okay, Nats is just trying to create a bit more space here. Yue too with the pokes, but he doesn't catch anyone with the Sanguine Claw. Zaida though with a burst! Zen finds first blood on Yue, and now it's Nats tanking a majority of the damage too. He cannot do this any longer. Coil will still get in though, and steals away the objective! Aurora have still found a way to get back in this fight!
The sudden burst on the turtle. Zaida just a microsecond early. Coil on time.
To be fair, Ryota really sold the act, convincing Aurora that he was the only one in that pixel bush. But eventually Zaida was there, was able to take out Yue. If anything, that was a bigger win for TNC. Think about it, because that's a kill on their side.
Oh,
and they get more.
This makes it bigger. Really bigger. 201 early on for Zaida on the Paquito. The snowballing is just starting for TNC.
That's the condition check right now. We revisit the Sicilian in the hands of Yue. MPL Philippines Season 14, one of the key heroes utilized by Aurora. Number 1. And if I'm not mistaken, this might be his most used?
Yeah, he is. Well,
or he is the most played Sicilian.
He played the Sicilian the most
in the league.
In the league.
So that's 12. All right. And he has a 70% win rate with it too. So devastating. Again,
impressive.
14.
Yep.
It feels like it's a hero he can just always fall back to.
You remember that comeback? Like Game 6 comeback?
Yeah. All Yue. By the way, Doming just went from Fury Hammer straight into the Sky Piercer. So Aurora understands that the Brody loves the Sky Piercer. You can play fast with it. They want to play faster. That's a neat little adjustment considering that they've already seen Zaida get 2 kills early.
For sure. To be fair though, those are just supporting kills.
Okay, that was a flicker, divine binding, but Vin, okay, he still gets taken down. That was a very decisive move from Aurora right there. He was all alone in mid and they just went for it.
You were the first one to die for Aurora, but that was even a bigger kill because now you're ramping up when it comes to the Sicilian. Getting closer to your first item, the glowing one, which will be so impactful against TNC, who relies heavily on healing. A Flask of the Oasis, though, coming from Vin at, what, 4 minutes and 20?
Oh.
Very quick.
Impressive.
Yeah, photo run. Oh, that hurts.
This is more impressive. Oh my goodness, a solo kill by Zaida. Taking out Light. Doesn't have the ultimate anyway, but that was still a pick-off before the objective, which is likely just to fall into TNC's hands. Coil will not even try to get close.
Light absolutely tenderized by the fists of Zyda.
Well done with the combo as well. No wasted movements out there coming out from Zyda. 3-0-1. Now you're gonna wonder, where is Coil in this scenario? 106 seconds before the turtle. Coil is deciding to just go for the farm. A 5-minute glowing one is enough, Zyda!
Oh, it's a 1v1 again! Zyda doesn't have a flicker, but Coil under the turret. He's probably not gonna risk it anymore. This is just impressive though. The burst you're seeing from Zyda. He's not afraid to take on anyone.
Yeah, it's Paquito in the first place.
His reward is to take the Crammer away from Aurora, which is... it doesn't look as big right now, but every single camp that you take away from your opposing jungler matters in this game where both teams have good lineups with different win conditions.
Interesting trade decision there by Aurora. They sent 4 of their members down. They sent Coil to handle the minion wave opposite, thinking that Zyda wouldn't do the same. Zyda purposefully delayed his take of the buffs because he saw the better prize. Bringing Coil down low, then going straight for the Crammer, and then now he'll be able to farm without that much of a problem. Seems like a big macro trade priorities of Aurora are still a little bit behind.
Yeah, and at least Light gets the first item though, fleeting time in, so maybe he could build a bit more defense from now on. Because he's looking like a really squishy target so far for TNC whenever Zyda gets to find his hands on him. They're not going to have enough room to defend this tier 1 down bot.
A quick work of it. Jome being fed a lot of gold into that bottom lane. A lot of attention there for TNC. Well, the top lane is mostly left to the Paquito. This means that there will be 2 big damage dealers for TNC come the first Lord. That's going to be from the fists of Zyda. And of course, the bullets coming out from Jome. And the faster you get to your Trinity, the better it is for Jome. Rocking the Purify as well as the Fighter emblem for the Claude means that you're not an easy target for the Brody to take out.
Living gun for the Brody. Light spotted. Sees Zyda. Don't think he saw Zen, but fishes the Belleric out. Turtle number 3. Be a big win here. Purple buff about to spawn, concealed by Zen.
Okay, Ryota's here too though. Zyda trying to burst down Light all over again, and they find the kill. That's looking like the next target. Sanguine Claws to keep them in place as Coil enters and finds multiple targets as well. Zyda and Ryota are a bit low, but the sustain is there. Vin is still trying to help them stay alive as they take this turtle away from Aurora.
Yeah, did you see the movements coming out from TNC after 1 kill? And them receiving the Sanguine Claws, they immediately back out. And knowing that they have Vin to heal them up, the Flask of the Oasis and the Favor available, it only took a matter of, 2 seconds for them to be back in full health and them to be fight ready once again. The moment that Rora saw that, they had to back out.
Hey, but it's a shutdown, it is! Yue finds the kill too!
What a read there by Rora, but TNC get their jungler back instantly through the passive of the Rafaela.
Resurrection coming out from TNC, but that's a big shutdown though. You can see that the lead that TNC were trying to inflate against Aurora, it's now being cut down to half. 600 gold only for now. Light saw this happen, and that means that Doming will be able to get out there safely.
Oh, they decide to go for Ryota! Can he still use his ultimate though? He does! He is gonna survive! Torn apart memory! That was close!
Shield right on time!
And of course, the Wrath is enough for him to get out of there. Primal Wrath. And the TNC are stabilizing for now. 6.7 thousand gold for the Paquito compared to 5.2 of the Hirara, which is so significant, but at least for Doming, he is leading when it comes to the gold. You know what's really scary about this is the fact that Ryota is not having the farm for the team. You need some tankiness on the Edith, and eventually he will be a... Him not having the tankiness will be a problem. Is that a Oh no, Vin did not commit the flicker.
Yeah, I thought he also flickered in, but it
Oh, he
was just
flickered.
a holy blessing after all. And yeah, I think that was the fight where we expected TNC to be most confident because Ryota was there finally and the Primal Wrath could have been available to last them longer, but Ryota or Rora were just very particular with who they wanted to take out first. Now it's the Lord that we're about to see, and the gold lead is very insignificant right now.
It is right now.
4 items already locked in here for Doming. Haas Claws for the Brody.
Yeah.
To be all online and all ready to go for Rora to get that big fight. Yeah, but TNC so far have been able to read them and get the first step over the Northern Lights. Phoenix Army, this looks good for them.
3 items for Zyda, only 2 for Coil.
Ryota's blocking the way. Okay, Zen gets spotted out though, still has the Wrath of Dryad, doesn't need to use it anymore. They're just going for the zone and that's it.
It's enough. Unfortunately, Coil was far too late, but at the same time, Zyda has a level advantage or 2 over him anyways. So it wasn't the right choice though.
Ryota the right choice though.
Again.
Primal Wrath still available. Wrath of Dryad from Zen! Plus the Blazing Duet from Jome as TNC take out 3 and take tier 1 in mid.
A vote of confidence from Coach E to Max. He says that his roamer can do so much more. What a big play by Zen.
A counter play coming out from the Wrath of the Dryad. But also the fact that Aurora did not have enough damage to take on Ryota, popping the Primal Wrath and then flickering out so that he will be out of range of Doming. And now they convert that to 3 kills afterwards because of the immense amount of damage they get coming out from Zyda, coming out from Jome. And then the healing coming out from the Rafaela is also important in these micro objectives of Aurora. Unfortunately, the poke style of Aurora might not be the best up against the sustain of TNC.
That's the thing, it's a poke type lineup. They haven't hit the point of the game where you could really consider it to be bursty enough.
Yep.
And yet they still decided to go for Ryota in that particular moment. Was he like the most within reach person?
I guess.
Yeah, I feel like they just decided to go for the first one that they saw.
Yeah, at that time though, if you're gonna be looking at the items, Dominance Ice and only the Dreadnought Armor. So maybe when they were checking all the items on TNC, they have confirmed that maybe Ryota is the best target. Think about it though, that is a tank emblem needed. But at the same time, every single moment that they don't catch where Vin is, it means that one pop of the Flask of the Oasis healing with the favor from the Rafaela will mean that TNC will survive. So regardless of who they want to catch with the Divine Binding, they still have to take note and mark where Vin will be.
Because Aurora drafted this way, what could have been a quick climb to a snowball through a Hirara, then to a Brody, turned into a front-to-back lineup against a composition that wants a longer team fight and has all the sustainability and tools to survive that much longer team fight. And I feel like this Edith is cut from the same cloth as Carmilla in the EXP, Alice in the EXP, anything in the EXP to look at the Barretts, but this time as an answer for the Kaja. You pull it, but is it actually worth pulling? Because if it survives, yes, it's really low. You made it burn its flicker and its ultimate, but then you're suddenly getting hit by enhanced basic attacks.
Yeah, it's tough.
As a mid laner Rafaela, you don't have access to the favor, but because you farm so well with being the mid laner, you get the Flask of the Oasis with the Enchanted Talisman at minute 12, 6,000 gold. It means that every single pop of your healing, it actually heals you up so much, or heals out your team so much.
Yeah, it's like you're a self-sustaining fountain.
Yeah,
you're not a
moving
mana.
fountain.
You have Maya, you have a moving fountain. You have health, you have mana, you're losing health, here's more health. It's everything.
Yeah, so Rora really would like to maybe reconsider what their next steps are going to be, because I know after all that, Vin sounds like a really good target, but it's not like you could find him anyway. It's not like you could reach him. Nats is the guy you'd really expect to look for Vin, but at this point, TNC might just really be confident enough to find those pickoffs whenever they're made available for them.
Long lane setup for TNC is good. The longer this Lord fight goes, it's bad for Aurora.
Long hold, conceal, use too. I think TNC just takes this Lord.
Sanguine Claws doesn't land onto anyone. Nats might be the recipient of a combo right here, already using the Consecration. Aurora cannot contest. They would rather defend in base and trust in their lineup.
There's a lot of good stuff that we saw from TNC. Not only was their positioning so pristine, the fact that they also set up the slow push, that is not really a slow push, it's like kind of in the middle. It was enough for Doming to show himself in the bottom lane clearing that. TNC, when they went in for a play in the middle and saw that there was an immediate retreat from Aurora, when they did go for the jump onto Nats, it prompted TNC to the fact that, okay, they will not contest anymore. Let's blitz this one out. And that's exactly what happened. 4,800 gold ahead. TNC will now be knocking at the doors of Aurora with the Lord on their side.
Fully item lock Paquito against A Hirara that only has 3 items. Something, something, nuclear bomb, coughing baby. 5,000. Here comes TNC.
Already one base turret taken down. They're looking for more. Oh, okay. That was not the combo they wanted. Coil might just find a trade here, but then again! 3-man Wrath of Dryad, but the counter engage with the Divine Binding. Immortalities pop here and there. Riota the first to fall, and Aurora actually get to find a successful defense.
Not the start they wanted. Zen looked like he got the salvage, but at that point, TNC ran out of minions and Aurora punished.
Yeah, unfortunately for Riota, again missing the mark. Still hasn't found his groove. Even in the mid lane fight with the turtle fight, very first turtle of this game, Riota missed the onward combo as well. This time with the flicker, he wasn't able to get a catch. So you really have to remind Riota how to initiate for the team. However, it was still a plan for TNC to go for that play from Riota so that Aurora will focus on him, and then comes Zen as the second engage. It still is a pretty intact game plan for TNC despite them not pulling it off, but imagine if Riota had landed at least one of the stuns with the onward as well as the Earth Shatter play. It would have been really good for TNC.
We were talking about how problematic this Rafaela has been for Aurora. Now it has a Winter Crown. Even if you decide to go ahead and jump on it as the first contact, suddenly you've wasted abilities on a Rafaela that's just frozen in time.
Yeah, and next is like, who else? Jom has a Purify. Right now, Ryota's already very tanky too. That was a bit more easier for Aurora earlier because they had the help of a turret, but things are different once they actually try to get out. But can they? At this point, are they willing to already risk a fight again? Because earlier, it was just TNC zoning them out. It was just Zen standing in front. And Ryota threatening them with an Earth Shatter onward combo.
Still, we've seen that Aurora can punish. We mentioned that it was because, well, he didn't have the turret with him there. Still, it's very close. Domeng has kept farm close. It's not like he died over and over again. He's up to a full item build as well. Here comes the concealed play. Oh, it's Foil!
All alone. A Hirara though, he might go for the outplay, but with the amount of damage that TNC already has, Saida just looking for that one last punch and he finds it! But the pull, but the blazing do it in the Wrath of Dryad! The counter engage from TNC looking a bit too good. Flicker's forced out even from Light. And Zydo was there, ready to fight too. Rora had to respect TNC.
Great counter initiation there coming out from Aurora, but even better the start for TNC, the way that they fished for Coil and Coil just being taken out. They are now back in action because of their healing coming out from the Rafaela. Oh my goodness, you really have to commend Jom as well. Did not fall into the trap of jumping too far back onto Aurora after the Divine Binding was used. Because again, you still have to respect the damage output of Yue. Him popping the Wind of Nature as well to get out of harm's way. They take out the important members of Aurora. They have collected the Lord with it.
Zydo was in an excellent position as well. You saw there was a bit of glimmer of hope there for Aurora, but even just Zyda standing in there and watching them made them go back. It made Light flicker into a wall. He was like, oh no, I'm scared.
And now they don't have it. They have less tools to deal with its defense, and they don't have a one-base turret anymore. The Lord is just gonna get in easily for TNC.
Maybe this time, Ryota gets that big set, that nice combo. But look at the wave clear.
Okay.
Rora has in spades. It's not going to be as easy as a way to end this for TNC. You have so much reach and so much poke. High ground defense. Though I know we don't have a high ground. Okay. It's good for Rora.
The way that TNC bursted, the time that it took for them to burst out the Lord felt like the same amount of time Aurora needed just to defend it when it came close. So, okay, at least it doesn't seem like an easy task for TNC now to end the game as much as they want to.
Look how annoying it is. Insane wave clear. Maybe, just maybe, they can hold out and find that moment. Domeng with the Winter Crown. Almost 300 stacks for the Sicilian. My goodness.
Yeah, very scary. Slowly and surely, Aurora are building up. You can see that they are defending well, and they're giving up some parts of the map for an idea of prolonging the game. It's all of a sudden just 19 minutes. Sometimes, you know, there was a 14-minute game that I thought was, it felt really long in the previous series, but this time it's like a 19-minute game that felt short.
Yeah.
It's mainly because there's not a lot happening, and Aurora are just turtling their way into this game, or back into this game. And they do have the resources to do so with the Sicilian. I feel like their late game is pretty even despite them having the Sicilian, because you still have to think about the Claude here for TNC.
The fumble will not be generational, but it will be significant if TNC drop the ball. They need to find a way to get to that Brody, or at least chip away at the front line enough so that their back line is forced back and TNC can just end it. Great handling of the minion waves on the sides. They will get Lord priority and hold. RORA will have to yet again turtle it out in the base.
Oof. They got dominance size at the same time. That's in light. I wonder how far are we from just locking in all the items already for both sides, because we're already in the 20-minute mark of the game. Zendo holding this push. Is this a way for them to finally reach the back lines?
They know. Can they snuff him out?
I have no idea. That's a conceal. They hear it. Ryota flickers in, finally finds a combo, and it's gonna be Coil who they catch. The Wrath of Dryad still not being used. There he finally does! Immortality is bought here by Domeg. Coil trying to back or block the rest of the members, but they finish the job. They find the target they want. Domeg is down. TNC can take the Lord.
It takes a lot of ramp up, but eventually Ryota's damage with the Primal Wrath transformation is enough. But how about that Winter Crown blazing do it play coming out from Job, inviting the members of Aurora to get into their box, only to fall against the damage output of both Zaida as well as Job. The trap has been sprung by Aurora, and it will be Coil once again to really start the fight badly for Aurora.
It's like Joe was honest with himself, and he even saw the slander online about his performance in the opening series for TNC, and now he has stepped up to the plate. 1-0-4. Not that impressive statistically, but his impact has definitely been felt.
Oh, he sold it. He went for the immortality now.
Yeah.
It's going to be juggling items now.
And it's Doming who sold his immortality, because he bought one earlier, but it still wasn't enough. Now it's the Lord marching in the base. Two base turrets taken down. Divine Binding doesn't find anyone. Coil just trying to deal with the Lord. Light 2 trying to zone out, but Mass is the first to fall. Zaida going in. It's Doming who they want. Torn apart memory not going to be enough. Yuan trying his best to defend, but TNC can access the base, and they finally will take game number 1.
Aurora still struggling, while TNC have now found the wind underneath their wings. They take game 1.
Slow and steady wins the race. And you would expect that from Aurora with the composition that they have. But it was TNC that understood the assignment. TNC that understood the strength of their composition. They don't need to rush. They can go in and out of the fight, hedging on the fact that they have both the Belleric as well as the Rafaela. Wait for Jones' timing. Be patient with Ryota and allow Zaida to go ham. Perfect gameplay coming out from TNC.
And I hope you saw, all of you saw that vid instantly as they won. Talking to the veteran Zaida, talking strategy, then talking to his Rome mid counterpart in Zen. The confidence in the young man.
It's not a celebration just yet. I mean, you can have some small celebrations because you still won a game, but to them, it doesn't feel like they want to. They really want to focus on winning for now, and then everything else can just follow afterwards.
Hard stopping moment. You see Ryota surviving here with the heal, with the shields, and of course the flicker out, and then turns back to favor. Nats is playing the Uranus that usually is very tanky. You're going to see him once again getting belted down by both Ryota as well as Jome. You can see Nats is just 50 HP, and then all of a sudden in just, what, a second or two? Getting melted down. That's a Uranus down and out. And TNC have sieged perfectly against Aurora too.
It wasn't the smoothest and most perfect games across the board, but you gotta put respect to their names. Zaida.
The bob and the weave?
Bobbing, weaving. Float like a butterfly, sting like a phoenix. I believe that's how it goes. MVP is Zaida.
6-1-5. Undoubtedly the MVP of this game, starting the game with that emphatic kill onto Yue as a turtle fight when he was able to get a kill, and then afterwards he gets us double kill. He wasn't able to get the first blood because I feel like I remember it was the Belleric who gets the last kill, but this double kill was so good. And of course that's a flicker coming out from Zen that wasn't expected by Aurora. No wasted movements with the combo to kill down Light. Ryota with the exchange though. See, flickers out of there. Zaida, look at him go. He's waiting for the opportune moment. And that's really the hallmark of how good a Paquito player is. You're going to be waiting for your stacks to be up so that you will not waste any of your spells.
Yeah.
You really have to manage that. And then eventually, they will find Coil to get the big, decisive team fight win against Aurora.
Yeah, it's zen on the timings of that Wrath of Dryad too. And Zyda just, I feel like him being the threat, the major threat to the backlines really, especially post or maybe a bit after the team fight really breaks out. It's so hard to position yourself if you're Aurora, or more so if you're Doming and Yue, who just really need to stay in the backlines, but even the backlines felt accessible for TNC later on.
Yeah, there just seems to be something not really clicking with Aurora.
Right.
Whether it's their timing with their positioning, some of their cross-map trades, I feel like aren't as worth it as they used to be. If it was an older meta landscape, sure, but there's just something not going right with them. Meanwhile, for TNC, well, they have grown from their loss to the Falcons. And again, that was a loss where even they said that could have gone to 3 games in their previous meeting.
No, I'm not going to sound like an Aurora apologist here, but I do remember interviewing them a week or 2 weeks ago. Oh, it was about 10 days ago. So the media day happened 8 days before the actual day 1 of MPL. And during the media day, they haven't even trained with Coil and Nats yet. Because they were abroad. And I can see now that Aurora has not built up their chemistry just yet.
Yeah, and imagine, the carrier of the game brought to us by Visa was Yue. We did get to see the impact of that Sicilian the longer as it goes. But maybe that's it. The fact that we haven't really gotten, or Aurora hasn't really gotten time to have a significant training session.
Yes.
Time with Nat and with...
Yeah,
you can see it.
Feel it, you see it, and because even the fact that MPB and the rest of the coaching staff of Aurora admitted that there have been lapses on their end, on everyone's end. So it feels like they're still really trying to explore and understand what really works for them. Because it's not like they're trying to veer away from the meta as much. I feel like they're trying to force their way through it too. But it's not something that they're really comfortable playing just yet, especially as a whole team of 5.
That's just how difficult MLBB is, especially here in the MPL Philippines, that you are easily exposed if you show some weaknesses to your opponents, and that's definitely what TNC showed us today. But I do like the scene that you mentioned earlier when Vin, or was it Zen? It was Zen.
Vin.
It was Vin.
Yeah.
It was Vin talking to Zyda immediately. It's as if they're not satisfied yet about what happened in game number 1.
Imagine the confidence of the rookie in MPL PH. With every victory starts with confidence, and every champion deserves support that performs just as hard as they do.
That's why gamers, creators, and pros trust TT Racing Philippines for ergonomic chairs and smart workstation solutions built for long hours of play and work.
Whether you're making game-winning plays or just streaming, TT Racing keeps you comfortable every step of the way. TT Racing, we have your back.
Can y'all hug me up with the bosses in TT Racing? Because my back is killing me right now.
Yes.
And I would love to get a little bit of this.
An ergonomic chair and anything.
That's for at home, but if you're ready to travel to your next offline quest, welcome aboard China Airlines, Taiwan's flag carrier connecting gamers across Asia, North America, Europe, and Oceania for over 6 decades.
Consider this your premier fast travel unlock. Enjoy state-of-the-art A350 and 777 fleets, Oriental-inspired cabins, and chef-created regional cuisine that'll keep your stats maxed out.
Whether you're flying for business, leisure, or chasing your next big win, China Airlines is your ultimate gateway to Asia and beyond.
Of course, we do have the M8 World Championship coming up in Turkey. We've got events happening in Japan. MLBB is at its most global peak, and I'm pretty sure there are more peaks ahead. It's tough now to think what Aurora might need to do, but maybe they just need to stay sharp and refreshed with SIP, purified water, delivering a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. SIP purified water, hydration made for legends.
Yep, look at him.
I'm thirsty. Joshi drank my water.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for too.
Hey, yo, Mr. Cakes. Well, he can't hear me right now because he's right here. But Mr. Cakes drank my water.
And he just got a new one.
And he got a new one. You've been drinking my water this whole time, brother.
What about me? Can I also have one?
Yeah, and thank you, thank you. All right, thank you guys. Thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
That's teamwork. That's teamwork.
That's teamwork.
Right there.
And if you don't know, yeah, we are interacting with the Tagalog broadcast
Yes.
right now.
Because they're right there. And they have the water bottles. They have the sip purified water.
Well, that's
beside them.
really freaking thirsty, so thank you.
That is,
I needed
this is
that.
easily my favorite segment, actually.
That's right, because you're given a chance to drink.
Yep.
That game felt like it was a rather short game, but you still feel like you're on your toes. You never know when it's like the fight is gonna break out.
Yeah. Especially when you're here in the MPL arena, you really got to make sure that you are on your toes. This is the smart OOTD pose. You're gonna have to do your best and copy. Come on, you have got to stand up. There has to be a little bit of like a back angle to it. Come on.
Someone has to
Oh,
stand
there,
up.
okay.
Come on.
Oh, he's gonna get this. He's gonna get. There we go. There we go.
Okay, okay.
All right. There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yes,
With
this
the
is
pout,
a
with the pout.
Gotta face off.
close fight.
All right, you gotta do the pout. Oh, he got
Okay.
it.
Oh,
there you go. Okay,
I
thank
think
the
you.
it's
facial expressions.
Oh, no,
on
but
this
you gotta hold it, dude.
You gotta hold.
I know. He broke. He broke. He broke.
Oh.
He broke. Give it to the
Okay,
other
so
guy.
that's a
Give it to the-
TKO. That's a TKO, right?
Oh, wait, no. They're giving him a chance.
Ah.
Oh, he,
All right.
He got the facial expressions.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen them in the MLBB landscape, but with the other guy, we almost got to get a glimpse of NIP Flash. Welcome again, you're here at the English broadcast of MPL Philippines. Don't forget, we do have tickets available all over. Join us here at Victoria Sports Tower. But yeah, I'm just waiting for them to do their thing so we can do our thing here. So yeah, now let's do it. Dominate on and off the line of dawn with smart prepaid power on 109 games bundle. Get a massive 5 GB app bundle for MLBB, 4 GB of fast 5G data, plus 10 GB for your favorite apps with unlimited Facebook or TikTok calls and texts.
It's the ultimate setup for scouting enemy rotations, keeping up with your favorite pros, and sharing every GG moment. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL.
All right. So, less than a little bit over a minute heading into the draft for TNC and Aurora. If I'm not mistaken, we might be able to hear a little bit, though, on site here. We have some very special guests, actually. If I'm not mistaken, it is the MDL roster of Twisted Minds who have partnered with Rough World Era. This MDL PH Season 8 Twisted Minds x Rough World Era with our host down on the floor.
That was 21 minutes of jam-packed action between the reunion of Zaida and Coil. Pero nanaig naman ang mga sapak ng pakito ni Zaida. But in the meantime, layo muna tayo sa MPL because MDL Philippines regular season, Season 8, is opening soon. And marami pa tayong action na sasabayan doon dahil aabangan natin ng TMRW na may bagong roster. In Season 6, they were the champions, and in Season 7, they became the runner-up, and now in Season 8, they are trying and gunning to be back on top. But this time with a new mid laner named RKY replacing Vin, who is now playing for the TNC Pro team. MDL Philippines Season 8 is where the next generation of esports stars break their limits and forge their destiny. Watch the country's top rising talent battle it out starting August 25 for their chance at glory. Catch all the action live on the official MDL pages. Join the conversation because the road to M8 starts right here. Now, balikan na natin ang action between TNC and Aurora Gaming. Mananaig ba ang TNC and will they cap off with a sweep or will Aurora Gaming extend this match? Balik sa inyo mga casters.
As always, it begins with the
Let's pretend. Yeah. What?
Nothing happened.
What does Aurora need to do? It must have been the wind.
It must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
Okay, so what does Aurora need to do? Okay, I think that you have to now start respecting what works in the metagame. For example, they let go of the bats. They just literally not mind it. Instead, they went in for the Uranus. Granted, it makes sense to go for the Uranus with the Hirara, but at the same time, you're giving up on a lot of potential for your lineup. So I feel like that's one way to do it. I feel like their last pick, Brody, was good anyways. So I think that at least for Aurora, they have to look for playmaking heroes for Nats. And I think the good in-betweener there between sustain and playmaking is the Barretts, because it's literally a tanky hero that can set up.
I don't know if it's just like not their most prio. It feels like a liquid situation where they just rather not pick the Barretts even if it's there. But the difference lies in the way that they respond. I agree, because it's not like they had answers to it. And it wasn't just the Barretts that they had to answer to. There was a Paquito. There was a Rafaela Barretts combo. I think that's what made it more difficult. It's a combo. It's not just the Barretts alone. So they're taking it out instead. They don't want to deal with it at all.
Yeah. Of course, the Atlas, you also have to consider as the bans. I think that if you are Aurora, you're going to be looking at, I want to say Uranus, but also you want to get the Melissa this time.
Yeah.
If you get the chance, though, because that's typically a ban that teams like to prioritize too. But you, as the blue side team, with the shape of the bans right now, maybe there's a way, there's a world where you pick up the Melissa.
Whoa.
I guess so, because the Fanny ban still has to be considered for TNC.
Unless RORA
yeah.
Yeah. They don't want Paquito and Barrett. Why?
Because they want the Melissa first.
But then...
or the Marcel, perhaps?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, maybe that's why they take out, like, the... Wait.
Yeah.
The interaction is... Huh. Well, maybe we'll find out once
we'll find out.
Once we get through it.
But, again, that begs the question. Which do you... which hero are you more willing if you're TNC? The Marcel or the Melissa? If it's going to be the Marcel, then you will have the Uranus and the Novaria anyways to answer with that. So
what's your command?
they do ban the Fanny.
No, they open it both.
Okay, so Marcel and Melissa open. I feel like if you're Aurora, I think that they're just a team that wants to pick up the Marcel.
Yeah.
They're like...
On Light, though, I feel like the last time I saw Light on the Marcel,
yeah,
there were a lot of questions with it.
Okay, so it's the Melissa.
Okay,
Again, you can go Uranus and then Novaria eventually, but of course the Marcel is the trade that is unescapable. So now you're thinking Uranus. Oh, okay, so they go Hirara first, but that gives Aurora this wonderful pick, which is the Uranus, to protect the Melissa. And then I think that it's better if they just take this Rafaela now.
Yeah.
Or they can go Belric with the Uranus.
Or
more Belric Yura than Belric Rafa?
No, Belric Rafa.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, because the Matilda felt like a really good pair to the Melissa too. Oh, Esmeralda on Nats.
Well, if only you can see it, Wolf and I are making faces.
We're making faces.
We're both not big fans.
Marcel just stops these three.
Yeah.
Well, not really the Melissa, but at least when it comes to Matilda as well as the Esmeralda, you really like what you're having here for the side of TNC. Instead of the Clint, they go Brody. And the reason why that is because they're facing up against the Matilda. And the interaction is, even when there's the guiding wind to save the anyone from Aurora, you still have that torn apart memory that essentially does not care about the guiding wind. Always will have that. It has good synergy with the Hirara and also the Marcel.
TNC has taken away the Harley, turning out of options for Aurora. TNC will just end up deciding to ban out the Nolan just to really make sure that Aurora don't end up with any other junglers. That might be the case. The Uranus gets taken out. So the EXP lane options for Yoda are starting to get thin. So far, they have a very solid start to their draft, and they do take away the Nolan.
There's almost nothing that you'd really consider in prio for the jungle for Coil anymore. Because I think everything else is banned. The next probably that we've seen, at least in this season, was the Ling, but I don't think this is as lingable as you would consider it to be.
For sure. Nope. Definitely not.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta be left with Okay.
What about
Suyu, I guess?
Yeah.
It's the only other option.
You just stuck with that. Shouldn't even consider like a Hayabusa. Or
There
anything
is a
like that.
world, though, that they pick up the Lucas in combination with the Matilda.
Oh, yeah, we did get to see it.
We get to see that. Okay, but then again, TNC, they can like move back their mid lane or pick up the Valentina right now. Just in case that the Lucas will be picked up, at least you have that hero to use. So maybe in this scenario, you pick up your XP lane. You pick up your Ryota hero up against the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me it's a...
Tyra. Could be.
Well, Ryota previously, I think he's been more on the team fight kinds of XP lanes, even the Alice, so...
But a Terizla wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. Well, if they feel like their damage profile's a little bit awkward, maybe even a Carmilla in the XP. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it's for damage sake, and you get the revitalize anyway.
Oh.
Oh, well, they lean towards damage.
Ireland with the Marcel though, so that's good because there's always that frame moment with your passive on the Marcel that you can help with the Arlet.
Yeah.
So Aurora, are they considering this Lucas now? I don't think that it's recommended for them to go for an assassin because the only one left is Link as well as...
Hanzo is...
Wait.
Hanzoable, maybe? But then their front is kind of flimsy.
Yeah, they really need Lucas here, I feel like. Lucas and Novaria, I feel like it's the hero choice here.
Would be a great way to close things out.
Yeah.
Sets up for the Melissa.
Still Suyo.
Suyo.
Yeah, they felt like they don't have a choice. Zushin.
Oh.
Kind of pretty old school, not gonna lie. Pretty old school.
You've given TNC the license to pick up the Novaria here, which is good versus the Melissa. What else could be the hero? I think there is a merit to picking up the Farsa if you're TNC.
Honestly, even the Valentina might be good. You steal the Circling Eagle, you
That's
instantly have access to the Melissa.
Yeah, there's no range problem to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like the Novaria is just a given here. TNC. Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, this was the Lilia that got some early kills against Falcons.
Yep.
But then eventually they did take that L. A lot of control in the mid, and this goes harkens back to a somewhat older trade of the mid lane between the Juicin and Lilia. Still, it seems a little bit more up to the times is the lineup of TNC.
I agree.
But maybe Aurora just ended up falling back to older comforts.
Man, you're right. I think this is really just comfort now for Aurora. Nats has been known before his Esmeralda from way back. Zushin for Yue. Coil, I don't know if this is a good Suyo game overall. You're gonna be facing Marcel, then Arlet, Hirara, Brody. I feel like there's so many hurdles for the Suyo. And I'm gonna say that Aurora has to play perfectly for them to win against TNC.
Harder to execute.
Way harder.
They took the path not of least resistance, but of most resistance. Can they push
Maxed
back?
out resistance.
Maxed out. Can they push back against the own force that they decided to play under and force a game number 3, or will TNC deliver an early shocking result to sweep Aurora this point in the season?
Yeah, it's just so frustrating to think that if this is really just the effect of Aurora not having enough time to explore their gameplay as 5 and them just relying on their individual comforts instead to get across.
Yeah.
Which is painful, because considering that this meta more than ever now really highlights the importance of full 5v5 competence in your team.
Yeah.
It's one of the best things MLBB does as a MOBA.
Okay, it seems like Zyda is posing for an invade, or maybe just a Lethal Wanderer take in here. Coil with Light is it transforms the Suyo into a difficult hero to invade on, especially because of the guiding wind. So, since you are respecting that.
Yep. It's at least not the type of start that would just constantly deny you of your farm. I think we saw that in the earlier series even, but it is the kind of start that is a bit tough for Jome in the gold, as we're seeing right now. Joming is starting to have a much more comfortable time, but for how long is the question, because Aurora is already starting to do something in mid. They don't find the kill on Vin though, but it's not going to be a punish from TNC just yet.
Yeah, they did force out the flicker, so that's good. That means The Flicker will not be available in the turtle fight for TNC on this Lilia. Ryota is having an okay time. He's going to be setting up for a kill onto Nats, but Nats has have the Purify.
Oh, and he's not even level 4. Will be okay though. Stun doesn't land from Coil. But Nats will still get his level 4 and will still survive despite that attempt. There was nothing really burned from TNC2, I believe.
Yeah.
Ryota just got his level 4 now, so it's a final slash that's also ready in case they want to go for a fight.
Yeah. Pretty relaxed approach here for TNC. Aurora gonna be starting the turtle fight.
Then finding more targets. He finds 2. Falling Star Moon from Nats as a response though, but the burst damage is gonna come through for Zyda. He doesn't find the kill yet. Final slash already done. Oh, down bot 2. Jong finds a solo kill. But here, back in the turtle, it's gonna be Ryota down. Zyda steals away the objective nonetheless, but Aurora want kills. They're going for Zyda, and they hand over a double to Coil early in this game.
Oh, great fight coming out from Aurora. Great steal coming out from Zyda, but you see that Aurora managed Ryota so well. I think that was the real reason why Aurora won that fight. Because when Ryota tried to go for the play, they managed to get out of the angle that Ryota can use the Fighter Slash on. And in fact, the Vengeance stacks were limited. Ryota ran out of dashes because of that. TNC though, because of that side lane win coming out from Jome, they have amassed 1,000 gold advantage on the gold lane. At this point in the game, that is pretty significant.
Yeah, despite that win that Aurora had in the objective. And is this another, it will take time for Ryota to finally get his groove thing? Because even earlier on the EDIP, he didn't really find those setups immediately. It took a bit more time.
Yeah.
But is that the best way to go? TNC, fortunately, they won in gold, but if it weren't for that, I feel like this would have been a different story. That's a golden R used by Zen, though. He gets back to safety. Really good disengage that we got to see from TNC.
The scary thing that TNC allowed Aurora to have is the snowball onto Coil with 2 kills already in the early stages of the game. Zyda dying already. 0 and 1. And so far, all of the Hirara games that we've seen aren't really stellar. It's mostly the Paquito, but this time, Suyo up against the Hirara with this early start, 2,500 gold, or 2.6k in fact right now, with the Hunter Strike, will allow Aurora to have a snowball angle in this particular game.
Yeah, it's really just Jome that they are probably going to mainly rely on for damage right now since he won out big. And that's why maybe you're seeing Zen trying to put a bit more pressure there. But TNC, it's not like they're still letting up. They will still find a way, and they are going to present themselves up here in this upcoming objective.
So far, Aurora has executed better, while Zen now signals to Aurora that they are looking towards making sure that Jome gets to farm even more after that early kill. Turtle 1 went to TNC, but Turtle number 2, Aurora might be able to get this one for them. First item for Vin, exactly 5 minutes in, right on the money for the glowing wand for Vin.
Okay, does Zen get to find targets again? But it's gonna be Nat starting this off, Falling Star Moon. Here comes Doming also really putting down Vin to half HP, and that's about all that they need to secure the second turtle of this game. It's been very low effort for Aurora considering the advantage that they had earlier on.
And now TNC will try to pick up in the middle.
Oh, really great setup potential from Ryota there, but the Crimson Beacon was still present. You is still alive! Counter! Falling Star Moon from Nats. Zyda's still going in. They want to go for Coil. There goes the knockbacks from the Circling Eagle and the Golden R just so that this team fight would no longer proceed.
Oh, beautiful back and forth. Ryota with some key stunts there. Zyda now forced to get out of there.
Yeah, Zyda gets out.
Oh! Okay, Jome found Coil!
And picks up a Sky Piercer right after.
Big Phoenix energy by Big J!
Okay, it's Jome versus 3 now. This might just be a shutdown, not unless he actually lives! Light! He doesn't find the kill! Doming's going for the chase! Even with the Tour de Park memory, he's not gonna survive! And they take down Zen alongside him!
Oh, the unfortunate fact is that he picked up the Sky Piercer, only to lose some of the stacks in there. Not sure if that actually had a stack at least, but TNC, very hectic team fights here. Everything is very sweaty for them, but the fact that you're getting a lot of kills onto Jome is good. The only good thing here for TNC though is that there wasn't any shutdown goal that Jome was able to give Aurora. But he did have to commit the flicker. And then Light was there with a guiding wind, Doming to collect the kill. That was the most important part of this clash, as Doming is part of the 2 kills and he lived through both of them. Good recovery goal that will be on the hands of this Melissa.
Once that Brody used the torn apart memory, you could tell that was just a Hail Mary play by Jome.
Yeah.
Try and get something. He knew he was falling. Nats and Light cutting off the exit of the Brody.
Oh, Zaida too will have to regroup. Golden R just catches one. Final slash committed 2. But Ryoda's just gonna get bursted down. He gets knocked back too. Or brought back by the Lantern Flare. And Vidfall's next. It's not looking good. TNC! Another Hail Mary play perhaps. Jome is next to fall. TNC just couldn't find the right timings. But Zaida! He still finds one. But it's just a double for Doming.
In an alternate universe, Zaida pulled off an insane triple kill. He only got 1. But RORA, it seems like the comforts are working for them.
Yeah, I think that you went with the Jushin, making a lot of wonders for Aurora, making it so that TNC cannot escape their grasp whenever they are chasing. And at the same time, you have a very reliable Melissa. With the help of Light, the guiding wind, everybody from Aurora is just way too mobile. Doming is 3-1 and 3 right now. And that's gonna be so impactful in the first Lord of this game. Right now, Aurora is still leading, and they're still controlling this turtle. And when there will be a head-on collision, come the first Lord, TNC will be at a massive disadvantage just because of Doming, just because of Light.
Yeah.
And of course of Yue.
Aurora are too fast. The shutter speed on the camera of that Marcel too slow. Warax for Zaida, still close in terms of the farm against the Suyo. Both gold laners neck and neck.
Oh, immobilized from Zaida. They don't follow up with a final slash just yet though. TNC are going to focus on clearing, but it's a Crimson Beacon in from Yue. They want to force the fight. They're going to go for Ryota too. Look at Muddles, piercing through everyone, but Sen finding 3 with the Golden R. They're working on the defense for this tier 2 up top, and they successfully will make it.
Wow. As if nothing happened. Everybody from Aurora is topped up. Oh, healing meta. Here we go back again.
Yeah. But it's with an assassin flavor. Who would have thought?
Yep.
Like that's we already got the full-on utility, tank jungle, healer roam, sometimes healing mid also.
Yep.
Again, Midnight, what have you done? Now here we are with the assassins on the board. 2,000 gold lead for Aurora. It seems like there's just way too much shields for TNC to chip through. The damage of the Lilia is just chipping away at shields and not at health bars.
Yeah, even Nat's timings on the Falling Star Moon.
They've been great.
Every single objective.
Yeah.
Like he's been setting up for the objectives, so Aurora have had a much easier time. And that just goes to show that TNC right now, because they weren't able to get the snowball, how are they even gonna find Doming? How are they gonna reach Doming? Knowing that it's not just the wall that Nats put up, but even the guiding winds from Light that could just save him every time.
We see a lot of a big trend now in the metagame where the Paquito is trumping the Hirara, and seems like almost all of the heroes now can actually win against the Hirara. Granted that the healing will be on their side. Paquito plus the Rafaela, and this time it's a Matilda with the Suyo. It seems like there is a certain point where the Hirara is easily managed when there is a healer from the opposite end. He just can't secure any kind of kills, which means that if you are the Hirara, you're not snowballing. And this is the reason why the utility/healing meta is back.
Yeah, because I think the Hirara, it's like the combos take a bit time.
Yeah.
Looks good. Aurora, they're trying to bait out a response by TNC. Zen getting the info. Oh, the guiding wind. Oh, Trickling Eagle already used.
Yep, Muddles going for the zone. Nat's not using the Falling Star Moon just yet, but TNC, they cannot get close. Muddles too is doing work. They're not allowing for TNC to fight back, and they're going to go in for the engage. That's going to be the Golden R together with a final slash, but look at the damage Aurora already has.
Well, you have to thank Yangon Galacticos for showing us in 2026 you can still definitely play the Suyo. If your player is really good at it and you have a great lineup for it, it will definitely work. 5,000 for Aurora and the Lord on their side.
Okay, Zion gets a mini stun, but the Holy Shields are about to pop, and this full wave will just come crashing in mid. There goes the stun from Coil! Muddles and a burst on Vayne! Not even the stuns from Zen are able to do anything. They clear out that minion, but there's more.
Oh. They're topped up. They have so much sustain on their side. They can siege once again. They still have the Lord this time.
They don't even have to reset. They're just gonna stay here, but it's gonna be a flicker from Zin. Final slash does not connect. And the free hits from Doming are doing it for Aurora. Golden R stopping them and buying a bit of time. But that is not enough time. Aurora will equalize and bring us to a game number 3.
How about that? Just when you thought they were out, they forced it. To close out week number 1 of MPL Beach Season 18, as Leo would say, we are going all the way.
Game number 3 on the books, and it's because of Light, as well as Doming, and of course Coil also playing the Suyo. I doubted their composition, but when you see them play this well, and the other side now playing well, like Ryota still not finding any good final slash in this game, only Jome playing well. Even the golden hour is not synergized properly here by TNC. There was a time where TNC had an angle to win, but Aurora did neither of that constantly. It's because of the strength of this composition with the Jushin as well as the Matilda. The sustain is real, and it seems like Ube is the flavor of the metagame.
It's Ube that's a little bit spicy. Has some sambal in it. Wow. That sounds terrible. No one tried that, but
I can't. No, it's.
We're talking about literal food.
Some sweet and spicy combos work, but maybe not that. Okay, that's again. Wolf just mentioned it.
What?
Light did a major contribution to this win.
Look at that, 100% kill participation. That performance was definitely sweet and also spicy.
Yep, 0-2 and 13. But the impact is undeniable. There's no stat line that can actually show us how it's done, apart from the actual highlights that we are going to see in here.
That is as roamer as a stat line as you could get.
For sure.
No kills, 2 deaths, 13 assists, and you were there for every kill that happened.
And this was the game-defining moment, I feel like, is the turtle fight. And then the fact that they took out Jome into the bottom lane, Light with the guiding wind, picking up Doming. I think there was a lot of communication there between the members of Aurora, where somebody has to pick up the guiding wind, and that should be just Doming. Don't let Nats to get it, because that's the best kill that they will ever give to Doming, who is trying to catch up in this game as well. And the siege will be there. I think the underrated MVP of this game is this Jushin.
Yes.
I was shocked by the pick, but now it makes total sense to me that you now pick up an assassin that is almost a fighter, because I feel like the Suyo right now is not considered an assassin anymore. It's more like a faster fighter.
Yeah.
And typically the Suyo will be taken out easily because of the magic damage, but with the Jushin and the Matilda, there's so much healing and so much tankability and sustainability that Aurora had, and they can now leverage the Suyo in an Ube style playstyle.
Yeah.
You can see that they played this Suyo like a true fighter.
Yeah, it's alpha with more aura and more, I don't want to say swag, that's so old. Warax going well with it. Killing Spree, Sky Piercer, you have the Matilda with you.
Yep.
And I agree, Yue on the Jushin really just doesn't miss.
I was supposed to say, I felt like Yue was the most vocal in this game than he ever was. Because even if you take a look at his player cabs, the fact that they were also comfortable with their own picks and that they knew so much about how to just play them. Individually, I feel like they were all just having a massive confidence boost in this game, throughout this entire game. So the comms were, I guess, a bit more flawless, because really you get what you expect from the hero, and maybe even more, because we did not expect it to fare this well for the draft of Aurora.
Say what you will, but the Arlet, I thought it would make sense with the Marcel, but we did not see any of those combos, unfortunately. The Visa, the carry though, Doming, it started out as one solo kill coming out from Jome in the bottom lane up against his golden competition. But all that Aurora had to do was to park more heroes in that lane, allow Doming to get a revenge kill onto Jome, eventually giving 3 kills to Doming, with Light not leaving Doming's sight afterwards. It meant that they will allow Nats to be alone in most of the scenario, but the investment onto Doming really paid well. for the side of Aurora.
At the same time, with all of the mobility that Aurora had, you really couldn't get a lot of momentum going for this Lilia. Lilia would want everyone to be able to stick together. Theoretically, you would want to stick together to get the shields of the Mathilda, but once you get those shields, you can disperse, and then Lilia is just hitting wind.
Yeah, you don't even get to see the early prowess of the Lilia in that game just because of the mobility, the sustain that came along with the Mathilda from Light.
And I think it's also very understated. Mathilda hurts, folks.
Yeah.
If you get all those wisps at you, even roamers early on get brought down to half and have to use regen or go back to base.
Yep. The Soul Bloom coming out from the Mathilda. Okay, so here's an interesting topic. First Turtle wins games. 9 wins and 3 losses for the teams that were able to get the first Turtle.
Yeah.
My answer to this is absolutely yes. And I've been pushing for the fact that this is a snowball fight kind of meta where you if you take the momentum in the early stage and you get an incredible lead in the first turtle and then the second turtle, it's easy for you to close out on the games. And the finals of the recent MSC has showed us that, if you do win in the early stages, it's easy for you to win the game overall.
Yeah. But so far, it's been even if you don't get even if you do get the turtle in the first turtle of the game, doesn't necessarily mean it leads to win. Just statistically, it's 75%. But
That's
again,
right.
we were going to this day 9 to 10. Now we are 9 to 12.
Okay. 9 to
12?
Like, sorry, 9 out of 10, and then now it's 9 out of 12.
Ah, okay.
Oh wait, no, sorry, 9 out of should be 11.
11.
Numbers. No, but
Numbers,
9 plus
math.
3 is 12. Anyway, so far we haven't seen a win yet for the team that got the first turtle of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, so this was before day
3.
Before
so
day,
it's
so that's
day
not
1 and day
including
2.
today.
I thought going into today we were 9 out of 10. Too many numbers.
But nevertheless, 9 out of 12, 9 out of 11, 9 out of 10, that's still a lot.
That's still a lot.
That's still like a massive majority. And I think that it's safe to say that, you surely would want to look at the early game first.
Yeah. Of course, we're looking at which heroes could potentially make a comeback here in MPL PH. Here's a little checklist for you. Hasn't been long since we last saw Minotaur. I am just waiting for someone to bring back Minotaur and Mia. Pretty sure it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I think you can add Sicilian now to this list. Did we see a Sicilian last season or maybe much closer? That's why he's not here. I can't recall. But yeah, there's still so many more picks that we're looking to see and theoretically could make a comeback.
Yeah. I guess, what's it, season 14? I think that it was picked up in season 14. I remember us picking it with Gozen, but it wasn't really first choice. I think the time, if you look back at season, probably 9 and 10 was the real season where Melissa was the point of contention between teams.
Oh yeah.
And some parts of the season 12 actually.
Yeah.
Because there was the Faramis meta game where if you're playing the Melissa, that's where you can counter the Faramis.
Yeah, the Faramis.
So that was a thing before. Yeah, we're back. And we're back with the Ube as well.
Yeah. So we are so back.
We are so back.
You thought that you could escape healers and utility. Nope. That's still here, except there's more damage in the jungle because of some busted heroes. Let's look at the draft again. Both teams switched sides by game 2. Again, quite unorthodox, a little bit older for Aurora in their draft, but again, Comfort worked out perfectly for them with Juicen on that, or Yue on that Juicen as a huge centerpiece of their draft working alongside with MVP Light on the Mathilda.
Yeah, because I think both Renmar and Wolf really looked at each other when they locked in the Mathilda Esmeralda together during the first phase in that previous draft. It was an unexpected sequence on top of the fact that they brought back some really old meta heroes in the form of a Suyo and a Juicin. But again, relying on Comfort, I wonder if that will still be the way for Aurora in game number 3, because if you're TNC, that is something that can probably confuse the draft just a bit, because you won't directly go for the more meta sequences nor bans, because Aurora are already considering something that's not even part of the current meta anymore.
Yeah. And I guess this is where Aurora Aurora is thinking, we are forcing our way into the meta game without the training that is needed. We don't have the time. Why do we keep on doing that? Why not? Let's just go back to our identity. Yue, get back on the sustain. Light, be at the middle of utility and setup. And then Nats, do your thing. Play the Esmeralda. That's your thing anyways. Let's support Coil with this Suyo and allow Dominic to just be the typical marksman that you're looking for.
Ever since RORA became a team in MPL Philippines, they have beat TNC 1, 2, 3, 4. I wish I counted earlier. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8 out of the 9 last meetups.
Okay.
Of course, with the last meetup between TNC and by RORA, that shocking Week 5 outcome, a sweep by TNC against the Northern Lights.
Yeah. I remember that day.
Yeah.
I think I also remember that day.
Yep. There were so many surprises for sure.
Was it the one where they played Uranus Master Assassin for 3 more?
I think.
Or was that a different day?
Yes, it was.
That might have been
It
the
was.
same. It was okay. So
Yes, it
Uranus
was.
Master Assassin.
I think that was also the Dinoth, or was it the Khalid game? But also, there were surprises there. But I do remember the Master Assassin 3 more Uranus.
Was that Atlas into Kalea also by Champion?
That could also
Wow.
be a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All I could remember was that was probably when Aurora were approaching the danger zone, or were already in the danger zone
That's
for
right.
playoffs qualifications, and everyone was just shocked
Yeah.
at the fact that our former world champions are struggling to get into the playoffs even of the season right after that. So
they are still the defending world
yeah,
champions.
they are. They are.
They actually could still
That's also true.
That was a previous MPL season though. Right now it's different. It's also a different lineup. So let's see how these comfort adjustments will come into play. Because I even think game number 1 was a start. Like, if they were already considering maybe still a bit of the meta, but a mix of comfort, let's go Sicilian Yue. It just
I see.
didn't
I see
work.
what you mean. It's like you're going back to your break glass in case of emergency play style, but not for everyone. At least you still have the Suyo.
Yeah.
But that's very true for Nats as well as Yue. And Doming in many ways, I think that the first pick Melissa is, Doming can adjust accordingly with any marksman out there anyways. At least it's a marksman, not a fighter, right? So that's why I say that it's a break glass in case of emergency kind of approach here for the side of Aurora.
I think you can't fault Aurora for even just going for that again in game number 3.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's like, you made a really great point earlier. We didn't get to fully train together as a team for what works now.
Yep.
Let's just try to run it back with what worked for us. We have the capable players.
Yeah.
And then we'll adjust in the coming weeks. I mean, it's only week number 1. At least let's end the week on a high note and we get a win.
Yeah. If we can't win with the with our signature play style or with our signature heroes, then we cannot win anything anyways. So we are on this stage. Let us show them what we have at least. We don't have as much training as these guys, so we just have to enjoy this fight and maybe take one game after the other.
Yeah, and maybe let's not be too crazy with it. I'm not saying like bring back the Fredrin or the Maka. Like, no need.
This
It's
is
fine.
Yeah, I can imagine Coil saying that.
Yeah.
Like the playable one.
Yeah.
Because the others feel like they have just so many conditions to tick for them to be playable.
Yeah.
The current meta.
Just play the Suyo. Actually, you know what? It's a good team. If Aurora might have this problem for the next couple of weeks, maybe use the playbook that Yango and Galacticos used.
Plus the experience, I guess, the veterancy that they have, and the amount of experience that they have compared to the new quote-unquote leaders in TNC. Because I know the captain's a different topic, but the ones in game, the mid duos, the starters of everything, they're rookies here in MPL Philippines Season 18.
All right. TNC, if we're going to look at TNC, I think for them, just keep it simple.
Yep.
I know how great the Marcellus is a pick, but if you could take it away, that might be good because you did point out there were some moments where it looked like they weren't able to make the most out of a golden hour. For sure. Or even the golden hour actually hurt them in their own team fight.
Yeah. I guess there was a time where they had a choice between Marcel and tanky hero like the Uranus. So maybe, okay, well, that's not going to be available now because they banned it themselves. Maybe they'll be the ones to prioritize the Melissa now. I believe that Jom can play it well anyways. Did play really well when it comes to like the lane to gold lane matchup and really took whatever criticism there was yesterday personally. As he played so well so far in the first 2 games.
We could be seeing here if TNC forgo picking the Melissa as their priority pick and then they pick up the Barretts, then maybe RORA are just going to steal away the Rafaela and the Belleric for themselves and then work through that.
Yeah.
But it would be kind of weird if TNC doesn't end up with the Melissa as the first pick option. I think RORA will be willing to face into that.
Because if they go for that Rafa Belleric, then it's more of the meta rather than what they probably want to use anyway. Because I know it's a flex, but Nats hasn't looked as comfortable playing the current meta XP laners. So I'm not sure if they'd be 100% with a Belleric on his hands.
What else is a problem for the Esmeralda? Actually, you know what? Maybe they can go back to something like an Edith if there is no other option here for TNC. I mean, specifically for Ryota, because the idea is you still have some sort of setup, but you're also very tanky. So the metagame dictates that if you go for an assassin jungler, you have to look at a sustained XP laner and a poke mid. Maybe.
Wow.
Selena. Okay, the Marcel is still open. Are you tempted, or will you go for the Barretts instead if you're TNC?
I think you lean towards the Barretts. Still, if ever you get caught under the golden hour, you can cancel it out, but nah. For them, it's a better price to pick up the Melissa for Joe.
I think you pick up the Matilda now if you're Aurora. Maybe eventually you pick up the Hirara. I don't know if you want to pick it up now, but Hirara or Barretts, and then the Matilda, I feel like. Oh, the Rafaela and the Barrett.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, Rafaela makes sense. It's almost, I would say, it's almost like a swap. It's a vice versa. There you go. Belleric coming up from TNC.
Okay. So they're not going to consider the Marcel anyway. I think there are a lot more better pairings with the Melissa.
I think you want to go Matilda now if you're TNC.
Yeah. Just get all
or
the
Hirara.
Oh.
You need the Hirara.
You know what? I think I would want to see Zyda on something like a Nolan. But the Nolan is burst-based against the Rafaela.
Not against these two.
Yeah, not against these two. Yeah, you're right.
That's different.
Yeah, just get the Hirara.
Yeah. Or the Matilda. Okay, so yep. Snow. Nothing too fancy. Aurora. What will they pick up? Do you want to go for... Maybe you will look for a different assassin that can pierce through this Melissa. Actually, what if they go Hayabusa eventually, but not in this slot? What if they just pick up something like a Brody this time for Doming to pick up? Oh, they want to go Harley. All right. Honest pickup here for Aurora. Nothing too fancy.
Yeah. Pretty much within our understanding of the metagame for the first 3 picks on both sides. RORA has a flex to work with. Make that 2, the Rafaela and the Barretts together. Meanwhile, for TNC Pro Team, they also have a flex. Just 1 though, in the Belleric.
It's going to be mid laners that we're looking at now for Vin.
Okay. What are the choices here for Vin on I think there is always that merit of picking up the Novaria up against the Barretts because of the slows that you get out of it. It's because some teams, they like playing Eve, for example, up against the Barretts. Now, if you are TNC, are you afraid of the Kaja 4th pick here for Aurora?
There's no obvious combo with it that's like instant unless you're really just going to commit a Divine Binding for the Harley. You can layer even more crowd control with the Holy Baptism afterwards.
Or is it a paired with Doming that we're expecting?
Okay, yeah. I think only if ever they show the Kaja at 4, then expect that there's going to be like a Beatrix to close it out for Doming.
Wow, this is a Claude ban here for TNC, not even considering Brody or Clint as their choices.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you understand it's a it's a stable laner.
Yeah.
And will allow the Harley to not think about the Claude in the early stages. Claude can fend from himself.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can devote your rotations elsewhere, but at the same time, I mean, there is always that risk with the Claude. Claude Melissa has always just been, it's like one of the main matchups now if you look in other regions. But there are some games where Claude has been able to outplay a Melissa and snowball through some really good individual play. Lilia gets banned out. RORA, oh, they might have showed their hand with that one. Rafaela mid, and then another tanky front for Light.
Okay, the Moscow being banned here. Still have the Brody. I think they want to go glue because that's probably the reason why they banned this Lilia.
Right, glue roam. Then you get it with a Rafaela and then Harley in mid. Makes it a very annoying roaming trio.
But that will be potentially a last pick. I think if you're Aurora, you pick up a very stable laner here for Doming. Brody or Clint comes to mind.
Yeah, and figure out, because you don't know what Vin will consider in mid.
Or a Granger.
Okay.
Doming special.
And they get a Sky Piercer with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that actually makes Granger really hard to catch right up with the Rafaela.
Yep. Wait, is Aurora thinking about the Marcel last pick here? With the Granger? That is not out of the table.
Yeah, that's the usual combo that you want to run with a Granger.
Yeah. Okay, TNC. Let's just hope that this is not Carmelia with Sicilian. One or the two is okay.
Just not both.
Just not both? Oh, it's Angela. And
They steal the glue.
They steal the glue, which is really good. Okay. I think if you're Aurora, the Marcel makes sense here.
Yeah. Everyone's all zoned up, clumped up together.
They're not gonna put the Rafaela on Light and go more damage, right?
Just keep that Rafaela in the mid lane. You already have damage anyway through the Harley for Magic. Granger for finishing with the Sky Piercer.
There's a world where they go Vexana for the burst. Good versus the glue.
What if they go Ube and go Rafaela Ferris?
That's
for that glue. Overkill.
But there's the Melissa, so you might not consider it. But yeah, that looks nasty. So either Marcel, I feel like, or Vex. There you go.
Great call there in the Vexana. Okay. So they still put that Rafaela in the roam. And they get one of the counters to the glue. But that doesn't necessarily mean the glue will get countered hardcore here. You just have to watch out your positioning around it, lest you be popped up by the passive of the Vexana chaining together after those little gluelets die. This is the third game. Last one for week 1 for season 18 of MPL Philippines. Let's do this one by one. Brigida, for you, who do you think got this draft?
Well, I feel like there's just so much attention on the glue that I'm starting to worry about the reach that they might have against Drome on the Melissa. And there's an Angela to somewhat add another layer of protection to it too, but I just can't help but think that it's TNC. The mechanics are just gonna be something you really have to watch out for.
For me, I like the Angelada. Yep. At the same time, this is like Melissa with Hirara and with Bellerin.
Yep.
Up against Barrett's Rafaela. So it's like 3 OP heroes versus 2. And it's easier for me to bet on more Kaijus, right?
Excuse me, what?
Kaiju, is that?
Oh, Kaijus, okay. I completely misheard that, and I'll just tell you after the broadcast what I thought you said.
Yeah, I know what I potentially have said, but I clarified it.
Welcome to game number 1! Sorry, game number 3!
Okay, hey!
Oh, sorry to put you off.
Well, we reset it to a best of 1.
It was my fault, It is reset into a best of 1. Thank you for saving me there. Fire off away in the chat, wherever you're watching. Who do you think got this in the bag? Is it Aurora? Is it TNC? A lot of pressure right now by Aurora to spot out the rotations of TNC. They know where Zyda is. Meanwhile, Coil farming on his side of the jungle without much of a problem as Light and Yue are taking control of the river.
Yeah, I think this is just something you can really take advantage of as Aurora. An Angela in mid, even yesterday, is a hero that you could just really constantly bully, I guess. There's just so much more potential for pickoffs, considering that the wave clear isn't as reliable. You don't really get to put yourself out there as much, not without the help of Zen. So that is one thing that Coil will likely pay attention to. But Vin, he knows that it's potentially gonna come. They gotta keep him safe under the turret. And Coil goes for the poke on Zen instead.
There's nothing out of the ordinary here, apart from the fact that Vin went for a Bargain Hunter. Bargain Hunter Angela.
Oh.
Bargain Hunter Angela. That is very surprising to me. So what that entails is that you have a faster Flask of the Oasis and then a faster Enchanted Talisman afterwards.
Oh, Doming already forced to burn that flicker. Meanwhile, the bottom lane.
That was a fast reaction, and this is a faster response by Aurora, catching first blood up against Ryota before the turtle. They will have full control over this. This is Broken Walls too. It's been such an easy transition for Aurora to just get and capitalize on that kill.
Oh my god.
You can look at something very basic right now. Light and Yue are clearing the wave insanely fast compared to this Glue and Angela.
Yep.
Yeah. And I hate to say this, and I really, really hate to say this because Ryota is one of my closest friends in the pro scene, but I think that Aurora are exposing that dent in the armor of TNC. It started from yesterday when you saw that Ryota couldn't find his stride, and right now, even in Game 1 win, it was a really slow start for Ryota, and they are exposing it again in Game number 3. They went into that XP lane, and all of a sudden, they're ahead by 1,000 gold.
Ryota didn't burn. Oh, he burned the flicker and the taunt!
Okay, now Ryota's looking for a play. He finds one. That's
There you go.
Yue, and he
Heard me,
was the
probably.
one who picks up the kill. Yeah, I feel like he heard you.
Classic caster curse. I think you could cut the Ryota shouting "I love you" from the stage towards you.
Not the opposing
Not the opposing team.
Not the opposing team. Towards you, Wolf.
Yeah. And that's for the better for TNC, for sure. However, I will not be surprised if that is still the focus point of Aurora. It's like an open wound that TNC has right now that Aurora can continuously pressure.
Yep. And we gotta continuously keep things clear for all our players before we proceed with the game. So we will be jumping into a quick pause for now. And yep, so far it's been Aurora really capitalizing on these early game advantages, their faster wave clears and rotations. Overall against TNC, I feel like we have to wait to see the combos really come into play. Maybe the Angerara timings
Yeah.
before they actually go for a fight.
All right. I don't know if I am just remembering this incorrectly, but it seems like the Hirara as a hero pick right now is not so hot. I mean, it has been picked up so many times, I think almost every game.
Yeah.
But it seems like it hasn't been successful so far. I mean, for sure there has been a win all throughout this weekend, but amongst all of the games that we've seen, it seems like it hasn't been so good.
Is that Daiki?
Is that Daiki?
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, that's Daiki.
What side is he on? Where is he? Oh, he's on the...
MLBB doesn't stop for Daiki.
Is Daiki a close friend of either Vin or Zen?
Yeah, someone from TNC.
Probably.
Or...
What was Daiki's MDL team?
Or Zaida? No?
Maybe Zaida. No, their paths didn't cross.
They didn't? But, okay.
Oh, we're
Or
gonna
maybe
have
he's
to
just a
ask him.
fan of MLBB, man.
Yeah, he just loves MLBB.
It's just like, it's their day off. What can I do? Watch a game.
Yeah.
Liquid has left me here since yesterday. I'm kidding.
I agree though. It feels like the Hirara hasn't had the smoothest of runs
Yeah.
in terms of the meta junglers that we have.
Well, which is interesting though, because in other regions there are, I'm looking at you, Kyrie, who are performing out of their minds.
Yep.
With the Hirara.
That's also true.
Is it a Filipino thing? The Hirara just doesn't work out for us?
Maybe.
Cursed?
By the way, BTR won against ONIC.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, BTR by Vit beat on it today?
By
Oh, hey. Good for them.
So, yep, it's been a lot of days since ONIC has won against BTR.
Since Keller has won against them.
Yeah. They keep getting their number there. But of course, we come back here to the Philippines. First item, 4 minutes for Yue on this glowing wand. Even more proof just how fast they are clearing the map. Again, they are trumping Vin and Zen. Talking about Yue and Light in terms of clearing up the minion waves in mid. And that's why they're controlling the river so comfortably for Aurora that TNC just gonna have to bide their time until find their opening with an Angela combo through someone, anyone at this point.
Yeah, at least because of the emblems, though. Vin gets his Flask of the Oasis already.
Yeah, almost at the same time as Yue got his glowing wand, just a few seconds off. Oh, first junglers getting their first item at almost exact same point.
Wow.
Zyda Hunter Strike, Coil with a Genius Wand.
700 gold ahead, Aurora, but Zyda is level 8. Foil is not. But this is a little bit of an advantage for TNC. Aurora wants to equalize.
Yeah, that's... And the rest of the members are trying to hold on to this objective. They're getting poked down here by Dome.
Zen and Zyda, the bush right behind. Nath could easily come in with Detonus Welcome and Flicker.
Oh, Flicker set up from Ryota. Coil still gets the turtle. Zen trying to go in too. Looking for a target to use the grab. He finds one, but there's a Flicker on light to keep him safe. And Aurora, no one is going to fall. Going to re-engage. He is going to find a kill, but it's going to be over to Domeng. He finds one on the Granger, and TNC will no longer fight back.
That's stack number 1 for the Skypiercer of Domeng.
And unfortunately, TNC are just not as organized as Aurora was. With just one team fight win, Aurora inflated their lead to 1,800 gold. It started to be a 700 gold lead, and the fact that Zyda has a level ahead of Coil when that happened, that's really unforgivable for TNC. They really fumbled in there. They weren't able to initiate with Ryota properly.
Yeah.
Zen's ultimate is also off the mark, and Zyda just can't open the team fight with his Angerara combination.
Just can't get it right now. And it might be the window for TNC is closing so much quicker. Again, they're playing around the Skypiercer, around the jungler that can instantly delete. They set up through the deadly magic and then give the kill to Domeng to get stacks.
Yeah.
And this could go on and on and on, Brigida.
Saw it happen once. And as long as TNC don't polish their sequence, Aurora can just keep doing this. Because you saw it earlier too. That was a re-engage from Coil, just as you thought it was no longer going to break out into a fight. And the pattern has been Ryota trying to start with the Flicker Wrath of Dryad. But what follows next if that fails? Because then will be putting himself in danger if he tries to commit to the bit.
Now that I think about it, because that's a very difficult crossword puzzle that you laid down before us, Brigida, but I feel like the answer could be simple for TNC. Go for the re-engage instead.
Yep.
Don't try to win the fight by starting it. Because if you do, you're going to suffer from Yue's ultimate. As we saw, the Eternal Guardian was so impactful in the previous game that it meant that Zen will not be able to launch his attack first.
Yeah.
And when Ryota jumps in, they get stopped in the back. So I think for TNC, you gotta accept the fact right now that you don't have the fighting prowess, and all you gotta do is to go for a re-engage instead of the first engage.
After that, they decide to play out the map. Zen goes bot side to supplement Jome's split push, while Aurora will mirror that. Taking down the second tower up top. That's going to be the third tower Aurora has taken down in this game after taking 3 turtles. Stats show, history shows this usually goes really well for the team at this point, leading to a victory. But TNC, maybe they'll just be able to find that turnaround once they change up their approach.
That 8-minute Holy Shield already falling for TNC up top. Not like it's the long lane, but still you see how much presence Aurora already has secured over the map. Not even allowed for TNC to get another turret down bot earlier, even when Jung tried to push it through, because there's a threat of Coil with a deadly magic. But what is this positioning?
With all due fairness, Zyda is ahead.
Yeah.
Ryota doesn't want to give anything to Aurora right now. No Detona's welcome, but Jome sneaks in, takes the turret up top, gets more gold for the team. Everybody is famished from the side of TNC except their gold lane and their jungler, which is actually not a bad spot to be in if you're thinking about TNC.
Yeah, they do have an Angela to sort of like really supplement either the Melissa or most likely the Hirara. Oh, Zen and Zyda, they'll spot out Naths.
It's not the full stacks yet, but they don't still...
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, you already saw the other members of Aurora in the mid. That's the Barracks. He'll be able to buy time and survive.
Yep.
That's a lot of information that will go towards the direction of Jome. So
Yeah. But that's what we like about TNC. Like, despite this, it seems like they're just constantly eager to still find openings.
Oh, definitely. Cannot deny that from them. Still a slight lead here for Zyda compared to the Harley. The growing lead, almost 1,000 right now for Yue on the Vixana, up to the Lantern. Be really painful for TNC to deal with. Oh, look at the damage already onto Ryota. This is going to be, every dance is going to be so tough for TNC. Aurora in the lead.
yeah, specifically for Ryota, I think it's just playing contact. Essentially a second roamer at this point, Ryota.
What was that?
Did they see that?
Oh, that's Aurora with the Lord.
Some paranormal activity happening in there.
Must have been the win.
Must have been the win.
Again.
We are indoors yet it's very windy.
Yeah.
Y'all saw that. Y'all clipped that. We'll save the reactions there.
Yes, it's up to them now. But because of that, Aurora clearly with a much bigger advantage.
Yeah.
There's not much that TNC could rely on for the re-engage now.
Did he want to use that to check the push? Because he did use it, like a good chunk of it was able to hit the part of left mid bush, but like, it's too much.
Isn't it supposed to be with a flicker?
And there's no teammate nearby that can actually...
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
A lot of questions, Oh, but the deathly grasp! Ryota now down!
Zen. Oh, he can't even pounce on that, even with the conceal play coming in from the gank.
Just look at Aurora.
Oh my, the glulets
that hurt,
cleared
that hurt.
up. Oh!
Vin, flickers back.
He made it.
He made it.
Made it, but at the cost of their turret, at the cost of a flicker, it became a very expensive defense here for TNC. They hang on when it comes to the actual game, but they have lost so much in just a span of a minute. No flicker onto Vin, and they lost all of their outer turrets. They've lost the inhibitor up top, about to lose the holy shields in the middle. Very difficult defense now for TNC.
The rest of the game now is looking like a formality. Aurora on the way to securing their first series win of the season after just securing their first game win of the season. Game number 2 against TNC. Oh, Nats!
Nats finds one, but Zyda too will come in from the back lines, so they'll have to be a bit more careful. Nats is left alone.
Oh,
massive damage. Doming is free to land all the bullets that he wants. The cards are coming through from Coil as well, and that's going to be a flicker too from Ewan just to make sure they get more. But Ryota still alive, and Doming is shut down.
TNC found some small wins, but they lost a lot, but at least they got Doming.
They got 3 for the side of Aurora, but now, with all due fairness, because the game is so short for now, 12 minutes in, Zyda as well as Vin will be in time for the for the respawn, but of course Light with the resurrection will allow Aurora to have the numbers advantage once again, and they can set up again for another Lord take. Getting Doming was so good though for TNC because not only was it a shutdown, it was also given to Jome. Now 9.2k slowly catching up. Like you see through the replay, the overheating coming out from Aurora. But the fact that Yue as well as Light landed the stun, the combination, Zyda could not even react to that because of the chain stun from both Light as well as Yue.
Yeah, Light perfect, and then Yue very quickly pounced on it. This might have been a very different story if Light did not land that stun. We go back live. Aurora holding a 3,500 gold lead. TNC just found a glimmer of hope. Will they be able to play through it as RORA are now burning the Lord?
They're bursting it. Zen is not going to come from an off angle either. It's going to be
Ryota
trying to go for the engage. Zen trying to look for someone on the side, and Yue will be bursted. Zyda has access to the Lord, but so does Kyle. Zyda's just looking for kills instead and trades because they weren't able to get it. But RORA with the healing, with the sustain, they're going to be okay.
Zyda going for the chase. He wants to find Coil, but Coil has space escaped out of there. And now TNC will have to defend the Lord push.
Oh, that would have been really good for TNC for when they took out Yue, but they weren't able to secure the Lord this time. So a 1-for-1 trade-off will mean that Aurora will still have the massive advantage. There were so many near deaths on the side of Aurora as TNC could not just run them down. Melissa is not built for chasing against the members of Aurora. It's more more fit for a box-to-box fight, but
Yeah.
with that kind of sustain from the Rafaela and the movement coming out from Doming as well as Cole, they didn't even have to commit any of their flickers as they went in for the escape. So this will be a fully packed Aurora up against TNC.
I might have spoken too soon when I said Aurora might be on the way, but they are quite close. But TNC might just be able to pull off a shocker here. The tension is palpable, but the damage from Aurora even more so. Golden Age ranking, the Lord, being held by TNC, and Aurora will not be able to fully capitalize for an endgame angle just yet. Zen with a conceal.
There he goes again, but he gets spotted out this time. And there is potential, I agree, but that's maybe why you also have to see the Wrath of Dryad, the combos actually laid down and hitting targets from Aurora. So it becomes easier for Jom, but now it lands just onto one. It's gonna be Nats, and Nats just immediately burst it down. The flicker from Zen! He will find Coil, but the space escape is active. Zaida could not catch up, and now it's Zen isolated. Vin, though, with the damage, will actually find one. They bring down Coil, but in exchange of two.
It was an Angela for a glue, so glue does more damage.
But the respawn.
He's back.
He's back. It's a 5 versus 3.
We thought it was just a simple 1-for-2 trade, but it appears that it doesn't matter as much anymore. Fortunately, TNC could still clear the waves, and they will have a bit more time.
Somebody get these healers out of here.
Somebody get these healers out of here. Coil snatches the purple buff away from Zaida. Zaida couldn't do anything because he does not have any information of where the other members of Aurora are. Gonna be pushing down in the bottom lane. Jom is still untouched this game, and so far has been playing well, but so is Doming, only dying once. 7-1-0. So impactful in the pickups that Aurora were able to get, and is always a threat. TNC will have to move quick to when it comes to their eliminations, because when they do stay in front of Aurora, not only will the healing be a problem for them, but so is Doming.
Very problematic right now for Jom. The fact that Aurora, even if they get caught on by all of the combo and crowd control that TNC has, one holy healing pretty much negates a good amount of the progress Jom has made through their health bars. Look how fast they can burn this Lord, but they won't rush it. They'll play it slow. The Angela of Vin holding down bottom, as expected of an Angela, as Ryota gets the information. Zen plays away from the team though. Aurora don't know this. He might be looking for a crazier angle to go through.
Yeah, left mid bush control has been very tricky for TNC.
8 stacks with a Piercer.
Zen is very far away, checking, concealing through RMB might be the way to go.
Yeah, all these mid turrets still being up are not helping TNC though.
Yeah, he's checked everything.
Oh, Nats is already below half.
By the way, this is Zen with 2 magic items already. Glowing one with the genius one.
They have to make a play. Look at that minion wave up top. It needs to get cleared up. It's too chunky.
And the Lord is also low. So many decisions. Overload of analysis here for TNC.
Slow push by the Angela down bot, and Aurora pounce.
Ryota and Zaida are left here. The knockup from the Lord will not make it. It's gonna be an attempt to steal, but Coil still wins it anyway. The Wrath of Dryad lands onto movement.
Oh my God!
The turnaround for TNC! The Wrath of Dryad into the damage coming from Zaida. He picks up a double. There goes the grab 2. Doming pops his immortality. Light's the only one left. He loses. Doming still has an immortality, but Coil, who gets to the base first? Ryota is here to defend. So remember, TNC won't allow him. And this could be an opportunity for the Phoenix Army!
They still have a Lord to deal with, but TNC have made some magic, even though the Lord has got Aurora.
But Light is alive. Resurrection might be soon, but TNC with 5 of their members, with Zaida in the front lines getting stand up, playing like a god in the jungle.
Does he have the resurrect? He doesn't seem to have one. That's gonna be Nat coming back in time, but he only catches Zen. He uses the Daytona's welcome, and he doesn't have time to clear. TNC take away the series.
They weren't blinded by the lights. They just burned brighter than it. To close out week 1, TNC beat RORA 2-1.
Zaida with the superstar genes. Superstar triggered today in the most specific moment that they needed it to be there. Zaida popped off essentially winning it for the team. So was Jome, by the way. And the entirety of TNC with their rookies up against the defending world champions, unthwarted by the veterans from Aurora.
In this metagame, in this landscape, you have to be willing to take risks. TNC took that risk. With a massive threat of minions up top, they decided not to clear it. But it was the Belleric of Ryota who stood as a stalwart in front of the minion waves and stopped it alongside Zen. They got back in time to stop Coil from trying to split push end.
Aurora were leading for 20 minutes, maybe an eternity. And not only leading by goal, they are winning all of the fights. There wasn't any fight where they actually lost. When it comes to the net gain for both teams, all the fights were in favor of Aurora. Be it a big win, a small win, everything was going in their favor. But this time, look at Zaida. Zaida lost the Lord Retribution for Ryota. 4-man taunt, 4-man Wrath of the Dryad. Zaida taking down everyone with a slew of skills with this Hirara. And if you're not convinced yet that this is the best jungler that we have right now when it comes to the hero selection, I don't know what else can convince you. Hirara is just so broken.
Oh, Zaida. Oh, TNC. Just when we thought what the ending of this would be, they delivered a surprise. On stage is Zaida with Big J alongside Denise and Thea to run us through how this insane ending happened.
What a way to end the opening week of MPL Season 18 without Matt Phoenix Army Makingay!
Noise!
And we're here with the match MVP, Zaida and Jome! What a thrilling match. Grabe.
What a thrilling match.
1 minute na yun.
That last 1 minute, nobody could have expected that.
And kanina, Zaida.
And earlier, Zaida, we're gonna go straight to the question. We asked you, did Coil being your opponent affect you and your performance today, or was it actually helpful that you knew Coil on the opposing side?
Binabasa na kasi ni Jome yung nangyari kanina, pero ito muna Zaida. Okay.
Feeling ko po,
I feel like I was just really eager to win this match because we lost yesterday and we weren't able to pull off our full potential, and I really just wanted to bounce back. It's a really good bounce back. Yes, you could feel it, and one of the players who really bounced back is Jome. Yes, you
Gusto ko lang malaman, no, you guys have
had such a really good return to TNC.
Ano masasabi mo sa naging laban na to?
What can you say about this match?
Nakaka-proud lang yung mga kampi.
I just feel proud of my teammates because we are able to bring out what we do in practice scrims. I think the entire Phoenix Army is proud of you and not just your teammates. And earlier, you know what, Denise? Coach Etumax said that they weren't able to bring out their potential yet, but now it seems like they were able to. And now, Zaida, I'm bringing it back to you. You were the only one retained. Do you feel any pressure that you really have to perform at your best because you were the only one retained? For me, there's no pressure because my team has enough trust in me. That's why I was the one retained. Okay, I can hear Jome from here. He's giggling. Okay, let's continue this. Let's talk about that last clash. It was really intense. What were your thoughts about or during this clash? Because the entire Phoenix Army stood up. Could you share with us your thought process, your comms?
Go, Jome.
Ano, habang tumatagal yung game, parang
As the game progressed,
naiisip dyan na play, nagdadasal. Ay,
if we can't think of a play,
paano matulungan kami ni Lord sa mga ganyan.
we just pray that Lord helps us. And eventually it favored us. How about you, Zaida? What's your thought process? I guess during the last 1 minute, it was a bit messy already. Our comms were a bit messy already, but we still risked the clash. at the Lord because we were already pressured anyway, and especially on the sides, so we just really went for the risk. So I know the comms were already messy, but what was the highlight of that clash? I guess it was the fact that we knew there were creeps at the base, so there was a possibility that it ended before we could do anything, because the Harley might end it, but because no one was able to get back to base, but fortunately it didn't end. And it seems like even though it was really messy, you were still able to get the win, Thea. And once again, let's congratulate TNC.
And once again, congratulations, Dome, and of course our match MVP, Zaida. What a game!
Thank you po.
3 games to end our MPL Season 18 opening week. And we're going to throw this back into our casters to watch the highlights of those games.
Z-God, we thought it'd be Zaida, but it was Zen who's the MVP of this game, 70% KP. Following up that massive Wrath of Dryad from the Belleric of Ryota, it was him catching key members of Aurora to seal the deal.
Yeah. I think none of the early game highlights would matter. I guess this is just for storytelling where Aurora was winning every single team fight. They just weren't able to close it, well, naturally. Yeah. And this catch up to UA would have been really good for TNC, but they still lost that Retribution battle. Coil is just too sharp with it. And you can see that Aurora were able to get out of the danger zone. Yeah. How many times did Ryota have to suffer an early death for TNC? Because Aurora were able to pick him off. But with all due fairness, Jome did not die a single time the entire game, making himself a threat for Aurora almost every single time. And here we go, the last clash. They do catch one, but they weren't able to kill Ryota. Ryota waited for his moment.
Bang.
3-man Wrath of the Dryad.
It's four.
A 4-man Wrath of the Dryad into a 3-man taunt.
Oh.
And then Zaida just went God mode afterwards. Superstar trigger. Activating at the last moment where it mattered so much for TNC. And look at him being in the zone.
Yeah.
And they even managed to get the recall out. Ryota taunted some of the minion waves so that make sure that he will be chased down by some of the minions so that Coil will not be able to end. But at the same time, Coil will not have an angle anyways because everybody from Aurora except Light died, which meant that there will be no one to stop the recalls from TNC.
We do also have to go back. The very first highlight showed off. It was Zen mounting the Granger of Domeng. That slowly began the turnaround for TNC. That gave them a little bit more time and a little bit more life.
Yeah.
Then a little bit after that, you get to see him mount the Harley, surprisingly, with Vin on the Angela on the glue.
That's right.
So it was mounted by two.
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah, gotta say.
It was a double mount onto one guy.
And no Granger can survive that.
Nope.
Yeah, no Granger, no Harley can survive that.
And yeah, I think that we also have to take note of the fact that Zen played as the roamer but did not itemize like a roamer. Whipped in for the Cursed Helmet into the glowing one, into a Genius Wand. And before that fight, before that last Lord fight, he didn't have the Athena Shield yet, but he eventually got to that point. The fact of the matter remains that he was separated from his team with the Conceal. And as Aurora, because you saw that there was the Angela that mounted using the hard guard, this glue, you were afraid that this glue will actually go into, the Angela will go into the glue. Because prior to that, the Angela did use the ultimate on the glue. But in the last moment, it was the Hirara, the recipient of the hard guard, and allowed for Zaida to make one of the best plays that we've seen from him his entire career. God mode Hirara coming up from Zaida.
Reminded us why Zaida is the guy, and today he beats Coil. Let's listen into the Infinix mic check.
Back sa ating English panel.
Yo!
AP Bren, TNC, good vibes pagdating ng mic check. Sure ball talaga yon, man. Sobrang dami naming na-experience doon and I'm sure you can say the same thing. Mamaya na itong mga boys ko. Kamusta dyan, Renmar? How's it going over you guys there?
Oh, we're doing really good. We didn't expect that. Like, I was already storytelling it as if, all right, RORA are going to be getting their first win of the season. But then TNC with some magic.
Yeah, God mode Zaida. There was the... we were talking about here in the English panel, the superstar trigger that activated at the right moment during the time. Nagkaroon ng star dun sa ulo niya bigla.
Mario.
Tinumpleto yung soundtrack. Pero men, kukumpletuhin na din natin yung standing sa ngayon, Joshi. Maraming mga umangat, maraming mga medyo bumaba ng konti, na bumaba pa lalo. But these are some good developments heading into the rest of the weeks of the season.
After this day ay nanatili pa rin naman ng ONIC at Falcon sa itaas ng ating standings. But AP Bren ay nakakuha na rin sila ng isang talo, diba, sa mga nangyari. And for Aurora, hindi ito yung start na inimagine natin bago magsimula tong season na to.
Hype up kasi tayo no, dun sa pagbabalik sa Pilipinas ni Coil at ni Nats, no? And kung ikaw kasi ang Aurora at ang TNC, lalo na yung laban nila kanina, gusto mo na tapusin yung week number 1 ng merong panalo. No? Kasi madadala mo yung momentum na yon pagpasok ng week number 2. Pero unfortunately, para sa Aurora ay hindi sila nagtagumpay dun sa kanilang plano.
Pero binabawi naman ang Aurora.
Ayan.
Kanilang chances dito sa Infinix Fansik laban. After 3 days, Cavalry ang nag-iisang team na nananatiling undefeated. This should definitely mean a lot for the fan base. Lalo na ngayon, yung Team Liquid Philippines din naman sa bandang itaas or sa kanilang MPL team, may nakakuha din naman ng isang panalo. But as soon as this layer goes down, guys, it felt like there was already so much discovery over the course of 3 days na nakita natin dito. What was the most mind-blowing thing na masasabi nyo na parang makikita pa natin to sa mga susunod na linggo?
The creativity in the draft.
Yes,
Chaos meta is serving.
I agree. It's refreshing to see new teams in different sections of our standings. That's one for me, I guess. I'm glad to see AP Bren there in the middle to start off the season. It's unfortunate that it's been a rough week 1 for Aurora, but just the same, I feel like one of the biggest learnings talaga yung sobrang may difference pa rin talaga yung mga teams. Like in terms of their approach when it comes to the meta. And it's probably still going to evolve in the following weeks.
Paquito seems to be the hero of the week, but at the same time, we have unlocked a new combination. Angerara.
Angerara.
It's really good.
Oo nga. Dito nga sa Filipino Desk, pinag-uusapan namin yung makabagong Naruto versus Sasuke. Angela
tsaka ano yung sabi namin, parang pag nag-1v1 kaya yun, sino kayo mananalo. But it's up for you guys to find out because we're calling all super fans. The Infinix Fansik Laban is officially here, putting you right at the heart of the MOBB action.
Tama ka dyan. Head over to the playground to join the action and you could walk away with the brand new Infinix Expanded during the playoffs.
Don't miss out on the fun. Make sure to follow the official Infinix page on social media for all the details.
Nalaglag na yung logo ng
try.
pero goods pa rin naman. Ang mahalaga.
Ito.
Ayan. Pakita mo yan mismo. Yan yung mga mapapanalunan nyo kung sakali na makita natin yung iba pa sa mga ganaps. Kasi mahaba-haba pa rin naman yung season eh. Now I'm curious as to what you guys would want to see pagdating dun sa mga heroes. I'm sure nakita nyo naman yun eh. Yung gray na sobrang dami. Ano ba mga gusto nyo makita doon? Just quick maths lang.
Mia, pare.
Mia.
Glock.
Of course.
Ako Yuyin pa rin pupusuan ko.
Mia, please. Mia.
Okay, 4 Mia at 2 Mias, 1 Grok, tsaka 1 Yin. My name is Hans Galeria. English, Filipino. We're gonna toss it over to our hosts.
MPL super fans, what an absolute banger of an opening week. 7 thrilling matches in the books. And our road to the redemption is officially in the way.
Siyempre, Thea, sinimulan natin yan with an intense opening day doubleheader agad yan na sinimulan ng international rivalry against RORA and ONIC. Nagwagi ang ONIC dyan, by the way. At ang Clash of the Titans kung saan nilang paso ng Falcons ang Team Liquid Philippines.
At syempre, hindi lang yan ang ating nasaksihan dahil nagpasilip din ng galing ang AP Bren, Twisted, TNZ at Omega. mga bagong forma at bagong lineup.
And you know, magniningning muli next week ang Victoria Sports Complex sa paghaharap ng Aurora Gaming Philippines at Team Liquid Philippines.
It's the epic rivalry yan ang hindi nyo dapat palampasin at marami pang iba. Muli, this is your host, Thea.
At ako naman si Denise, samahan nyo kami muli next week dito lamang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas.
Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 18.
Palag na to!
The 18th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official smartphone partner. Unleash your ultimate with the Infinix GT Burst. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. And Visa, the official payment partner of MPL Philippines. Be the gamer you want to be with Visa. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up and stay fresh daily with Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, China Airlines, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPLPH action. Follow our official social media accounts and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Palag Na To. Catch MPLPH Season 18 action live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.